Before I got married, I secretly got pregnant with another man's quadruplets. Her fiancé despised her for being a fallen heiress with children and sent her to his client's bed. The triplets quickly found her a cheap dad with no money or house. Everyone was watching the joke unfold. But after the marriage, her life seemed to be on a lucky streak, with everything going her way, like a koi fish blessing her. Summer Chu believed her flash marriage husband was bringing her luck until one day, she discovered that the richest man in Haicheng on a financial channel looked exactly like her cheap husband. Chapter 1: Get out of my house with your 3 wild children. Xie Chu never imagined that on the eve of her wedding, her fiancé would send her to another man's bed. After receiving a message from Lu Yuanju, she immediately took a taxi to the Poly Hotel. Lu Yuanju was the first man who didn't mind her having 3 children and had always been caring towards her. She was full of joy, ready to give herself to him. One passionate night. When Xie Chu woke up, she was still savoring the sweetness of last night. Just as she was about to call out to him, she heard some movement from the bathroom. She whispered, "Yuanju," and then a man walked out. He only had a towel wrapped around his waist, his wet hair dripping water. Water droplets trailed down his handsome face and onto his muscular chest. As he moved, his long, toned legs and well-defined muscles were evident. When Xie Chu saw his face, she pulled the blanket tightly around herself in shock. How could it be you? The cold, stunning face in front of her, she had seen it before. Just a few days ago, she was harassed by a drunk man near a construction site, and this man had saved her. She never thought they'd meet again, but now. What was going on? Who did you think it was? Fu Jinyi's deep, dark eyes scanned her flustered face, his voice low and magnetic. Why are you here? Last night, I was with you, Xie Chu stammered, still weak from the events of the night before. This is my room. Why do you think I'm here? Fu Jinyi said as he sat down on the sofa, tossing the towel aside. Her room. Xie Chu's face turned pale. Impossible. This room was booked by my fiancé, Lu Yuanju. Are you sure? Fu Jinyi raised an eyebrow, his gaze lingering on her smooth, fair skin, darkening slightly. Xie Chu was in a daze. As his gaze fell on her chest, she quickly pulled the blanket higher. Pervert. Get out of here, or I'll accuse you of rape. Accuse me. Fu Jinyi met her gaze with an unbothered expression. Should I remind you who made the first move last night? Xie Chu froze. Last night, she had drunk a little to muster the courage, wanting to have a sweet night with Lu Yuanju. When she knocked on the hotel door, the room was dark. She thought it was Lu Yuanju, and in her drunken state, she threw herself at the man. She had been the one to initiate. But you could have refused. Fu Jinyi casually grabbed some clothes, noticing her anger, his tone relaxed. You saved me, so I thought you were here to repay the favor. She wasn't here for that, she was Xie Chu was embarrassed and frustrated, her thoughts in disarray. She just wanted to leave. She hastily dressed in the scattered clothes and rushed toward the door. Leaving just like that? Came the voice from behind her. Xie Chu gritted her teeth. We're all adults, it was just a one-night stand. You can consider it me repaying your favor. She slammed the door and left. What a temper. Fu Jinyi smiled faintly, slowly buttoning his shirt. At that moment, his phone on the coffee table buzzed. He glanced at it briefly, then answered with a slow swipe of his finger. On the other end was an old, forceful voice, filled with unreasonable threats. Unfilial grandson, if you don't find me a granddaughter-in-law, I'll hang myself in front of you. Fu Jinyi narrowed his eyes, recalling the previous night's events. He spoke in a casual tone, all right, stop crying and threatening. I'll get married. Really? Which rich family's daughter did you choose? He answered, does she have to be from a rich family? Their voice on the other end hurriedly responded, a woman's fine. Outside the hotel, Xie Chu stood frozen in front of the room number. It was indeed 1802. She had made a mistake. But why wasn't Lu Yuanju inside? Suspicion filled her mind. The man inside was complicated, and every word seemed a lie. She had to go back and ask Lu Yuanju. She dialed his number, but it went unanswered. With no choice, she left the hotel and took a taxi to his villa to clarify everything. She had been staying with her 3 children in his villa, where he treated the children as his own and was incredibly considerate toward her. If he found out about last night, Half an hour later, Xiaochu entered the villa, feeling guilty. As she entered the hallway, she noticed a new pair of high heels. She paused, her mind racing with thoughts. She quickly went upstairs to the master bedroom. As she got closer, she faintly heard sounds of a man and woman in a passionate embrace. Her heart skipped a beat. After a moment of hesitation, she opened the door. The sound grew louder, painfully sharp in her ears. The familiar laughter of a woman rang out. Yuan Ju, are you really going to confront Xiaochu? Of course. The Xia family is bankrupt, and she no longer has any value. I've tolerated her for 4 years. It's over. Did you really send her to your client? How could you bear it? A woman who has had kids, what is there to care about? Even though my client is old and ugly, he is rich. Maybe he'll even make her his mistress and give her money to raise her 3 wild children. Bastard. Hearing this word, Xiaochu's body trembled. Lu Yuanju had clearly promised not to disdain her past and to spoil her into the happiest woman. But now, he was messing around with her best friend, Xia Shilan. Not only that, he had orchestrated for her to sleep with another man. Furious, Xiaochu grabbed the water bottle by the door and threw it at him. Smash! The shards of porcelain scattered everywhere. Xia Shilan, still in bed, screamed in panic, hurriedly hiding in Lu Yuanju's arms. Lu Yuanju stopped, turning to look at Xiaochu. After a brief moment of surprise, his expression turned cold. He stood up, gently comforting the woman beneath him with tenderness. Seeing this, Xiaochu felt a pang of pain in her chest. Lu Yuanju, do you have any shame? Lu Yuanju scoffed, quickly putting on a robe and walking over to her. Xiaochu, let us make things clear. I've always loved Xialan. If you weren't the daughter of the Xia family and didn't benefit my career, do you think I would tolerated you, a woman who has had children? Now that the Xia family is bankrupt, do you really think a woman like you without family background, and who has had children deserves me? You'd better propose an annulment yourself, or I'll make you regret it. Xiaochu clenched her fists, her eyes red with anger. 4 years ago, an accident left her with 3 children, the fathers of whom were unknown. At that time, Lu Yuanju and she were in a relationship. He didn't mind her past and still proposed to her. But he had always said he wanted to establish his career first, and the wedding kept getting delayed. Using the Xia family's resources, Lu Yuanju quickly rose to prominence in Haicheng within a few years. Meanwhile, the Xia family's company suddenly ran into trouble. The company went bankrupt, her father was forced to jump off a building and commit suicide by creditors, and her mother suffered a mental breakdown, becoming a vegetable after a car accident. In a single night, her family was destroyed, and she could only bring her 3 children to Lu Yuanju for help. She had thought this would be her new home. But everything was just a game for him. The Xia family's assistance to Lu Yuanju became the knife that stabbed her in the back. Tears welled up in Xiaochu's eyes, and she raised her hand to slap him hard. Lu Yuanju, you bastard! She used all her strength, and the slap made him stagger back. Xiaochu, you dare hit me! He was enraged and slapped her back. Xiaochu couldn't dodge in time and fell to the floor. Don't bully my mommy. Mommy! Uncle Lu is bad. The 3 children appeared out of nowhere. The eldest boy, dressed in pajamas, ran up and swung his small fists at Lu Yuanju. Get out of here! Lu Yuanju shoved him away. The little boy fell to the ground, his delicate face scrunching in pain. Juo. Xiaochu hurried over to help her son up, tears brimming in her eyes. Lu Yuanju, you even hit a child, are you still human? This is my house. Xiaochu, take your 3 wild children and get out of my house. Chapter 2, The Triplets Find a Father. Xiaochu was kicked out by Lu Yuanju. Looking at her 3 children, who were as delicate as jade carvings, she tried to hold back her tears. She first took them to a hotel to stay. At that moment, she received a call from the caregiver who was looking after her mother in the hospital. Miss Xia, can you come to the hospital right now? Mrs. Xia suddenly lost her heartbeat, and the doctor is examining her. What? Just when things couldn't get worse, her mother was in trouble again. Okay, I'll be there right away. Xiaochu's heart was in turmoil. After hanging up, she forced herself to remain calm and said to her son, Juo, Mommy has to go to the hospital to see Grandma. You take care of your sisters. Okay, Mommy. Don't worry, be careful on the way. Xia Zidu, with his delicate little face, appeared as calm as a grown-up. Xiachu patted his little head and kissed her two daughters' faces, her heart softening. These were her triplets. One boy and two girls. The boy was the older brother, named Xia Zidu, with the nickname Juo Juo. The two girls were the younger sisters, named Xia Ziwei and Xia Zimi. The three children were incredibly beautiful. They looked like little characters straight out of a comic. The older brother, Xia Zidu, was exceptionally intelligent, a little genius. Although she didn't remember who their biological father was, she didn't regret bringing the three children into this world at all. Because they had brought her so much joy. As Xiachu left, the two little girls, with their baby soft skin, turned to look at Xia Zidu. On their almost identical faces was a look of grievance and indignation. Brother, Uncle Lu is so bad. He hit mommy and you. Brother, Uncle Lu kicked us out. Does that mean we have no home now? Xia Zidu clenched his little fist, his small face serious. After a while, he took a deep breath and made a decision. Follow me. Where to? Find a strong leg. Fu Group. In the spacious and bright CEO's office. Fu Jinyi, dressed in white and black, exuded an air of nobility and coldness. He sat in the executive chair, one hand holding documents, the other holding a phone. I say, are ye, last night, Wang Yu, the one who gave you the suite, told me a client sent a woman to his room. You didn't sleep with that woman, did you? Fu Jinyi glanced at the documents in his hand, answering without addressing the question. Is this all the information about Xiachu you managed to gather? Wait, why did you suddenly ask me to investigate Xiachu? The woman in your room last night, could it be her? Fu Jinyi leaned back slightly in his chair, his narrow eyes scanning a few photos of children on the documents. Xiachu's three kids, aren't they from her fiancé? Yeah, it says so in the files, doesn't it? Fu Jinyi squinted his eyes. The file doesn't say who the biological father of the kids is. I said, big brother, how am I supposed to get detailed information on such short notice? All I could find was this basic stuff. Hang up. Wait. You still haven't told me why you want me to investigate Xiachu. Fu Jinyi put the documents down and said with a smile, marriage. The other person. At that moment, the assistant knocked and entered. Mr. Fu, someone is looking for you outside. Who? The assistant looked awkward. It's three kids. They said, you are their father. Fu Jinyi. He didn't even know he had three kids. 10 minutes later, in a small meeting room. Fu Jinyi looked at the triplets sitting in a row on the sofa, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Xiachu's kids. They had actually come to find him. Wow, such a handsome big brother. Millimeter, I like the new daddy. The two little girls looked at Fu Jinyi with starry eyes. Beside them, Xia Zidu sat upright, his little face serious. His clenched little fists showed that, despite his calm expression, he wasn't as composed as he appeared. Fu Jinyi listened to their cute baby voices and felt a strange softness in his heart. Who sent you here? The two little girls looked at Xia Zidu at the same time. We came here on our own. Xia Zidu's childish voice was calm. Fu Jinyi was a little surprised by the child's composure. He hadn't revealed his true identity yet. Why did you say Fu Jinyi is your father? Xia Zidu furrowed his brows and stared at him with his obsidian-like eyes. Aren't you Fu Jinyi? Fu Jinyi paused, his expression slightly stiff. No, I'm Mr. Fu's assistant. Xia Zidu's eyes darkened, a trace of disappointment flashing across them. Is Fu Jinyi not here? He's out. Fu Jinyi looked at him. You still haven't answered my question. Xia Zidu clenched his little fist, a determined glint in his eyes. We want Fu Jinyi to be our daddy. Fu Jinyi shifted his position, his interest piqued. Why? Because Fu Group is the leading company in Haicheng, and Fu Jinyi is the successor of Fu Group. Xia Zidu's childish voice rang clear. He returned to the country 6 months ago and used a thunderous method to reorganize the company, making Fu Group's performance reach new heights. He is the king of Haicheng's business world. Only by holding on to the strongest man in Haicheng could mommy stop being bullied. How do you know all this? Fu Jinyi was surprised. Such a small child should still be in the phase of drinking milk and blowing bubbles. Yet, this child knew so much about the financial world. For a moment, he seemed to see his younger self in the boy. The same mature thoughts, out of place with peers. Because my brother is a genius. He knows everything. The second girl, Xia Ziwei, said proudly, looking at her brother with admiration. Fu Jinyi raised an eyebrow. So, you want to be the children of the king? The third girl, no, because your legs are strong. Fu Jinyi. Handsome uncle, mommy has been bullied, so we need to grab the strongest leg in the world to stop mommy from being bullied anymore. The second girl explained in her babyish voice. Fu Jinyi had expected that they came to him to protect their mother from being bullied. These were three very interesting children. Don't you have a father? He asked knowingly. No. The two little girls shook their heads, a slight sadness flickering in their big eyes. When will Fu Jinyi be back? Xia Zidu asked. Fu Jinyi tapped his strong leg with his long fingers. From what I know, Fu Jinyi already has someone he likes. He won't marry your mommy. The three little ones blinked their shiny, black eyes and looked at each other. The two little girls pouted, ready to cry. Brother, what should we do? We can't get the strong leg. Xia Zidu frowned, speechless. Fu Jinyi silently curved his lips. Does your mommy look beautiful? Yes. Mommy is the most beautiful mommy in the world, the second girl said in her babyish voice. The third girl nodded vigorously, pointing to her own face. Mommy looks like me. Everyone says I'm beautiful. The second girl, wrong, it's us who look like mommy. Fu Jinyi laughed. Since that's the case, why not consider me? I'm looking to get married. The three little ones stared at him, their big eyes round and black. Brother, the uncle is so handsome. He wants to be our daddy. Brother, I like the handsome uncle as our daddy. Xia Zidu's face was serious. No, can being handsome feed us? Can he protect mommy from being bullied? Fu Jinyi smiled faintly. Although I'm not the most powerful man in Haicheng, I'm Mr. Fu's assistant. I'm second to none. I think I have the ability to protect your mommy. Chapter 3, We Are Perfect Match in Bed. Xia Chu returned to the hotel, her delicate features showing signs of exhaustion. Her mother had suffered from sudden cardiac arrest, but fortunately, she was saved. However, the medical bills were running low, and she needed to pay for more. Thinking of her current situation, Xia Chu felt as though her heart was being gripped by an invisible hand. She struggled to breathe. The Xia family was bankrupt, and Lu Yuanju was ungrateful, wanting to break off their engagement. From now on, she had no one to rely on. Her mother's medical bills and the children's formula costs all needed money. As they say, money kills even the greatest of heroes. Xia Chu stood at the hotel room door in a daze. Thinking of her three chubby little ones, she closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and suppressed the overwhelming feeling of bitterness. She forced a smile so the kids wouldn't notice. She rang the doorbell, and the door was soon opened. When she saw the tall man in front of her, her smile faltered. Why are you here? The person who opened the door was Fu Jinyi. Here we meet again. Xia Chu instinctively took a step back, glancing at the room number. She had made a mistake. This was her reserved room. How are you here? She asked. Just then, three little heads popped up from behind Fu Jinyi. Mommy, you're back. Mommy, come inside. The two daughters pulled Xia Chu into the room. Fu Jinyi closed the door behind them and leisurely followed them in. Mommy, this is the new husband we found for you. Do you like him? The second daughter looked at Fu Jinyi and then cheerfully asked Xia Chu. Xia Chu, still distracted, almost dropped her jaw when she heard her daughter's sweet voice. What? Why are you finding me a new husband? Because Uncle Ron has thick legs. Because Uncle Ron is a eunuch. Har, har, har. Xia Chu choked on her own spit. She instinctively glanced at a certain area of Fu Jinyi's body. Thinking about some inappropriate scenes from the night before, her clear eyes flickered. A eunuch. This man seems to be a real man after all. Third sister, although Uncle Ron is second only to the boss in the company, he is not a eunuch, so you can't use it here. Xia Zidu explained, the eunuch is not the same as the one you think. The third sister, Xia Zimi, blinked her big, dark eyes and cutely said, oh. Xia Chu understood, her mind in a mess, looking at the three little ones. What was going on here? How did this man end up here? Did the kids really find him as her new husband? Excuse me, sir, please step outside with me. Standing outside the room, Xiaochu looked at the tall, long-legged man with caution in her eyes. Could you please explain what this is about? Are you following me? I'm not that free. Fu Jinya leaned against the wall with a leisurely posture, exuding an air of nobility. It was your 3 children who went to the Fu group, wanting to find the business tycoon Fu Jinya in Haicheng to be their father, so he could protect you and prevent you from being bullied. Unbelievable. How did these 3 kids come up with this idea? Xiaochu felt a mix of amusement and gratitude, her nose tingling with emotion. She pressed down on her feelings and tentatively asked, "You're not Fu Jinya, right? The kids just called you Uncle Ron." A glint flashed in Fu Jinya's dark eyes. "I am Fu Jinya's assistant. My name is Ron Fuchong." Ron Fuchong was another name he used. Ron was his mother's surname. His parents divorced when he was young, and he went abroad to live with his mother. He had just returned to China 6 months ago to take over the presidency of the Fu Group. "Mr. Wan, thank you for bringing my children back. Kids speak without thinking. If they said something, please don't take it seriously." Xiaochu didn't take the kids' playful words seriously. Finding her husband. She had just been heartbroken by a scumbag. She had no interest in men at all anymore. "What if I do take it seriously?" Fu Jinya asked. Xiaochu raised her eyes. "What do you mean?" "Marry me." "Marry him? Are you crazy?" Xiaochu blurted out. Fu Jinya moved closer, cornering her against the wall. "I thought you should ve realized it clearly last night." The corners of his lips curved into a half smile, and the male pheromones surrounding him made Xiaochu involuntarily recall his powerful dominance in bed the night before. Her pale earlobes slowly turned pink. Not only was he not crazy, but he was also very fit. "In that case, then why do you want to marry me?" This man was handsome, and his job was impressive. He could easily marry an excellent woman. Why choose her, a single mother? Because it's suitable. Fu Jinya's deep eyes swept over her rosy red lips, his gaze darkening slightly. A trace of confusion flashed in Xiaochu's beautiful apricot eyes. "We shouldn't have known each other before, right? How do you see us as suitable?" Fu Jinya stared at her, his thin lips parting with a single sentence. "Don't you think we are quite compatible in bed?" Xiaochu. "So, compatibility in bed equals suitability." As expected, all men think with their lower body. Flushed, Xiaochu pushed him away, her first reaction being rejection. "You're so shallow." Fu Jinya straightened up, his tone casual. "Food and sex, it's human nature. Even if it's shallow, it's better than being a hypocritical, pretentious gentleman." This made Xiaochu think of Lu Yuanju. For 4 years, he never touched her, respecting her fully. But it turned out to be nothing but a fake, hypocritical scam. Her heart ached again as she lowered her gaze, remaining silent. "Have you made up your mind?" Fu Jinya asked. Xiaochu didn't want to think about it, but then she recalled something, and the refusal she was about to speak was swallowed back. Her mother's medical bills needed to be renewed. She didn't have much money left. And her children were about to start kindergarten. The best private kindergarten in Haicheng required a parental qualification certification. If she was just a single mother without any background, her 3 children would probably not be able to enter a private kindergarten. So, Xiaochu curled her fingers slightly and looked at the handsome man in front of her, throwing aside all her pride. "If we get married, how much dowry can you offer?" Fu Jinya glanced at her, a shadow crossing his eyes. She was quite realistic. It was indeed right not to reveal his true identity. "How much dowry do you want?" Xiaochu noticed the indifference in his tone, her face heating up. But she still braved herself and said, 500,000. Fu Jinya gave her a faint glance. "What if I can't afford that dowry? Does the highest bidder win?" That was a veiled criticism, as if she was treating marriage like a transaction. Xiaochu felt embarrassed. She suppressed her emotions. "Mr. Wan, there's no need for sarcasm. I didn't force you to marry me." The woman slightly raised her chin, and a hint of anger flashed in her beautiful apricot eyes. She was still proud after all. Fu Jinya nodded. "Fine, 500,000 it is." He agreed just like that. Xiaochu glanced at him, momentarily speechless. Are there any other requests? Put them all forward, Fu Jinya said. Xiaochu shook her head, her apricot eyes clear. I don't know the real reason why you want to marry me, but that 500,000, you can consider it as a loan to me. I'll repay you when I make money. No need, the dowry is yours once I give it to you. He was not lacking in money, it was just that he despised worldly women. If she weren't of some use to him, he wouldn't have come to her. Chapter 4, Who was the man 4 years ago? All right, I agree to marry you. If one day you don't want to continue, and want a divorce, I won't cling to you. Xiaochu felt that Fu Jinya had his own reasons for approaching her, and there must be some hidden motives. This marriage would not last long. And right now, she needed money. It was just a matter of mutual benefit. Fu Jinya raised an eyebrow, but didn't he take her words seriously? He merely glanced at his watch. Do you have your documents? Let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and get the marriage certificate. So fast. Xiaochu remembered that her documents and many of her things were still with Lu Yuanju. My documents aren't with me. I need to go somewhere first. Your fiancé's house, he asked. How did you know? The kids told me. They said you were kicked out. Xiaochu felt a little embarrassed. She didn't say anything further. As she turned, she saw her 2 daughters peeking from the door, eagerly watching her. Mommy, did you agree to marry Uncle Ruan? Xiaochu gently patted their little heads, her voice soft as she responded, millimeter. Yay! We have a new daddy now. In the room, Xiaozidu watched his younger sister's excited expressions and felt a wave of excitement too. He hoped the new husband they found for mommy would protect her and never let her be hurt again. The group left their hotel, and Xiaochu was surprised when Fu Jinya led them to a Bentley Shangmu. Is this your car? Fu Jinya paused as he opened the door. No, it's the boss's. Xiaochu nodded. She had figured this car must be worth at least 4 or 5 million. How could a mere assistant like him afford such a luxury car? They all got into the car, and Fu Jinya drove them to their villa where Lu Yuanju lived. Seeing the familiar surroundings, Xiaochu tried to suppress all her emotions as she opened the car door. Please wait for me here. Fu Jinya responded indifferently, his handsome face expressionless. Xiaozidu frowned slightly. Uncle Ruan, are you going to leave mommy alone inside? You promised to protect her. Second sister, Uncle Ruan, there are bad people inside. Third sister, Uncle Ruan, the bad people will hurt mommy. Fu Jinya. So, the president of the Fu group not only played the role of a chauffeur, but now he had to act as their mommy's protector too. Inside the villa, Lu Yuanju had not yet come out. When he saw Xiaochu again, his expression turned cold. Why are you here again? Don't worry, I'm just here to take what belongs to me. Xiaochu expressionlessly went upstairs, entered the master bedroom, and packed her belongings. Lu Yuanju watched her slender figure, his expression dazed for a moment. He had once loved her, but he couldn't accept that she had children with another man. Xiaochu, who was the man 4 years ago. Xiaochu paused in her packing but didn't look up. It's none of your business. She had lost a part of her memory. Her parents had told her that 4 years ago, she said she was going to meet someone important. But after returning, she had children. She had no recollection of what had happened in between. None of my business. Lu Yuanju grabbed her hand, furious. Xiaochu, you really are a flirt. 4 years ago, you were dating me, yet you were fooling around with some other man. What did you take me for? Xiaochu forcefully pulled her hand away from his grip. Lu Yuanju, I'm glad I never loved you deeply. If you hadn't saved me back then, I wouldn't have chosen to be with you. A man like you, who is ungrateful, does he deserve me? So, she had only been with him because he had once saved her? Had she been looking down on him if he had saved her? Lu Yuanju's eyes flickered. He saw the coldness in her eyes and the lack of the previous tenderness she had shown him, and a hint of anger appeared in his gaze. Xiaochu, after all this, you, a fallen heiress, are still acting like you're so important. Do you want me to remind you that your mother is still in the hospital? Her treatment costs 2,000 a month, right? Xiaochu continued packing, her eyes lowered, silent. Here's what I'll do. Out of respect for our past, why don't you become my mistress? I'll pay for your mom's treatment every month. Xiaochu realized she had never truly understood Lu Yuanju. The man who once appeared elegant and refined was actually so despicable and shameless inside. Xia Chu's long fingers brushed her pocket as her beautiful apricot eyes looked at him. Do you really want me to be your mistress? Aren't you afraid that Lin Shilan will find out? Lu Yuanju stepped closer, wrapping his arm around her waist, his tone softening. As long as you don't say anything, how would Xiaolan know? Xia Chu suppressed her disgust and feigned injury. Yuanju, do you love me more, or do you love Lin Shilan more? Lu Yuanju stared at her delicate, otherworldly face and regretted not having made a move on her these past 4 years. Of course, I love you more. A man's words are lies. Xia Chu's eyes welled up with tears. Since you love me more, why did you still send me to your client's bed? A woman's tears are like smoke bombs, always confusing a man's eyes. Lu Yuanju's heart softened, and he reached out to wipe her tears. Sorry, I was just rash. Don't worry, if you're with me from now on, I will cherish you and never send you to another man again. As he spoke, he grabbed Xia Chu's chin, attempting to kiss her. Xia Chu's face turned cold, and her knee shot up, hitting his most vulnerable spot. Lu Yuanju howled in pain, bending over, his face contorting in agony. Xia Chu. Lu Yuanju, you disgust me. Asking me to be your mistress? Dream on. Xia Chu, you're asking for a beating. Lu Yuanju was enraged and raised his hand to slap her. But just as his hand was about to strike, his wrist was grabbed, and his entire body was thrown against the wall. With a loud thud, Lu Yuanju slid down the wall, groaning in pain, his face contorted. Holding his chest, he stood up and met Fu Jinia's sharp gaze, shrinking back slightly. Who are you? My woman, do you think you can lay a finger on her? Fu Jinia's gaze was as cold as an ice blade. Lu Yuanju froze and looked at Xia Chu. Xia Chu, who is he? Don't you know who he is? Didn't he send me to his bed last night? Xia Chu clenched her fist, a cold smile on her face. Remembering the conversation she overheard between Lu Yuanju and Lin Shilan that morning, she guessed something had gone wrong. This Mr. Wan was not some old man. Lu Yuanju's expression changed slightly. He had clearly sent Xia Chu to Wang Yu, a senior executive at the Fu Group, a bald, 50-something old man. How had it suddenly turned into a young, handsome man? Did you get your documents? Fu Jinia asked, his face impassive. Xia Chu took out her household register. Got it. Then let us go. All right. Wait. Lu Yuanju stared at Xia Chu's household register. What are you doing with that? Xia Chu glanced at him and then reached out to hook her arm around Fu Jinia's. Lu Yuanju, thank you for matchmaking me. Last night, Art Song and I were both satisfied with each other, so we decided to go straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau and get married. What? She was going to marry this man. Lu Yuanju looked at Fu Jinia in disbelief. She has 3 children with unknown fathers. Don't you mind? Chapter 5. We have a new daddy. Fu Jinia paused slightly, speaking casually. Is life too monotonous? How much more fun it would be with a few more children. Is there anyone willing to be a father these days? You don't have any hidden illness, do you? Lu Yuanju mocked. Fu Jinia glanced at him casually, his eyes fell on Xia Chu's face. Did you feel good last night? Feeling good? Xia Chu's mind flashed uncontrollably with the man pressing on her, attacking her forcefully. Suddenly her face was hot. She suppressed her fluctuating heartbeat and pretended to be calm. Well, you're great. So, marry me, you'll be very happy. Xia Chu's heart skipped another beat. She glanced at Lu Yuanju, whose face was gradually becoming ugly, and the haze in her heart was swept away. Yes, we will be very happy. Xia Chu didn't delay any longer, packed up her things and left the villa with Fu Jinia. Lu Yuanju looked at the car driving away, his face was extremely ugly. The man was driving a Bentley. Did Xia Chu really marry him? Why did he not believe it? How could a man want a poor woman who had given birth to a child? There must be something wrong with that man. Maybe he was gay? In order to deal with the pressure from his family to get married, he found a woman to act as a front. It must be like this. Otherwise there is no way to explain it. Lu Yuanju thought about it and felt relieved. In the car. Mommy, did Uncle Lu bully you again? Second sister asked in a baby voice. Mommy was not bullied. Xiaochu smiled with curved lips. Yeah, with the new daddy here, mommy will never let Uncle Lu bully her again. Third sister clenched her fists. Xiaochu glanced at Fu Jinya in the driver's seat, and thought of his protection for her in the villa just now, and felt grateful. Thank you just now. Fu Jinya's slender fingers tapped the steering wheel. You have a good vision. This was a satire on Xiaochu's poor vision. Xiaochu sneered. It was not that she had a bad vision, but that the scumbag was too good at disguising. Excellent women will always meet a few scumbags when they are young. She was quite good at making up for herself. Fu Jinya glanced at her. Do you still like him? Xiaochu sneered. Do I look like a fool? A despicable and shameless man. How much love brain does she have to continue to like the other person? Fu Jinya's eyes narrowed slightly. Since he didn't like him, why did he ask Lu Yuanju who he liked more? The car drove forward and arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. The three children were waiting in the car, and Fu Jinya and Xiaochu went into line up to get the certificate. After a series of procedures, 2 red books were obtained. Xiaochu was still a little bit unbelievable. She broke off the engagement, and then she married like this? And she married a man she had only met twice. How long do you have to wait? A man's deep and magnetic voice came to her ears. Xiaochu came back to her senses and put away the red book. I haven't asked you yet, why were you in room 1802 last night? Fu Jinya's eyes moved slightly, and he lied. Poly Hotel is owned by Fu's. Last night I was entertaining my boss, and someone gave him the room. He happened to leave early for something, so I stayed there. So that's it. Xiaochu had no doubts. A man's cold voice came to her ears. You should thank me. If it weren't for me, you would have had to swallow your anger for what happened last night. Xiaochu's heart felt like it was pierced by a needle again. Yes, she should thank him. Although she didn't know why this man wanted to marry her. But at least his appearance saved her from some humiliation. In the car, 3 little guys were leaning on the window to watch. Hee, mommy and Uncle Ruan are getting married, we have a new daddy. We are no longer children without a daddy. The 2 little girls were very happy. Brother, can we call Uncle Ruan daddy? Shearzadwa frowned. Not yet. Why? Because mommy doesn't like him yet. What if she thinks Uncle Ruan is not good and wants to break up with him? So the name can't be changed for the time being, and the relationship between the 2 of them must be stabilized before changing. Uncle Ruan is so handsome, how can mommy think he is not good? Yeah, I like the handsome Uncle Ruan. The 2 little girls spoke up. Shearzadwa felt that he couldn't communicate with 2 sisters with questionable IQ. Mommy is not as crazy as you. Anyway, remember one thing, you can't change your words now. The 2 little girls were obviously disappointed. But the suppression of blood still made them listen to their brother obediently. Soon, Fu Jinya and Xiaochu got in the car. The car moved forward slowly, and the 2 chatterboxes spoke again. Uncle Ruan, are we going to your house now? Uncle Ruan, are we going to live together in the future? Fu Jinya curled his lips. Yes, we will live together in the future. Soon, the car drove into a high-end community called Jiangjingyuan. Fu Jinya parked the car and took them to the 17th floor by elevator. After pressing the fingerprint lock, several people went inside. This is a 3-bedroom and 2 living room house with an area of about 160 to 170 square meters. The decoration is low-key but luxurious. There is a quality of life everywhere. The 3 children visited it curiously. Xiaochu's eyes flashed with surprise. Is this your house? This is a high-end community in Haicheng. The environment and facilities are quite good. The average price is more than 40,000 per square meter. He is a small assistant with such a high salary. Can he afford a house here? I rented it. Fu Jinya lied without changing his expression. This is the most ordinary property under his name. He just asked his assistant to clean it up for him. Xiaochu thought it was okay. How much is the monthly rent? Fu Jinya looked at her. What's wrong? Since we are married, as a member of the family, I should also share part of the rent. She wants to pay the rent. Fu Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly and deliberately said, more than 10,000 a month, are you sure you want to share it with me? It's expensive. Xiaochu took a breath and tried to ask, the rent is a little expensive, should we rent a cheaper place to live? Fu Jinya said, you want to lower my quality of life right away. This is not the purpose of my marriage. It can be seen that this man knows how to enjoy life. Living alone, he has to rent such a big house. Xiaochu gritted his teeth. Then I'll give you 5,000 a month. She couldn't afford more, she had to raise 3 children. Fu Jinya actually looked at her a little longer. Give me 5,000 a month. Do you have a job now? He remembered that according to the information, Xiaochu had not graduated from college because she had a child out of wedlock. She had been idle at home taking care of the child for the past few years. Xiaochu lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Although I don't have a formal job, I usually take some jewelry design jobs, and I still have income every month. She studied design in college. If it weren't for the accident 4 years ago, she should be working as a jewelry designer in a big company now. Chapter 6 Xiaochu abuses the child. No need, I have employee housing subsidies, and the rent doesn't cost much. Fu Jinya didn't tease her anymore. Hearing him say this, Xiaochu breathed a sigh of relief. Your company's welfare benefits are really good. At this time, Fu Jinya's mobile phone received a call. It was the assistant who called, reminding him to attend an important drinking party. After answering the phone, Fu Jinya took out a card from his wallet. This is a betrothal gift of 500,000 yuan. I have something to do at the company. I'll leave first. Xiaochu took the card and felt it was a little hot. He paid the betrothal gift, so she should have a dowry. But she has nothing now. She should save some money before making plans. Please remember my phone number and call me if you have any questions. Fu Jinya reported his phone number. Xiaochu quickly saved the number in her mobile phone and called back. This is my mobile phone number. Fu Jinya took a look, hummed lightly, put away the phone, turned around and strode away. The door closed, Xiaochu looked at the unfamiliar environment, and pursed her red lips. From now on, this is where her new life begins? Her mood was very subtle. She suppressed her emotions and turned to enter the master bedroom. The master bedroom was a suite, decorated in black, white and grey, just like its owner, with a hint of coldness and arrogance everywhere. She hesitated for a moment and did not move the suitcase in for the time being, but pushed it into a guest bedroom next to it. Mommy, this place is a little small. Mommy, where are we going to live? After the 3 little ones visited the room, they ran to find Xiaochu. They used to live in a big villa. Xiaochu said softly, we'll live the same as before. Juo has 1 room, Rue and Mimi have 1 room. Oh, then Mommy lives in 1 room with Uncle Ron. Looking at her daughter's bright eyes, Xiaochu felt a little uncomfortable. She changed the subject, when Mommy makes money, I'll buy you a big house. Making money is a man's job. Xiaozu's face was tense. He regretted letting Mommy marry Uncle Ron. Because Uncle Ron didn't seem to have much money and couldn't support Mommy. It seems that he will have to make money to support Mommy in the future. Men and women are equal, don't be chauvinistic. Xiaochu rubbed the top of the little guy's head with a smile on her face. Mommy, Mimi is hungry. Mommy, Rue is hungry too. The 2 daughters touched their bellies and cried out in hunger. Xiaochu paused with a smile on her face, and then said, Mommy, go see if there are any ingredients in the refrigerator and make you something delicious. The 2 girls immediately looked at Xiaozu and shook their heads desperately. Xiaozu's expressionless face was a little cracked. Mommy, why don't we order takeout? Mommy's cooking skills can't be praised. They don't want to eat dark cuisine. How expensive is it to order takeout? Mommy has to save money for your schooling. 3 little ones. They don't want to go to school. They want to order takeout. A private restaurant called Yarchu. Fu Jinya was chatting with a few customers in the private room. The phone on the table rang. Fu Jinya picked up the phone casually. Who is this? Woo, Uncle Ruan, I'm Mimi. Xia Zimi's crying voice came from the current. Fu Jinya frowned subconsciously and stood up and walked out of the private room. Mimi, why are you crying? Tell Uncle, who bullied you. Woo, it was Mommy, she. Xiaochu? Fu Jinya was a little surprised. Did your mommy hit you? Woo, Mimi dare not say. Still dare not say. Xiaochu looked gentle and lovely, could she abuse the child behind her back? Fu Jinya's face was slightly gloomy. Don't be afraid, Mimi, tell Uncle what happened. Uncle will support you. Woo woo, Uncle Ron, we are going to be poisoned to death by mommy. What? Food Genia's face turned cold. Did your mom poison you? Woo woo, mom refused to order takeout, so she made us some dark dishes that looked like poison. Food Genia. Jiang Jingyuan. Kitchen. Xiaochu didn't know that she had been complained by the little kid. She looked at the mess on the glass table and had a headache. She was spoiled by her parents and had never cooked. She was a rich lady who had never touched the water. But since her parents got into trouble, she also learned to cook a few times. But she was probably just an idiot in life. She really had no talent for cooking. She was obviously following the cooking tutorial in the video, but the dishes she made were simply horrible. Xiaochu sighed, picked up a plate of black sweet and sour ribs, and poured it into the trash can. She obviously wanted to make a plate of sweet and sour ribs, but why were the ribs she made so sweet that they were choking? There are also fried tomato and eggs, why is it so salty and bitter? And the simplest stir-fried vegetables, why is there mud in the leaves that has not been washed clean? She is really a kitchen killer. Xiaochu frowned, swallowed the sour water in her mouth, and quickly dumped all the dishes into the trash can. The children were still hungry, it seemed that she could only order takeout first. At this time, the doorbell rang. Xiaochu cleaned up the kitchen and called out. Juo, look who's here. In the living room, 3 little kids were sitting in a row on the sofa. Hearing the doorbell, the 2 sisters looked excited. Brother, it must be Uncle Ron who sent us delicious food. Yeah, brother, go open the door. Shirzadwa hummed, first moved a chair to the door, then stood on the chair and looked out through the cat's eye. The person who came was Jushin, Food Genia's assistant, who was carrying 2 large bags in his hands. They had met at Food Group in the morning, and Shirzadwa knew him. So he climbed down from the chair and opened the door. Hello, uncle. Hello, uncle. As Food Genia's special assistant, Jushin had mixed feelings when he saw the 3 little kids again. He didn't expect his CEO to get married to a strange woman. And the wife was a single mother with 3 children. Fortunately, the 3 children were so cute. So cute that he wanted to put one of them in a sack and take it home to raise. So the children gave the CEO's wife a lot of points. You are Juo, and you 2 are Rue and Mimi, right? Jushin greeted the 3 children. Yeah, uncle, we are 1, 2, 3 in music. Mimi raised her little finger and pointed from her brother to herself in turn. Oh, it turns out that the children's names have this meaning. It seems that the person who named them was quite thoughtful. Jushin said softly, I am Jushin, a friend of your Uncle Ron. He is accompanying our boss to socialize and has no time to come back, so let me bring you some food. The CEO asked Yarchu to cook a few dishes and asked him to buy more snacks that the children like to eat. He also told him not to reveal his identity and to treat him as a friend. He didn't know what the CEO was up to, so he just followed his orders. Wow, there are so many delicious foods. The 2 sisters' eyes lit up when they saw the food. Come in. Shirzadwa acted like a big brother and invited Jushin to come in with a serious face. Juo, who's here? In the kitchen, Xiaochu poked her head out. Mommy, Uncle Ron's friend brought us food. Shirzadwa said. Hearing this, Xiaochu quickly wiped her hands and walked out of the kitchen. Hello, I'm Xiaochu. Jushin thought Xiaochu was very beautiful at first sight. The CEO of his company suddenly got married. Could it be that he was attracted by his beauty? He quickly greeted him, hello, I'm Jushin. Mr. Fu is busy, and he asked me to bring you some food. The word Mr. Fu made Xiaochu's eyes flash with doubt. Mr. Fu? Is he referring to the person in charge of the Fu Group? Did Mr. Fu ask him to bring the food? Chapter 7 What does she want? Jushin's heart skipped a beat. It's over. Just now, he had just met Xiaochu for the first time, so he was absent-minded. Adding to his professional habits, he blurted out the word, Mr. Fu. Facing Xiaochu's puzzled eyes, Jushin relied on his strong adaptability to remain calm. Yes, Fu Tsong and I are good friends. He was accompanying our boss to a social event. He heard from the children that you are not very good at cooking, so he asked me to send some food over. The words, not very good at cooking, made Xiaochu's pretty face embarrassed, but she ignored Jushin's slip of the tongue just now. She knew without thinking that the children must have called their flash-married husband to complain. It was really embarrassing. Mr. Ju, thank you for your help. It's okay. You should all be hungry. Go eat something quickly. Jushin was slightly relieved to see that Xiaochu didn't suspect anything. Fortunately, another name of his own president is homophonic with Mr. Fu. Otherwise, how can he get back at it? Xiaochu glanced at the several large bags Jushin placed on the dining table. One bag had the Yarchu logo printed on it. She knew it was a high-end private restaurant with expensive dishes. Mr. Ju, did Art Song accompany your boss to socialize at Yarchu? Yes. Miss. Sister-in-law, if it's all right, I'll leave first. He almost slipped his tongue again. Jushin's mouth twitched. It seems he needs to spend more time to adapt to his new identity as the president. Okay, Mr. Ju, thank you. Xiaochu thanked him again. You're welcome. Just call me Xiao Ju from now on. Okay. Xiaochu saw Jushin off and closed the door. Mommy, come and eat quickly. Rui and Mi called Xiaochu. Xiaochu looked at the three soft little people, and thinking that she was being accused of something, she deliberately tightened her face. Don't expose someone's shortcomings. You three little guys, next time you are not allowed to expose mommy's stage in front of outsiders, okay? The three little guys looked at each other. Rui, but mommy's cooking is really bad. Mi, yes, we won't grow taller if we eat pig food. Pig food. The children think the dishes she cooks are like pig food. Xiaochu's pretty face was a little embarrassed. Is it that exaggerated? Yes. The two little girls spoke crisply, not giving their mother any face at all. Sister, don't describe mommy's cooking like this. Xiaozu's tender voice sounded. Well, my son is still considerate. Xiaochu was about to praise her son, but suddenly, her son said something else. Mommy's cooking is better than pig food. Better? That's no different from pig food. Xiaochu took a breath. Well, they are all her own children, she is not angry. Mommy, it doesn't matter if you can't cook. Everyone has their own strengths. When God closes a door to you, He will open a window for you. You can't cook, but you can design. You are a girl who can do great things. Xiaozu saw that Xiaochu looked unhappy, and hurriedly added. Yeah, the jewelry made by mommy is bling bling, so beautiful. Rui said. Mommy, after dinner, we will help you string beads. Mimi said. Xiaochu was moved by the three little ones again. She decided to forgive the little guy for disliking her. Don't worry, mommy will definitely learn to cook. Xiaozu. They praised mommy desperately, just to make mommy give up the idea of cooking. Why doesn't mommy give up? Xiaochu asked the children to eat first. She hesitated for a moment and sent a message to Fu Jinya. Sorry, I'm sorry to trouble you. How much is the food? I'll transfer it to you. This meal must be very expensive. Although she was grateful to her husband who had married her in a flash for ordering takeout for them, she was really hurt. Elegant kitchen. Fu Jinya glanced at his phone, poured a sip of wine into his mouth, and ignored her. Soon, Jushin, who had delivered the meal, returned. Mr. Fu, the food has been delivered. Fu Jinya hummed lightly, and said nothing. At this time, his phone on the table rang again. Jushin glanced and found that it was the old man of the Fu family calling. He handed the phone to Fu Jinya. Fu Jinya answered, Hello. Smelly boy, did you really go to get the marriage certificate? An old voice came from the current, with a hint of disbelief. Fu Jinya raised his eyebrows lightly, and said casually, What else? That Xiaochu, she still has 3 children. The old man's breathing was a little heavy. Fu Jinya played with the lighter at hand and hummed lightly. You stinky boy, are you trying to piss me off on purpose? Why did you find a woman with a burden when you can find any other woman? Fu Jinya changed his sitting position, his tone still lazy. Remember what you told me this morning. What? A woman will do. The old man choked, I said that, but... Okay, I'm busy, I'll hang up first. Fu Jinya hung up the phone directly. Jushin, who was standing by, heard it and knew without thinking that the old man of the Fu family called to question the president. Looking at the man's handsome face, he was also very puzzled. The president of his family was originally a proud son of heaven. It was too easy to find a woman with a family background comparable to his. But why did he find a poor daughter? And she had 3 children. She couldn't even cook. What did the boss want from her? Is it because she's beautiful? But there are too many beautiful girls in the world. The boss's mind is really unpredictable. Fu Jianye returned to the company to handle official business after the social event. In the evening, he rubbed his swollen temples and took a short rest. A cloud on the horizon gradually faded away, and the sky was getting dark. Fu Jianye looked into the distance with his dark eyes, thinking of something, and his beautiful sword eyebrows slightly raised. It was almost time for dinner. His flash-married wife couldn't cook. What would they eat in the evening? At this time, Haicheng was making jewelry in the dining room at home. The dining table was full of small objects and production tools. 3 children surrounded her and helped to string beads in a very professional manner. Although she has been taking care of the children at home in the past few years, she also made some handmade custom jewelry in her free time and sold them on her social software. The business cannot be said to be hot, but there are still many orders. Because she has a clever idea, the jewelry she designed is very beautiful, and she often gives small pendants. So there are many repeat customers. Now the small pendants made by the children are the small gifts she gives to customers. Look, Mommy, the keychain is ready. Mommy, I've made it too. The 2 little girls held the keychains in their hands and waved them in front of Haicheng like offering treasures. Wow, sisters are great. Haicheng praised generously. Haicheng, however, had a serious face, took over the handicrafts of the 2 sisters, and did quality inspection seriously. The rope is a little crooked. Mommy, don't just praise the sisters. You have to be realistic, and they will make progress. Rui frowned and said in a baby voice, Brother, you are too strict. Yeah, too strict. Mimi nodded in agreement. Haicheng picked up a string of small pendants he had strung. Look at what I have done. There is no harm without comparison. You should learn to be humble and learn from others. Rui snorted. Mommy also said that people should learn to be humble and not be proud and complacent. I am telling the truth. I am not proud and complacent. You are. Yes, brother is too smart, it's not good. Listening to the childish words of the 3 people, Haicheng couldn't help laughing. With the children by her side, no matter how many troubles she had, they would disappear. At this time, the door opened and Fu Jianye came back. Chapter 8. Dissatisfied with this red line, as soon as Fu Jianye entered the door, he heard a room full of chattering. It was very lively. This feeling was very novel. He opened the door of the shoe cabinet and took out a pair of men's slippers. His eyes swept across a row of small shoes and a pair of women's shoes inside, and the corners of his lips curled slightly. Uncle Ron is back. Uncle Ron. When the 2 little girls saw Fu Jianye coming back, they ran over happily and hugged his thighs. Fu Jianye raised his lips slightly and touched their heads with his big hand. What are you doing? We are helping Mommy make beads and sell them. The 2 little girls said one after another. Is this hiring child labor? Fu Jianye raised his eyebrows. Will you help? Yes, we are awesome. Yeah, we want to help Mommy make more beads, make more money, and buy more delicious food. The 2 little kids held Fu Jinye's hands on each side and pulled him towards the restaurant. Uncle Ron, come and help too. Let him help with handicrafts. Fu Jianye didn't say anything and was slowly pulled over by the 2 little ones. In the restaurant, Haicheng put down the work in his hands and stood up to greet him. Seeing her daughter pulling Fu Jianye to help, she hurriedly said, No need. Mommy, one more person can work faster. Rui said. Haicheng, uncle is a grown man, he has never done such delicate work, his hands and feet are not flexible, let's not trouble uncle. Fu Jianye glanced at her. Just like your cooking, it's very unsatisfactory, right? Being ridiculed. Haicheng moved her lips, but couldn't refute. For a moment, her pretty face was a little hot. Fu Jianye silently hooked the corners of his lips, his eyes swept across the 2 finished jewelry on the table, and a hint of surprise flashed in his black eyes. Did you make all these? Haicheng made a red agate necklace and real flower-dripping rubber earrings. Very delicate, full of high-end feeling. I thought she was just a young lady who didn't touch the water, but I didn't expect she had this skill. I made it. Haicheng said. Fu Jianye played with the necklace and blurted out a sentence. You look quite clever, how come you can't cook? Haicheng. She was speechless at the man's teasing look. Is there a necessary connection between handicrafts and cooking? No one stipulates that people who can do handicrafts must be able to cook, right? Uncle Ruan, don't say that about my mommy. Mommy doesn't need to know how to cook. She's not here to be our babysitter. Shearzad was suddenly interrupted. Fu Jinya was just joking, but he didn't expect Shearzad to make a big deal out of it. He lowered his eyes and met the little guy's serious face, with a hint of interest in his eyes. Why does this child give him the feeling of a domineering boss who thinks, I can bully my people? If anyone dares to touch me, I will fight him to the death. He deliberately teased him, who called me for help at noon. It wasn't him who called. Shearzad choked and looked at his two sisters uncomfortably. It was Ruerue and I who called Uncle Ruan without mommy and brother's knowledge. Mimi raised her hand quickly. Yeah, Uncle Ruan, the dishes you asked Uncle Ju to bring are delicious. Ruerue said milky. Fu Jinya curled his lips silently. These children are cute and sensible, and the eldest will protect his mother. It shows that Xiaochu taught well. It also shows that they have good genes. I don't know who their biological father is. What are we having for dinner? Fu Jinya changed the subject. You asked Xiao Ju to bring a lot of dishes at noon. We didn't finish them, so there are still some left. Xiaochu felt a little guilty as she spoke. Fu Jinya's eyebrows subconsciously frowned. Are you going to let them eat leftovers? Some dishes haven't been touched, so they can't be considered leftovers. The man's eye swept over, and Xiaochu swallowed the rest of her words inexplicably. This guy is just a little assistant, why is his eyes so fierce? Maybe he has been with his boss for a long time, so he has been influenced by him? Uncle Ruan, my mommy can't cook. You don't let us eat leftovers. How about you cook dinner? Shearzad interrupted again. Fu Jinya's handsome sword eyebrows raised slightly. Nowadays, the little brat is the first one who dares to order him to cook. This kid seems to be a little hostile to him. Of course, what Fu Jinya doesn't know is that Shearzad is not very satisfied with the red line he has tied. That's why he deliberately makes things difficult for him. He thinks that mommy is beautiful and kind, and should find a handsome and rich husband. It was his negligence that found a poor husband for mommy. If he found the president of Fu Group for mommy, mommy wouldn't have to cook and wouldn't have to work so hard. How about I make you some noodles? Xiaochu felt that Fu Jinya didn't look like someone who could cook. Maybe he wasn't as good as her at cooking. Besides, although they were married, they were just two strangers. How could they let a stranger cook for them? No. I want to eat leftovers. Yeah, eat leftovers. The two little girls protested in unison. Xiaochu wanted to escape. Daughters, do you really dislike her so much? She can't cook, but she should be able to make noodles, right? Uncle Ruan, can you cook? If you can't, don't be so arrogant and scold mommy in the future. Shearzad said seriously. Scold. It seems that he didn't really scold Xiaochu, right? This kid really can't stand his mother getting angry at all. Wait, I'll go cook. Fu Jinya unbuttoned the sleeves of his shirt and rolled them up, revealing a small section of his strong and cold white arms. Xiaochu's almond eyes widened immediately. He really knows how to cook. It doesn't seem like it. Wow, Uncle Ruan can cook, so great. Rui clapped her soft little hands, looking a little excited. Yeah, Uncle Ruan can cook, we don't have to eat the dark food made by mommy anymore. Mimi laughed. Xiaochu. Don't be happy too early, maybe he is just trying to save face. Maybe his food is more like pig food than what mommy makes. Shearzad said. Xiaochu discovered that her boy seemed not very satisfied with Fu Jinya. She bent down slightly, held his little shoulders, and spoke softly. Juo, mommy knows you care about me, but you should be more polite to Uncle Ruan in the future. After all, he gave us a home. Shearzad raised his chin slightly. Let's see how he performs. This marriage was asked for by Uncle Ruan himself. Since he married mommy, he should take the responsibility of taking care of mommy. If he can't do anything to satisfy mommy, he can also help mommy find a husband. Juo, help mommy clean up the table, mommy will go in and help Uncle Ruan. Xiaochu touched his little head lovingly and turned to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Fu Jinya flipped through the refrigerator. Take out a few ingredients. Well, if you can't cook, don't force yourself. You are a man, it's normal that you can't cook, and the children won't laugh at you. Xiaochu walked in and said softly, "Help me get the apron." Fu Jinya threw a piece of pork belly into the pool without looking up, and just ordered lightly. Seeing that he really wanted to cook, Xiaochu didn't say anything more. She picked up the apron hanging on the wall and walked in front of the man. "Lower your head." Fu Jinya glanced at her and lowered his head slightly. The man was very tall, about 1.88 meters. Xiaochu was 1.68 meters, a full 20 centimeters shorter. She stood on tiptoe and put on the apron. The moment the man lowered his head, a fresh and pleasant smell came to her face. Xiaochu subconsciously looked over and could see a small black mole at the root of his ear, which was particularly obvious under the light. Lu Yuanju also had a small black mole at the base of his ear. Back then. Chapter 9. The relationship with the family is not good. Realizing that she was thinking of the scumbag, Xiaochu quickly stopped thinking, then turned around and came behind Fu Jinya and tied the belt for him. "Do you need my help? Can you wash rice?" The man's voice was magnetic and pleasant, but Xiaochu felt that he was laughing at her stupidity. "Don't be angry. She is really stupid in cooking. She must learn to face her shortcomings." Xiaochu took a breath and said softly, "Yes." Fu Jinya paused in washing the meat and looked at her. "I thought the woman would argue with me, but I didn't expect her to be so calm." Xiaochu took the rice and thought about the lunch. She asked, "You haven't told me yet, how much does the lunch cost?" Fu Jinya didn't answer her question, but asked, "Didn't I give you 500,000? Since you can't cook, why don't you order takeout for the children?" Xiaochu paused while holding the rice and said softly, "Money should be spent wisely. She is no longer a wealthy lady. She has to raise children and pay for her mother's medical expenses. One penny should be spent carefully." Fu Jinya looked sideways and watched the woman's slender eyelashes tremble, like two small brushes, gently and softly, as if brushing across his heart. "No money for lunch, it's in my boss's account. I will give you 20,000 yuan a month for living expenses in the future. Buy whatever you want and don't treat the children harshly." Xiaochu paused when she turned on the faucet, and a trace of doubt flashed in her beautiful almond eyes. This man not only gave her a 500,000 yuan betrothal gift, but now he has to give her 20,000 yuan a month for living expenses. There is no such thing as a free lunch. He is handsome, doesn't mind having 3 children, and now he gives her living expenses. Why does she feel so weak? She feels uneasy, as if she has been fattened up and sent to the slaughterhouse. "No need, I can make money to raise the children myself." "You raise children. You raise them with your dark cuisine. You raise them to be pale and thin, and finally let others say that the children's stepfather abuses them." Fu Jinya put the washed meat on the chopping board. His tone was neither light nor heavy, but with sarcasm. Xiaochu's pretty face became hot, and she wanted to escape again. I don't mean that. It's just that we are not related to you." "Not related?" Fu Jinya stared at her with his dark eyes. "Xiaochu, have you forgotten that we have already obtained a marriage certificate?" This sentence made Xiaochu speechless. That's the truth, but their marriage is not normal. Xiaochu, the living expenses are not for you, but for the children. They are very cute, just think of it as my poverty alleviation. Xiaochu. Okay, although this man is a little bit venomous, he seems to be quite caring at the moment. Then she will remember his kindness and repay him when she has the chance. Xiaochu did not object anymore, put the washed rice into the pot and plugged in the power. Turning around, watching the man skillfully cut the meat, a hint of surprise flashed in her almond eyes. You can tell whether a person can cook by looking at the way he cuts vegetables. This man really doesn't look like someone who can't cook. There is cod in the refrigerator. Do the children like fish? If they do, I'll make steamed cod for them, which is more nutritious. Fu Jinya saw her stunned and said in a light voice. Xiaochu came back to her senses and said, "The children are allergic to cod and can't eat it. The children ate cod once 2 years ago and got a rash on their bodies." She was scared. Fu Jinya paused, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Are they also allergic to cod? Yeah. Xiaochu heard the word also and asked curiously, is there anyone else who is allergic to cod? My grandfather. What a coincidence. Xiaochu asked casually, aren't your grandfather and your parents in Haicheng? Fu Jinya paused in cutting meat and hummed lightly. He didn't want to talk more. Xiaochu blinked her almond eyes, not knowing if it was her illusion, the man's breath was a little cold just now. Why? Is his relationship with his family not very good? The kitchen was very quiet for a while, and Food Genius skillfully soaked the cut meat in water starch. Xiaochu stood aside and watched. Do you need my help? Can you wash vegetables? If you can, wash the vegetables. His tone was quite like telling a child who couldn't do anything. I'm not that stupid. Xiaochu couldn't help but mutter. Food Genius's lips curled up with a half smile. Wash it clean. I don't want to fight with the children for the toilet in the middle of the night. Xiaochu. The children must have told him that they had eaten unclean vegetables at noon. How embarrassing. She swore that she must learn to cook and make them look at her with new eyes. Xiaochu didn't expect that Food Genius could really cook. Not only could he cook, but he also made it delicious. In just half an hour, he made 6 dishes and a soup. Fried steak, fish-flavored pork shreds, 3 fresh vegetables, and a tomato fish soup. Time is tight, I only made a few home-cooked dishes today, try them all. Food Genius said indifferently. Wow, it smells so good. Yeah, it looks delicious. The 2 little girls had stars in their eyes. It won't be good looking but not delicious, right? Shiazad's face was calm, and he didn't forget to pour cold water. Food Genius raised his sword eyebrows and served him a bowl of soup. You'll know after you try it. Shiazad took a spoon and tasted the soup, his obsidian eyes suddenly lit up. The soup tasted sour and sweet, and it was delicious. Are you satisfied? Food Genius asked. It's just so-so. Shiazad was vague and drank 2 more sips. Just so-so. He drank a few sips already? What a proud little brat. Food Genius's lips curled slightly, but he didn't expose his insincere words. Well, Uncle Juan's soup is delicious. Yeah, Uncle Juan's cooking is great. The 2 sisters were not as reserved as their elder brother, and they were not stingy with their praise. Food Genius's eyebrows flashed with a smile, and he picked up some dishes for the 2 girls, and then started eating. The man was elegant and well-mannered when eating. He didn't look like an ordinary person, but seemed to be a child of a noble family. Xiaochu couldn't help but look at him more. This man is handsome, can cook, and is kind. Except for being a little sharp-tongued and a little cold, there are no other problems. Such a man is also a good man. Why did he marry her in a flash? I can't figure it out, I really can't figure it out. You don't have to stare at me all the time just because you know I'm handsome. The man said slowly and jokingly. Xiaochu came back to her senses and realized that she had been staring at him. Her pretty face suddenly became hot. No, I'm just curious, how can you cook such a good dish? Food Genius paused while eating and opened his thin lips. I grew up in a poor family, my father didn't love me, and I practiced it myself. Chapter 10. No habit of sleeping in separate beds. If Jushin was here, he would probably drop his jaw when he heard what his CEO said. If the richest man in Haicheng said that his family was poor, who else would dare to say that they were rich? Of course, there is some truth in the saying that a father doesn't love a mother. Uncle Juan was so pitiful when he was a child. You eat. Rui picked up a piece of food for Food Genius with chopsticks, her big watery eyes full of concern. Uncle Juan, we will be a loving family from now on. We love you. Mi also picked up a piece of food for him with chopsticks. Yeah. Give you love. Heart. The 2 little girls made a heart for him together. Food Genius felt that his heart was like being soaked in honey water, delicate and sweet. Originally, he just wanted to get married quickly, but he didn't want to buy 1 get 3 free. Let him have a touch of warm dawn in his boring life of nearly 30 years. After dinner, Xiaochu began to clean up the kitchen. She only heard the chirping laughter of the daughters coming from the living room. She looked sideways and saw that the 2 daughters were sticking to Food Genius, looking up at their little faces and saying something to him. The man leaned on the sofa casually and elegantly, listening with a smile on his face, and occasionally echoed the words. Xiaochu smiled with her lips curved, and the 2 daughters seemed to really like her flash-married husband. And he was also very patient with the children. On the sofa, Food Genius listened to the baby voice of the little baby. He, who usually loved quietness, did not find it noisy, but rather very interesting. He glanced at Shiazadwa, who was sitting beside him with a serious face. This is the eldest in the family. It seems that only if he recognizes himself, his position in the family will be stable. Fu Jinya glanced at the book in the little guy's hand, raised his eyebrows slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his black eyes. The little guy is actually reading a programming book? Do you understand programming? Shearzad's face was serious, and he did not speak. He turned a page and continued to read the book immersively. This aloof look is comparable to his own. Uncle Ruan, my brother is a little genius. Yeah, my brother knows everything. The two little girls acted as spokespersons for their brother. Fu Jinya changed his sitting position and curled his lips. It just so happens that I also know a little bit of programming. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Hearing this, Shearzad's little ears moved. He raised his eyes, a little skeptical. Do you really know how to program? Fu Jinya raised his eyebrows. Why don't we try it on the computer? Shearzad didn't say anything, but he lifted his little butt and slid down the sofa. Fu Jinya curled his lips, got up and went into the master bedroom with him. After Xiaochu cleaned up and came out of the kitchen, she saw only her two sisters in the living room, and she couldn't help but feel curious. Rui Mi, Juo, and Uncle Ruan. They are in Uncle Ruan's room. Xiaochu blinked. What are they doing in the room? Uncle Ruan is teaching my brother something. Surprisingly, Xiaochu knew that her son was a little genius. So he was very arrogant. Usually, he rarely asked anyone to teach him anything. And now? Xiaochu hesitated for a moment, walked to the door of the master bedroom, gently turned the door handle, and looked inside. The master bedroom was a suite with a small study room inside. At this time, two people, one big and one small, were sitting at the computer desk. The room was filled with the sound of keyboards. And the man's deep and magnetic voice. It seemed that he was instructing something. Xiaochu knew that her son was very talented in computers. She couldn't understand a word of the computer books she usually read. And her flash-married husband could actually instruct her son. Isn't he just a little assistant? But I think people who can be the president's assistant should be very good. The warm yellow light poured down, coating the man with a halo. At this moment, he was like a father tutoring his child's homework. It made people feel warm. Xiaochu pursed her red lips, and couldn't help but wonder again. Why would such a good man in all aspects marry her? Is it really just because they are compatible in that aspect? This question has been bothering her for a long time. Night has come. The children are all asleep. In the master bedroom, Fu Jinya took a bath and took out a nightgown from the closet. He looked around and didn't find Xiaochu's things in the closet. He narrowed his eyes, put on his nightgown and walked out of the bedroom. At this time, Xiaochu was still making jewelry to be delivered to the guests tomorrow in the restaurant. Her beautiful hair was tied into a low ponytail. A strand of hair hung mischievously on one side. The beautiful side profile has beautiful lines, and a hint of playfulness is added to her charm. Fu Jinya's eyes condensed slightly, and his eyes swept across her heaving chest, and his Adam's apple rolled slightly. At this time, Xiaochu finally finished. She breathed a sigh of relief and stretched happily. A man's low and magnetic voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Are you still not sleeping? Xiaochu was startled and turned to see Fu Jinya walking towards her. The man was wearing a black silk nightgown. Broad shoulders, narrow waist and long legs. Dignified and abstinent. Xiaochu felt a little uncomfortable and raised her hand to tuck the broken hair behind her ears. The delivery is due tomorrow, you should go to sleep first. She was not used to being in the same room with a man she had only met twice. Fu Jinya glanced at the finished product on the table. Isn't it finished? Well, there's still a little bit left to do. Fu Jinya saw her evasion and a hint of interest flashed in his eyes. Are you shy? No, who is shy? Xiaochu pretended to be calm. Fu Jinya nodded. I think so too. You have given birth to 3 children, and it's not the first time we have slept in the same bed. It would be hypocritical to be shy again. This made people feel inexplicably harsh. As if she was particularly casual. Xiaochu's face faded. Please don't treat me as a casual woman. If you marry me, is it really just because you are interested in my body? Sorry, I'm afraid I can't accept it. I'll sleep on the sofa tonight. Women, there is sex only when there is love. She went to bed with him before because she recognized the wrong person. Now, in a sober state, she really can't do it, have sex with a man she has only met twice. Her beautiful face was slightly tense, with a hint of stubbornness. Fu Jinya approached little by little. You mean, you have to wait until you fall in love with me before you are willing to have sex with me? The man's cold breath approached, with a hint of innate oppression. Xiachu's breathing stagnated, suppressing her fluctuating heartbeat, turned her head and pursed her lips without saying a word. The man's mocking voice came from her ears. Am I marrying a vase as a decoration? Xiachu curled up her fingers, and her long feather eyelashes trembled slightly. Thinking of the 500,000 yuan the man gave her, she struggled for a while and softened her tone. Sorry, I'm not ready yet. Can you please give me some time? The soft tone, with a hint of request. Fu Jinya stared at her beautiful face and stood up straight. Go take a shower and take your things into the master bedroom. After getting married, I don't have the habit of sleeping in a separate bed from my wife. Chapter 11. Can you bear it? A trace of panic flashed in Xiachu's beautiful eyes. She said so much, but this man still wanted to force himself on her. Don't worry, I don't even bother to force myself on a woman. Fu Jinya said in a light tone, and walked towards the master bedroom with long legs. The man's back was tall and majestic, with an unignorable domineering aura. Xiachu breathed a sigh of relief unconsciously. But when she thought of someone's bravery in bed, her heart, which had just been put down, could not help but rise again. This man is not Liu Xiaohui. Sleeping in the same bed with her, can he really bear not to touch her? With this question, Xiachu dragged her feet and moved her things to their master bedroom. After taking a shower, she saw Fu Jinya sitting on the bed and watching a tablet. The soft light hit his face, illuminating the man's handsome and cold face. Xiachu bit her red lips lightly, walked to the side with gritted teeth, lifted the corner of the quilt and lay on the bed, far away from him. Fu Jinya finished reading a report and looked sideways. Looking at the empty space in the middle of the big bed, he didn't say anything and continued to look at the tablet. Xiachu lay quietly on her side, closed her eyes and dared not move. She didn't know how long it had been. When she was about to fall asleep, she felt the person next to her move. Before she was fully awake, the man took her into his arms from behind. The refreshing man's breath enveloped her. Xiachu's heart skipped a beat, and her chaotic thoughts were instantly clear. Didn't he say he wouldn't touch her? What is he doing now? Sure enough, the man's words are credible, and a sow can climb a tree. Xiachu's body was stiff, wondering whether to break up with him or close her eyes and pretend she was bitten by a dog. However, she didn't wait for Fu Jinya to touch her. The man just hugged her, and soon there was a sound of even breathing. He just fell asleep like this? Xiachu slowly opened her eyes and carefully turned her head to the side. In the darkness, the man's face was unclear. Only the perfect outline could be seen. The slightly hot breath sprayed on her face, which was a little itchy. Xiachu didn't dare to make a sound, for fear of waking him up. This man, he really didn't touch her. She was relieved, but she was surprised. Why did this man marry her? Is it just because he has been lonely for a long time, and he wants to find someone to accompany him? It's a bit ridiculous. Xiachu couldn't figure it out, so she just didn't think about it. She exhaled lightly, closed her eyes and fell asleep. That night, she had a dream. In the darkness, she desperately entangled a man. The man couldn't stand her rubbing, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Are you sure you want me to help you?" She hummed softly and kissed the man's lips hard, expressing her thoughts with practical actions. Xiachu suddenly woke up with a weightlessness. She opened her eyes and looked at the ceiling above her head. She was stunned for a few seconds. The man's low and hoarse voice seemed to remain in her ears. This voice. Xiachu swallowed her saliva as her thoughts came back little by little. What a real erotic dream. It seemed to be in her distant memory. And the man in the dream, she actually thought it was her flash-married husband. How embarrassing. Xiachu subconsciously glanced at her side. There was no one on the bed. She took her phone and took a look. It was already past 7 in the morning. Last night, her flash-married husband just hugged her and slept all night. And she, probably because there was a man around her, had a beautiful erotic dream. Xiachu patted her hot face, lifted the quilt and got out of bed. After washing up and leaving the master bedroom, she heard bursts of laughter coming from the living room. The children have already gotten up. At this time, the son was sitting on the sofa reading a book, and the two daughters were sticking to Fu Jinya again, and they seemed to have endless things to say to him. The room was filled with a peaceful and warm atmosphere. Mommy, good morning. Xiaozidwa was the first to see Xiaochu and greeted her. Mommy is awake. Mommy, Uncle Ron has prepared breakfast. Just waiting for you to get up. The two little girls' baby voices made Xiaochu feel warm. Looking into Fu Jinia's deep eyes, she felt a little embarrassed when she thought of her dream. She made small talk. Did you make breakfast? Fu Jinia, there is no snail girl at home. Xiaochu was stunned and couldn't help but reply, there is no snail girl, but there is a snail boy. Fu Jinia raised his eyebrows and smiled slightly. You treat me as free labor. Xiaochu looked innocent. I want to be a free labor, are you willing? No, I like Uncle Ron, the snail boy. Yeah, I like Uncle Ron. The two little girls hugged Fu Jinia and expressed everyone's thoughts. Xiaochu couldn't help but laugh, and met Fu Jinia's deep eyes, with a look that said, you know it after you see it. Fu Jinia chuckled, touched the little heads of the two little girls, and said softly, let's go have breakfast. Okay. He took the two little girls in one hand and walked to the restaurant. Xiaochu looked at their backs and smiled. It was only one day after the flash marriage, and her mood seemed to have improved a lot. Juo, let's go to eat. Oh. Xiaozidwa put the book aside, watched Fu Jinia carry the two sisters to the chair, and pursed his lips. Although this Uncle Ron didn't have much money, he was a good person. He could cook and program. Well, barely give him a 6. After breakfast, Fu Jinia was going to the company. Xiaochu sent him to the door, handed him the briefcase, and asked casually, why are you going to the company? Fu Jinia took the briefcase and lied calmly. I drove the boss's car back yesterday. Xiaochu, does your boss trust you very much? He said, yes, I am his right-hand man. Xiaochu hesitated for a moment, but it's not good to use the company car for personal purposes all the time. The boss values you, you can't be arrogant, you have to have a sense of propriety. Fu Jinia was a little surprised that Xiaochu would say that. You know a lot about the workplace. My family used to run a company, and I studied management. Xiaochu thought of her parents' accident, and her heart ached again. Fu Jinia glanced at her and said nothing more. I'm leaving. Wait a minute. Fu Jinia stopped and waited for her next words. There's a hair on the collar. Xiaochu raised her hand, removed the hair for him, and neatly tidied his clothes for him. Women have their own fragrance. Familiar and good smelling. Fu Jinia looked at her beautiful and gentle eyebrows, and his eyes softened a little. Because of this woman, he, who had been suffering from insomnia, had another good sleep last night. This marriage is worth it. After sending Fu Jinia away, Xiaochu began to tidy up this warm little home. Although this place is not comparable to her previous home, she feels very at ease. Today she also made an appointment with a customer to deliver goods, so when the agreed time came, she said goodbye to the children and set off for the appointment. The place where the customer met was a cafe, not far from Jingyuan. It takes about 10 minutes to take a taxi. But now is different from the past. Xiaochu was reluctant to take a taxi, so she took the bus to the destination. After entering the cafe, she found a seat by the window and sent a message to the other party, telling the other party where she was. Soon, someone came over. Are you Chushin? Chushin is her name on the social software. Full name, Chushin Handmaid. I am Chushin. You are Angel, right? Xiaochu stood up and greeted the other party. When she saw the face of the person in front of her clearly, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Xinyao, is that you? If she was not mistaken, the client who made an appointment with her was a junior high school classmate. She was also her former best friend, Zhang Xinyao. Chapter 12. Do you want to find the biological father of your child? Chuchu, it's you, long time no see. Zhang Xinyao opened her arms and hugged Xiaochu. Xiaochu was a little excited, and after hugging back, the two sat down and chatted. I didn't expect that we would meet in this way. Yes, you abandoned me back then, and I thought we would never meet again. Zhang Xinyao smiled with her eyes curved, and her small face, with dimples, showed her red lips and white teeth. Xiaochu laughed. No, you are wrong, right? It was you who abandoned me, okay? Zhang Xinyao glanced at her. Who said that? I asked you to choose between me and Lin Shilan, and you chose Lin Shilan, didn't you? Speaking of Lin Shilan, Xiaochu's smile froze. Yes. She was innocent and didn't know people well. She lost her real friends for a fake sister. She and Lin Shilan were also classmates in junior high and high school. Lin Shilan came from a poor family and went to school on scholarships, so she was inevitably bullied. She was kind-hearted. Once she saw Lin Shilan being bullied by several female classmates, she couldn't help but stand up for her. So Lin Shilan began to get close to her. Finally, the three of them became good friends. How did they break up later? She remembered that when she was in the first year of high school, Lu Yuanju, who was in the third year of high school, wrote her a love letter to confess his love to her. Lu Yuanzhou's family was not good either. But he was a celebrity in the school. He is not only good at studying, but also an active member of literature and art. He is quite popular with girls. In fact, she didn't know what love was at that time. She was just a little happy about Lu Yuanzhou's confession. She shared this with two good friends. Zhang Xinyao reminded her not to indulge in love, because they were still young and it would not work out. She was young and delicate at that time, and she blamed Zhang Xinyao for pouring cold water on her. Later, for some reason, the class teacher knew about this. The class teacher called her parents and said that she was in a prematic love relationship. Although her parents doted on her, they were very strict with her in her studies. For this matter, her parents said harsh words to her, which made her cry because she had a strong self-esteem. At the same time, she was not allowed to go out on weekends. She was very angry at the person who reported it. At this time, Lin Shilan told her that it was Zhang Xinyao who reported it to the class teacher. Thinking of Zhang Xinyao's reminder to herself, she believed Lin Shilan's words and ran to question Zhang Xinyao. Zhang Xinyao naturally refused to admit it. Who should she believe? She hesitated at that time. Zhang Xinyao was very angry and said that she could only choose one person between herself and Lin Shilan as a friend. She hesitated at that time. Finally, Zhang Xinyao took the initiative to withdraw from the trio. Later, Zhang Xinyao moved and transferred to another school, and the two never contacted each other again. Xie Chu recalled the past and sighed. Looking at her friend who still looked sweet and lovely, she felt a little apologetic. Xinyao, it should be Lin Shilan who deliberately slandered you back then. I don't know why she slandered you. The smile on Zhang Xinyao's face also faded a little. It's probably because Lin Shilan likes Lu Yuanzhu, and I accidentally saw her showing goodwill to Lu Yuanzhu. Lin Shilan should be afraid that I will tell you about this, so she alienated our sisterhood. Xie Chu was a little surprised. There is this thing. Zhang Xinyao nodded. Yes, actually I don't like Lin Shilan, she is quite scheming. Indeed. Xie Chu is deeply touched now. Why didn't you remind me then? Zhang Xinyao glanced at her. Lin Shilan is very good at pretending. She behaves very well and submissive in front of you. If I say she is not good, will you believe it? Xie Chu sneered, a little embarrassed. That's right. She was too naive when she was young. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been deceived by a scumbag and a bitch. Chu, I heard about you and your family. Are you okay? Zhang Xinyao held Xie Chu's hand and asked with concern. It's hard to say. Xie Chu pulled the corner of her mouth and told Zhang Xinyao about her recent situation. Zhang Xinyao widened her eyes. Why do I feel like I'm listening to a novel? I'm not surprised that Lin Shilan and Lu Yuanzhu are involved. I'm shocked that Lu Yuanzhu shamelessly asked you to accompany a client, but what shocked me even more is that you actually got married with that man in a flash. Xie Chu smiled silently, and sighed a little about her flash marriage. Chu, you didn't meet a liar, did you? Zhang Xinyao said. Xie Chu lowered her eyes, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. I'm a single mother with no money and no family background, what else can I be deceived by? Sex deception. Zhang Xinyao blurted out. Xie Chu blinked her almond eyes and thought of last night. The man said he wouldn't touch her, and he really didn't touch her. She smiled with a crooked eye. No, he's quite a gentleman. Zhang Xinyao stared at her, still looking incredible. Xie Chu interrupted with a smile. Okay, don't just talk about me, talk about you. How are you now? I'm okay. Zhang Xinyao said, I studied Chinese medicine in college, and entered Haicheng First People's Hospital after graduation. If you feel uncomfortable in the future, you can come to me. Xie Chu joked with a smile. No, I don't want to come to you because of physical discomfort. Zhang Xinyao also smiled. That's right, don't get sick no matter what you have. She looked at Xie Chu's beautiful eyebrows and sighed that things are impermanent. I really didn't expect that you have 3 children at such a young age. As the saying goes, early birth brings early blessings. Chu, your blessings are behind. Chu thought of her 3 precious babies and smiled with curved eyes. Yes, 3 children are the best gift God has given me. Chu, who is the biological father of the 3 children? Zhang Xinyao asked tentatively. Chu's smile faded slightly. I don't remember. Don't remember? Well, I lost a memory. Zhang Xinyao was thoughtful. Chu, I know acupuncture. If you want to find the biological father of the children, maybe I can help you try acupuncture, which should help you restore your memory. Find the biological father of the children. Chu's heart skipped a beat, and her fingers curled slightly. In fact, it's not that she hasn't thought about regaining her memory and finding the biological father of the children. But she was a little scared. People are afraid of unknown things. She was afraid that the memory was unbearable. What if the biological father of the children is not a good person? Or, what if the father of the children learned about the existence of the children and wanted to compete with her for the custody of the children? The children are her life. If someone snatches them away one day, it will cost her life. So she didn't dare to act rashly. Xinyao, let me think about it. If I want to recover my memory one day, I will come to you for acupuncture. Okay. Zhang Xinyao nodded. At this time, she saw 2 people entering the coffee shop. She narrowed her eyes. Chu, those 2 people are Lu Yuanju and Lin Shilan, right? Chu turned around, and the expression on her face faded a little. Yes, it's them. She and Zhang Xinyao sat near the door, and the position was more conspicuous. So when Lin Shilan came in with Lu Yuanju, she also saw Chu. Her eyes flashed. Yuanju, it's Chu. Lu Yuanju followed her gaze and thought of his former fiancé, who married someone in a flash, and his face darkened. He seemed to still be in pain. Chu, did she really marry the man who drove the Bentley? Who on earth is that man? Chapter 13. I know how good my husband is. Lin Shilan took Lu Yuanzhou's arm and walked in front of Chu. Chu, I heard from Yuanzhou that you got married in a flash. Why are you so anxious? Even if Yuanzhou doesn't love you, there's no need for you to humiliate yourself and marry a man with a problematic sexual orientation, right? Chu's cold gaze swept across the 2 of them, and a hint of fluctuation flashed across his eyes. My husband has a problem with his sexual orientation. Did Lu Yuanzhou tell you that? Yes. Lin Shilan had a smile on her face, but there was a knife hidden in her smile. We just met for a while. Although Yuanzhou doesn't love you, we are still friends. He knows a lot of rich people. If you want to get married, he will definitely introduce you to someone. Although you have 3 children, you can still accept some divorced, older men. You really don't need to find a problematic man to get married just to be angry with Yuanzhou. She looked at Chu and felt proud. She used to be a humble poor student, while Chu was a high-ranking rich lady. No matter where you go, Chu is always the focus of people's attention. And she is like an ugly duckling, existing to set off the beauty of Chu. Isn't it true that Chu will be reincarnated? Isn't it just having rich parents? Now, her family has fallen on hard times, and a phoenix in trouble is no better than a chicken. There is nothing left at the beginning of summer. Even her man was taken away by herself. I no longer have to curry favor with others and try to please Chu like she was the queen. Chu looked at the woman in front of him and just wanted to poke out his own eyes. How blind was she to be friends with such a scheming girl for 10 years? Listen to what was just said. Is this something a best friend of 10 years would say? Lin Shilan didn't consider herself a friend at all, but an enemy. I can't bear to see her doing well. Lin Shilan, do you really believe what he said? A hint of sarcasm flashed across Chu's eyes. Without waiting for Lin Shilan to reply, she looked at Lu Yuanzhou. Lu Yuanzhou, are you deliberately slandering my husband because you feel ashamed of yourself because of his handsome appearance and romantic temperament? Lu Yuanzhou sneered, nonsense. Chu, don't you think about it? As a single mother with nothing, which normal man would want you? Chu's face was calm. I don't want to argue with a fool. I know how good my husband is. Of course, even if I just find a random man to marry, it's better than marrying a despicable and shameless man like you. Her eyes fell on Lin Shilan again. Lin Shilan, do you think Lu Yuanzhou loves you very much? Why don't you listen to this first? Chu released a recording. Do you really want me to be your lover? Aren't you afraid that Lin Shilan will find out? As long as you don't tell me and I don't tell you, how will Xialan know? Yuan Ju, do you love me more or Lin Shilan more? Of course I love you more. This was the conversation between them that she recorded when she went to Lu Yuanzhou's villa to get something and deliberately pretended to be nice to Lu Yuanzhou who was harassing her. Lu Yuanzhou's face changed. He didn't expect Xiachu to record the conversation. Xiachu, you. Xiachu turned off the recording button and looked at Lin Shilan, whose smile had long disappeared from her face. Lin Shilan, Lu Yuanzhou is an ungrateful villain. He can send me to another man's bed today, and sell you out for profit tomorrow. I'm glad I didn't marry him. If you like it, take it away. I respectfully refuse. The woman had a look of sarcasm and disgust on her face. Lu Yuanzhou blushed at the ridicule. Xiachu, who are you calling trash? Are you looking for a fight? Hey, Lu Yuanzhou, are you so angry that you want to hit someone? Are you still a man? Zhang Xinyao, who had been silent all the time, stood up suddenly, tapped Lu Yuanzhou again and again with her fingertips, and finally pushed him hard. Lu Yuanzhou only felt a pain in his chest. Then, my body started to itch for no apparent reason. Hiss. He couldn't help but start scratching his ears and cheeks. A hint of sarcasm flashed across Zhang Xinyao's eyes. Lu Yuanzhou, weren't you dumped like trash by Chuchu? What are you doing here, flirting with others? I'm telling you, no matter how much you try to please Chuchu, Chuchu will never take back trash. Lu Yuanzhou was squeezed so hard that he wanted to curse, but the itchiness on his body made him too busy to speak. Lin Shilan recognized Zhang Xinyao. Are you Zhang Xinyao? It's me. Zhang Xinyao glanced at her with a look of disgust. Lin Shilan, quickly take away the garbage that Chuchu doesn't want, and don't pollute the air here. You what? Do you need me to explain to everyone how you deliberately stole someone's fiancé? People around looked over and pointed in this direction. Lin Shilan looked embarrassed. Seeing that Lu Yuanzhou was scratching, she suppressed her emotions and asked, Yuanzhou, what's wrong with you? I don't know. I feel itchy. I'll go to the hospital with you. Lu Yuanzhou glared at Xiachu fiercely, and was helped away in embarrassment by Lin Shilan. Zhang Xinyao burst out laughing. Scumbag, he will suffer in the end. Xiachu looked at the two people's leaving backs and blinked her almond-shaped eyes. What happened to Lu Yuanzhou? There was a flash of silver light on Zhang Xinya's fingertips, and a hint of pride flashed in her eyes. I just used a silver needle to prick his acupuncture points, making him itch unbearably, so I can help you vent your anger. Xiachu's eyes widened. Is it so magical? Yes, this is the charm of the silver needle, that's why I told you to come to me if you feel uncomfortable in the future. Dr. Zhang, I admire you so much. The two smiled at each other, and Zhang Xinyao said, okay, where is what I want? Speaking of business, Xiachu took out the finished jewelry. Give. Wow, it's so beautiful. I don't even want to give it away. Zhang Xinyao stroked the necklace and earrings and couldn't let go. Xiachu smiled and said, did you buy it as a gift? Yeah, my boyfriend's mentor's daughter's birthday is coming up, and he asked me to help pick out a gift. Zhang Xinyao put the things away carefully. When I saw the jewelry gif you posted on social media, I thought the pair of hands making the jewelry looked especially like your hands. So I placed the order with the mentality of giving it a try, and I didn't expect it was really you. So that's how it is. A best friend is a best friend. You can recognize it's her just by looking at her hands. How stupid she was back then, mistaking fish eyes for pearls and losing such a good friend. Xiachu felt even more apologetic. Xinyao, let me give you a discount. No, I don't need money. Zhang Xinyao said, you have to raise 3 children now, how difficult is it? I won't take advantage of you. Being too polite between friends will make them seem distant. Xiachu didn't say anything else, but just thought to herself that she must make a beautiful piece of jewelry for her old friend when she returned home. The two added each other on WeChat, and Zhang Xinyao transferred money to her. Come to think of it, the style of the jewelry you designed seems to be very similar to the jewelry launched by Fu's Jewelry under the Fu Group. Zhang Xinyao took out some jewelry pictures from her mobile phone. Look at this, Chuchu. Are the design styles of these jewelry similar to the jewelry you posted on social media? Xiachu looked at the jewelry pictures and pursed her red lips. I know that these jewels were designed by Lin Shilan. Chapter 14. My husband's grandfather came to visit me. What? Why are the jewelry designed by Lin Shilan so similar to the jewelry you designed? Zhang Xinyao looked surprised. A hint of sneer flashed across Xiachu's eyes. I also studied design at Lin Shilan University. Just 1 year after graduation, he became the chief designer due to his unique design style. But only she knew that several popular jewelry designs by Lin Shilan were perfected by her. She treated Lin Shilan as her best friend, so when Lin Shilan came to her for help, she gave her all she could. But I didn't expect that I was helping an ungrateful person. She was about to speak when she heard Zhang Xinyao add another sentence. Needless to say, it must be Lin Shilan who plagiarized your design idea, right? A hint of surprise flashed across Xiachu's eyes. Xinyao, why do you say that Lin Shilan plagiarized my design idea? Instead of me plagiarizing her design. Need I say more? How could a scheming woman like Lin Shilan create such beautiful jewelry? Zhang Xinyao said, as a matter of course, only a girl like you who is kind-hearted and skillful can design such beautiful jewelry. The bunch of flattery made Xiachu want to laugh and felt warm at the same time. Trusting each other unconditionally is what true friends are. When it comes to being dexterous, the first thing that comes to her mind is cooking. Xiachu couldn't help but look at her hands. Xinyao, you said I'm so clever and skillful, why can't I cook? Zhang Xinyao blinked and asked tentatively, Chu, could it be that your flash-married husband dislikes you for not being able to cook? The scene of food genius skillfully wielding a spatula in the kitchen flashed through Xiachu's mind. I don't think I dislike it, but I must learn how to cook. You can't always let your husband, who you married suddenly, cook for the 4 of them, right? Chu, you just said that your husband is handsome and suave, as if he is particularly outstanding. Zhang Xinyao teased, as the saying goes, if you want to capture a man's heart, you have to capture his stomach first. You want to learn how to cook, is that what you mean? Xiachu laughed, I didn't think so much. I learned to cook for the sake of the children's health. We can't always eat takeout, right? Zhang Xinyao nodded and gossiped, what does your flash-married husband look like? Do you have a photo? Xiachu smiled and said, there is no photo, but he is indeed very handsome. I will let you meet him some other day. Okay. Zhang Xinyao glanced at the time and said, Chu, I have something else to do. I have to leave first. We'll meet again another day. Good. 2 tables away, Jushin, who was discussing business with a client, saw the entire interaction between the 3 people. He took a look at the recorded video and prepared to go back and show it to his CEO. The young lady doesn't look like a softie. And her friends are pretty tough too. Outside the coffee shop, Xiachu and Zhang Xinyao hugged each other again and then parted ways. Xiachu was very happy to meet her long-lost friend. After getting on the bus, she sat in her seat and posted the pictures of the jewelry she had just sold on her social media. Soon, netizens commented below. Why are the jewelry designed by Chushin Handicraft so similar to the jewelry launched by Fu S Jewelry? I've been wanting to say what the above person said a long time ago. Chushin Handmade Jewelry plagiarized the jewelry designs of other big companies, right? How can a small workshop like this survive if it doesn't copy other people's ideas? And you still say that they are all original works? How shameless! We must resist plagiarism. Xiachu was not surprised when she saw these people's comments. She took out a few hand-drawn drafts from her mobile phone and uploaded them to the social software. Statement: all the jewelry sold in my shop is 100% original. If anyone says I plagiarized, please let the person who was plagiarized come and confront me. She was waiting for Lin Shilan to come and confront her. Lin Shilan, do you have the courage? The bus moved forward and soon arrived at the destination. Xiachu logged out of her social account, got out of the car, and walked towards Jingyuan across the street. While crossing the road, an old man walked straight towards her. Xiachu was thinking about something, but he avoided it in time. Unexpectedly, the old man cried out, and fell right in front of her, holding his chest and groaning. Xiachu was a little dumbfounded and quickly squatted down to help him. Are you okay? The person who fell was an old man with grey hair, wearing a simple cotton and linen outfit. At this moment, he was frowning with a look of pain on his face. My chest feels tight and uncomfortable. I am dying. Xiachu's heart tightened. I'll take you to the hospital right away. The old man looked at her nervous expression and said, "You want to send me to the hospital? Little girl, aren't you afraid that I will blackmail you? It's hard to be a good person these days. There are too many news reports about elderly people being scammed." Xiaochu was concerned about his safety and was about to take a taxi on the side of the road. She said casually, "Don't be afraid, there are surveillance cameras here." The old man's eyes flashed, "But if the surveillance video is not clear, and there is no one on either side who can testify, I will insist that it was you who hit me, and you will have no way to defend yourself." Xiaochu looked at him and said seriously, "Old man, medicine is advanced nowadays. We can tell whether I hit you or you got hurt in some other way by examining your injuries. Besides, justice is in the heart of the people. Not all old people are conscienceless. This girl is clear-headed and not cold-blooded when faced with things." There was a gleam of light in the old man's eyes. "Little girl, there's no need to send me to the hospital. I'm just too tired. I just need to rest for a while." Xiaochu frowned. "Are you really okay?" "It's okay. I know my own body." "Then shall I help you sit under the shade of the tree over there for a while?" "Good." Xiaochu helped the old man walk to the shade. The old man looked at Xiaochu carefully. He is a handsome man and is patient with the elderly. It's such a pity, how could she get pregnant before marriage and have 3 children? "Little girl, do you live in this neighborhood?" "Yes." "What about you? Do you live here too?" Xiaochu asked. "No, I'm here to look for someone." "Oh, did you find it?" "No, he didn't answer my call. Maybe he thinks an old man like me is an eyesore." The old man looked depressed. Xiaochu was stunned. "Are the people living here your family?" The old man nodded and said, "Little girl, since you live here, can you help me find out which apartment building Ruan Fuzong lives in?" Ruan Fuzong. Sounds a little familiar. I think this is the name of her flash-married husband. Xiaochu blinked, afraid that she didn't hear clearly, and asked again. "Grandpa, what's the name of the person you're looking for?" "His name is Ruan Fuzong, he's a tall and handsome guy." "Tall and handsome? Her flash-marriage husband is like this." Xiaochu looked at the old man in front of him and asked tentatively, "Grandpa, who is he to you?" "My grandson." Xiaochu. Well, the grandfather of her flash-married husband showed up. President's office of Fu Group. Jushin knocked on the door and came in. "Mr. Fu, the details of the contract with Mr. Li have been revised. Please review it." He handed over a document. Fu Jinya flipped through the document and then signed his name at the end. "Have you bought the computer desk and bunk beds I asked you to buy?" "I've already bought it. It will be delivered to Riverview Court this afternoon." Jushin quickly replied, "We have also invited the cooking auntie, and she should go to Jiangjingyuan to cook for the children now. Look at our president, he really cares about the affairs of the young lady and the children. The computer desk is bought for a little boy who can use the computer. The bunk beds were newly prepared for the 2 girls. Since the young lady couldn't cook, he asked her aunt to cook for the children. Everything is arranged perfectly." But he just couldn't understand why the president didn't reveal his identity and directly take the young lady and the others to live in the big villa. Chapter 15. You are married because of pregnancy. After listening to Jushin's report, Fu Jinya nodded lightly and continued to review the documents with his head down. Jushin thought of the video he had recorded and said, "Boss Fu, I ran into the young lady when I was talking to Boss Li in the coffee shop." Fu Jinya was somewhat uncomfortable with the title of young madam. "You mean the beginning of summer?" "Yes. What is she doing in the cafe?" "It seems that Madame Xiaofu is going to meet a client, and that client happens to be her friend." Jushin paused. "Young madam has run into some trouble." Fu Jinya paused his pen and looked up at him. Jushin quickly clicked to play the video he had recorded. Fu Jinya's eyes fell on the screen and he recognized Lu Yuanju at a glance. "It turns out that I met a scumbag." He listened carefully to the conversation between the few people. When he heard Xiaochu praising his handsomeness and romantic charm, his handsome eyebrows raised and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. He is quite good at praising people. The images on the phone continued to play. Xiaochu took out his cell phone and played a recording. Fu Jinya stared at the screen, his eyes slightly narrowed. No wonder she asked the scumbag who he loved the most. It turns out that she was setting a trap for the scumbag? Wait until the right moment to take it out and slap someone in the face. Not too naive. Boss Fu, the young lady looks gentle, but she's not shy at all. After the video was finished, Jushin couldn't help but praise it. Fu Jinya glanced at him and asked, "You have a good impression of her?" Jushin was shocked. As a small assistant, he didn't dare to comment casually on the boss's woman. "Mr. Fu, I just want to remind you that the young lady is so smart that she might find out your true identity soon." Fu Jinya leaned back slightly. "What do you want to say?" Jushin said with a stiff face, "What I want to say is that cheating is the most taboo in marriage. I'm afraid that the young lady will be angry if she knows that you cheated on him." The corners of Fu Jinya's lips curled up in a half smile. "I can't believe that you, an unmarried person, know so much about marriage." Jushin laughed awkwardly. The female secretaries in the secretarial office would chat about some family matters in private, and I overheard them when I had some free time. Fu Jinya lowered his head and continued with the work at hand. "Don't worry about things that you shouldn't worry about." His marriage with Xiaochu had not yet reached the point where he had to bother explaining it. At this moment, his cell phone on the table rang. "Speak of Cao Cao and he will appear." The call was from Xiaochu. Fu Jinya answered the phone. "Hello. Are you busy?" "Well, your grandpa is here." Fu Jinya's hand holding the pen paused and his narrow black eyes narrowed. "Who did you say is here?" "He said he was your grandfather who farmed in the countryside." "Farming in the countryside? This old man, why does he have to learn something else but to hide his identity and cheat people?" Knowing that he was married, I couldn't wait to meet my granddaughter-in-law. "I'll be right back." Riverview Court. The three little ones sat in a row on the sofa, staring at Grandpa Fu. Xiaochu poured a glass of water for the old man and sat on the other side obediently. It's impossible not to be nervous when meeting the parents for the first time. It's not anything else, but mainly because she is afraid that the old man cannot accept that she has 3 children. After all, no one is a saint. "Grandpa, I've already called Art Song, and he said he'll be back soon." Mr. Fu was looking at the 3 children. He didn't expect that his 3 children would be so good looking. Especially the boy, looking from the side, he actually looks a bit like his eldest grandson when he was a child. "These 3 children are my grandchildren. Are you getting married because of pregnancy?" Mr. Fu deliberately asked questions. How I wish I could hear Xiaochu say yes. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Xiaochu's face. "Sorry, Grandpa, the child is not Song's." Mr. Fu naturally knew that it was not the case, but there was still a hint of disappointment in his old eyes. "Then who is the biological father of these children?" "They don't have a father." Xiaochu lowered her eyes slightly, and her slender eyebrows trembled slightly. Mr. Fu frowned. "How can a child be without a father?" "She refuses to say." "Grandpa, don't you like us?" Seeing Mr. Fu frowning, Xiaozidwa asked directly. His eyes were dark and bright, and Mr. Fu seemed to see the shadow of his grandson when he was a child. "It's not that I don't like it. That is. Grandpa, we are very good, please don't dislike us." "Yeah, Grandpa, let me massage your legs for you." "Grandpa, let me give you a back massage." The 2 younger sisters slid down from the sofa and ran to Grandpa Fu with their short legs. One massages the legs, the other one pats the back. It's done in a very professional manner. If Mr. Fu still had some reservations at the beginning, he is now melted by their actions. Who can stand such a cute little kid acting like a spoiled brat? Smelling their milk fragrance and feeling the massage of their soft little hands, Mr. Fu was happy. Okay, you are so sensible, how could Grandpa not like you?" Hee, Grandpa, we are good babies that everyone loves and flowers bloom wherever we go." "Yeah, it just costs a bit of money to feed us." "Do they know how to spend money?" Mr. Fu was very happy. No wonder my eldest grandson doesn't mind Xiaochu having 3 children. Who can resist such a cute and sensible child? "What are your names?" "How old are you?" "My brother's name is Xiaozidwa, my sister's name is Xiaoziwei, and my name is Xiaozimi. We are 1, 2, and 3 in music. We are 4 years old." Har, who gave you the names?" "It's Mommy." Listening to the 4 people, young and old, chatting, Xiaochu's heart relaxed and then tensed, and then relaxed again. The imagined disgust, anger, and thunderstorm did not happen. It seems that the old man couldn't resist the sugar-coated bullets from the 3 little monkeys. "It seems that you like them quite a lot." From the kitchen came the sound of hot oil frying vegetables. That was the part-time worker hired by my husband who got married suddenly, cooking. Haicheng felt a little ashamed. Another waste of money. If she knew how to cook, she wouldn't have to hire a part-time worker. Seeing that the four people were chatting happily, she quietly got up and went to the kitchen. She wants to learn how to cook from the cook auntie. In the living room, the old man was chatting animatedly with the three little kids. It was learned that they originally wanted to find the richest man in Haicheng to be the father, but unexpectedly, by accident, they found their grandson. The old man was both angry and amused. That brat is really good at pretending. He is obviously the richest man in Haicheng, but he pretends to be a little assistant. Fortunately, he was well informed and pretended to be a poor man when he came here, so he was not exposed. Mr. Fu glanced at the kitchen and saw Haicheng helping the cook. At the beginning of this summer, I still can't cook. But this is just a small matter. The mistress of the Fu family may not know how to cook. The most important thing is to see whether she can stand by her grandson and be a good helper to him. He deliberately tested it when he came. This Haicheng was not a stupid person. Not long after, Fu Jinya came back. Uncle Ruan. The two little girls shouted with joy and ran over to greet him. A smile flashed across Fu Jinya's eyes, and he reached out and touched the heads of the two little girls. Uncle Ruan, Grandpa is here. Yeah, Grandpa doesn't hate us, he likes us very much. The two little girls rushed to report to him. Fu Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly and glanced in the direction of the living room. Meeting the old man's gaze, he walked over slowly. Why are you here? Chapter 16, It itches him. Why, you're not welcome. Mr. Fu glared at him. I raised you up, but you didn't even inform me about such a big thing as your marriage. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Fu Jinya chuckled. Aren't you very capable? Would you come to me on your own? Mr. Fu. What else can I do if he doesn't come to me himself? You're back. In the kitchen, Haicheng heard the noise and came out. Seeing that the atmosphere was not good, she said to Fu Jinya, if you have something to say, please speak nicely. Grandpa is old and can't stand stimulation. Don't make him angry. Hearing this, Mr. Fu felt relieved immediately. Did you hear that? Fu Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly and said jokingly, oh, how about the granddaughter-in-law I found for you? Mr. Fu choked and remained silent. Fu Jinya curled the corners of his lips silently. We all know each other, right? No need for me to introduce you again, right? Well, Grandpa, please sit for a while. There are 2 more vegetables and we can eat soon. Haicheng said softly. Good. Mr. Fu's impression of Haicheng improved a little. I'm going to smoke a cigarette, do you want one? Fu Jinya said. I have something to say to him alone. Mr. Fu understood and followed him to the balcony. Fu Jinya knocked a cigarette out of the cigarette box and handed it to Mr. Fu. No, it's too high-end and I can't get used to it. The old man said in a stern tone. Fu Jinya chuckled, why are you angry? Didn't I listen to you? You asked me to get married, so I got married. When this was mentioned, Mr. Fu immediately puffed out his beard and glared. I asked you to get married, not to find a single mother. Fu Jinya tapped the cigarette in his hand and said something in a casual tone. Buy 1 get 3 free, what a bargain. Mr. Fu choked, you. Are you not satisfied? Then how about I divorce Haicheng tomorrow and continue to be a commander without any troops? Mr. Fu's eyes widened, and he pointed at him and cursed, you unfilial son, you can make me angry as much as you want. Fu Jinya chuckled, Grandpa, it's a done deal, you should just accept it. Looking at the 3 cute little ones in the living room, Mr. Fu has actually accepted this fact. Who made the kids so cute? But I still have to vent my complaints to my grandson. Who is the biological father of the 3 children? I don't know. I didn't ask. Fu Jinya said. Mr. Fu narrowed his eyes, looked at the children, then looked at him, as if comparing something. Fu Jinya raised his eyebrows, what are you looking at? Mr. Fu said, don't you think that boy looks very similar to you? Could it be that he is the seed you sowed outside? Fu Jinya glanced at him and asked, am I such a casual person? Then why don't you be more casual? If you were more casual, I wouldn't have to worry so much about your lifelong affairs. If he didn't know the character of his eldest grandson, who was nearly 30 years old and had never been interested in women, he would really suspect that the two got married because of pregnancy. Is it wrong for me to be chaste? Do I have to be like my father, who has affairs everywhere and has a few illegitimate children to be considered good? Fu Jinya chuckled, his tone mocking. Looking at his undisciplined and uninhibited appearance, Mr. Fu sighed inwardly. Is it because of your father's behavior that you have been refusing to get married? Fu Jinya smelled the cigarette in his hand and asked casually, what's the point of getting married? Mr. Fu frowned, so you married Xie Chu but didn't reveal your identity. Is it just for the sake of novelty? When the novelty wears off, you will divorce her. Fu Jinya raised his eyebrows but did not comment. I'm overthinking. I just want to live a peaceful life. No deception, no scheming, just live the life of an ordinary person. Mr. Fu glanced at the small house and asked, like now? Well, isn't this good now? Mr. Fu moved his lips, seeming to want to say something but stopped himself. The eldest grandson wanted to live an ordinary life, but he is not an ordinary person after all. You don't have to stay in this tiny place and be an ordinary person forever, right? Grandpa, it's time to eat. Xie Chu knocked on the balcony door and made a gesture as if he was going to eat. Fu Jinya glanced at her and put the cigarette in his hand back into the cigarette box. Okay, let's go eat. Looking at the tall and straight back of his eldest grandson, Grandpa Fu sighed again. He understood that his eldest grandson probably distrusted marriage because of his parents' divorce. That's why they are reluctant to step into the marriage fortress. Now that he is marrying Xie Chu, maybe it is not a bad thing. Because of the presence of 3 children, there is more family warmth. Perhaps it would be able to warm the cold heart of my eldest grandson. Several people sat at the dining table, and because of the presence of the children, they had a very enjoyable meal. After dinner, the things Fu Jinya had jushin by were delivered. The 3 little kids were very excited when they saw it. Xie Chu frowned. She pulled Fu Jinya to the balcony and said, next time, discuss with me before buying something. Don't spend money recklessly. How much did these things cost in total? I'll transfer it to you. She discovered that her husband, whom she had married suddenly, spent money lavishly. If you don't know, you would think he is a rich second generation. I bought this for the children and didn't ask you to pay for it. Fu Jinya said. Xie Chu straightened his face and asked, how much do you earn a month? Fu Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly. What? 20,000 yuan for living expenses is not enough? You want me to hand over all my salary card? No. Xie Chu said quickly, I hope you have a plan for spending money and don't live paycheck to paycheck. We are not young anymore and we need to spend money every day. We should save some money every month for emergencies. Fu Jinya has never lacked money since he was a child, and usually a single order would be worth hundreds of millions. I really haven't thought about these. Ordinary people's lives probably need to be calculated in this way. He nodded, okay, I'll listen to my wife. Wife. Xie Chu was stunned. She was a little uncomfortable with this title at first. Seeing her staring at him in a daze, Fu Jinya curled the corners of his lips. What's wrong? You can't take your eyes off your handsome and charming husband. Xie Chu. Why does this sound so familiar? It seemed that she had praised Lu Yuanju like this in the morning in order to deliberately anger him. Meeting the man's teasing eyes, Xie Chu coughed lightly. Don't be so narcissistic. When someone compliments you, it's just a polite gesture. Don't let it get to your head. Polite words. Don't you think I'm nice and handsome? Fu Jinya said jokingly. Yes, you are very good, okay. Xie Chu had a beautiful and refined face, especially her slightly upturned eyes, which were coquettish and angry, and very attractive. Fu Jinya's heart moved and he teased her intentionally. Since I'm so good, as a wife, shouldn't you give me some rewards? Xie Chu blinked her almond eyes and asked, what reward do you want? Fu Jinya originally just wanted to tease her. But the woman's delicate cherry lips seemed like a hook, making his heart itch slightly. His slender fingers gently lifted her chin, and his voice was low and charming. Like a kiss. Chapter 17 The Impression I Left on You. The man's breath approached. Xie Chu widened her eyes and looked at his handsome face, as if she was bewitched, and did not move for a moment. The slight sound instantly brought her back to her senses. Xie Chu pushed Fu Jinya away and looked at the corner of clothes flashing by the door, her face flushed. Well, I'm going in. Fu Jinya was pushed and staggered, but he managed to steady himself. Looking at the slender back of the woman fleeing in panic, his Adam's apple rolled slightly and a hint of regret flashed in his dark eyes. Who just disturbed his fun? In the living room, Shiachu met the old man who was taking Mimi to the kitchen, and her pretty face suddenly became hot again. "Grandpa, do you want some tea? I'll make you some. It's so embarrassing. The old man must have seen me in such an embarrassing state just now. Hee, Grandpa, Mommy and Uncle almost kissed." "Sure, keep your voice down, your mommy will be embarrassed. Shiachu. Someone come dig a hole for her to crawl into." Fu Jinya walked over slowly and glanced at the old man. "Now that you've had enough, when are you going to leave?" Mr. Fu's originally smiling face suddenly turned serious after hearing this. "How long have I been here? Are you trying to drive me away? Do you believe me or not, I will tell my granddaughter-in-law." Fu Jinya sneered, not bothering to pay attention to him, and sat down on the sofa. At this time, Shiachu made a pot of tea and walked out of the kitchen. Old Master Fu glanced at his grandson and deliberately said loudly, "Granddaughter-in-law, I'm not going back today. Can I stay here?" Shiachu was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Okay." "No." The one who said no was Fu Jinya. Old Master Fu glared at him, "You heartless brat, just because I'm old and useless, do I become disliked? I raised you with my own hands when you were little, and you've forgotten." Fu Jinya glanced at him with a strong warning in his eyes. Mr. Fu snorted coldly, but didn't disobey him and just looked at Shiachu. Shiachu quickly tried to smooth things over. "Grandpa, don't be angry, no one is chasing you away, you can stay as long as you want." Shiazadwa, who was sitting on the sofa, had a childish voice. "Uncle Ruan, respect the elders and love the young. Uncle Ruan, just let Grandpa stay. Yeah, Grandpa won't leave." Hearing the baby voices, Mr. Fu was immediately delighted. "This early summer is really nice. Look how well mannered the 3 children have been educated. Did you hear that? I really love you in vain. I'd rather love a piece of barbecued pork than you." Fu Jinya laughed in anger. "There are only 3 rooms here, it's already crowded. You want to stay here, are you going to sleep on the sofa?" Mr. Fu glanced at the sofa and frowned. "The sofa is so soft, you want me, an old man, to sleep on it?" "Fu Jinya, then where do you want to sleep?" Shiachu interrupted, "How can you let Grandpa sleep on the sofa? Grandpa, you should sleep in the master bedroom tonight." "What did you say?" Fu Jinya's handsome face turned dark. "He is a misophobe and can't stand others sleeping in his bed. Even my own grandfather can't do that. Grandpa is old and has a bad back. He can't sleep on a mattress that's too soft." Shiachu explained in a gentle voice, "Besides, he is the elder, so let him sleep in the master bedroom." Fu Jinya looked at her and said, "You let him sleep in the master bedroom, then where should we sleep?" Shiachu thought for a moment and said, "My daughter and I will sleep in one room, and you can sleep on the sofa or in one room with Juo." Listening to her arrangements, Mr. Fu felt relieved again. "I'll follow my granddaughter-in-law's arrangements." Fu Jinya's handsome face turned even darker. Who just now was glaring at him with a look of dissatisfaction for marrying a single mother. Even Sichuan opera masks don't change as fast as his. Of course, Mr. Fu didn't really sleep in the master bedroom at night. The reason why he said that was that he wanted to deliberately anger his eldest grandson. Secondly, it was to test Shiachu's reaction. See whether Shiachu's care for this poor old man is genuine or insincere. Seeing that she did not dislike this uninvited guest, the old man felt even more satisfied. So when Fu Jin came back from work at night, he found that his old man and Juo were sleeping in the same room. "Little old man, why do you have to come here to join in the fun when you have a big villa to live in?" he asked. Grandpa took the initiative to sleep with Juo. Shiachu took his suit jacket and hung it up. "Well, don't chase Grandpa away in the future. He's lonely living in the countryside. The woman has a gentle voice and a calm face. Looks very virtuous." Fu Jinya glanced at her again. "Did he say anything to you this afternoon?" "I said a little." "What did you say? Did I tell you something bad about me?" Shiachu blinked her almond eyes. "No, but she just said that because of your original family background, you have a bad temper and a cold personality, so she asked me to bear more of your responsibility in the future." Fu Jinya's handsome face darkened. You still call this not saying bad things about me? Xiaochu couldn't help but laugh. This is the truth, I know it without him telling me. The old man talked to her about the family situation of her flash-married husband in the afternoon. It turned out that his parents divorced a long time ago and both remarried. No wonder, he said, that his father didn't love him and his mother didn't care about him. Both of his parents have started their own families, so they must have neglected him a lot. So, my husband who got married suddenly is a man who has been lacking love since childhood. I feel a little sympathetic towards him. You mean, I left you with the impression of having a bad temper and a cold personality? Fu Jinya approached her, and a dangerous aura approached. Xiaochu suppressed her heartbeat. No one is perfect. You are handsome and talented, which is already a favor from God. If you don't have any flaws, are you still a human being? Fu Jinya narrowed his long black eyes. Are you indirectly calling me a non-human? Xiaochu burst out laughing. Can you please stop being picky with words? Go take a shower. She has a friendly look with her smiling eyes. Fu Jinya watched her turn around and get him some clean clothes, and the corners of his lips curled up unconsciously. After taking the change of clothes, he went into the bathroom. The old man came to visit today, and Xiaochu was very nervous. Fortunately, the old man is very interesting and we get along well with each other. She sat down on the sofa, and a taut string loosened slightly. Thinking that the jewelry she made was accused of plagiarism, she picked up her phone and logged into her social media app. There are always message prompts in the background. Many people tagged her in the comment section. Xiaochu took a look and his expression turned slightly cold. It turned out that Lin Shilan posted a statement on her social media. Some netizens copied her statement here. There is a passage written on it. Recently, many netizens have tagged me, saying that a studio called Chushin Handmade designs jewelry that is very similar to my works. Here, I ask everyone to be patient, because the owner is someone I know. We used to be good friends. She also studied design, but she dropped out of school due to some personal reasons and was unable to complete her studies. I have given her advice on many of the jewelry she designs. I don't mind her borrowing my design ideas during the creation process. After all, she has had a hard time. I hope everyone can be more tolerant of her. Chapter 18. I didn't satisfy you the first time. Looking at this statement, Xiaochu almost laughed out of anger. Lin Shilan's shamelessness really refreshed her three views. It was clearly me who gave her advice, but now she turns around and says that she gave me advice. Are you sure you can't come up with any real evidence to refute her? Fu's Jewelry's new designer Lin Shilan has already issued a statement. Does the owner have anything else to say? So they used to be friends. The jewelry designed by the shop owner was all guided by designer Lin. The shop owner is so shameless. He clearly borrowed the idea from his friend, but he still brazenly claims that his work is original. Designer Lin is so easy to talk to. The store owner doesn't even know how to be grateful, so why should I say anything good for her? If I had such an ungrateful friend, I would definitely cut off all ties with her long ago. Netizens unanimously cursed Xiaochu as a villain and felt sorry for Lin Shilan. Xiaochu's blood pressure soared after watching this. Soon, an account popped up. Please don't believe everything you hear. I'm the store owner and Lin Shilan's classmate. I can guarantee with my personality that Lin Shilan is full of lies. Lin Shilan is a despicable person who likes to steal other people's boyfriends. She has no moral bottom line. She was shameless enough to borrow the store owner's creativity and confuse right and wrong. I think the Great Wall is not as thick-skinned as her. Xiaochu saw this comment and recognized it as Zhang Xinyao's account at a glance. I felt sad and warm inside, and wanted to poke my own eyes out again. Don't talk about irrelevant things. You said that designer Lin was confusing right and wrong. Do you mean that designer Lin borrowed the design ideas from the store owner? Do you have any evidence? Designer Lin is a new designer at Fu Jewelry. And the owner didn't even graduate from college. Anyone can tell who copied whom, right? The one upstairs, are you the navy sent by the store owner? How much money did the owner give you to clean her name? Most netizens did not believe Zhang Xinyao's words and criticized her. Xiaochu sent a private message to Zhang Xinyao. Xinyao, don't say anything, they won't believe it. Zhang Xinyao replied quickly. Should we let them misunderstand that it was Lin Shilan who gave you advice? Xiaochu pursed her red lips and said, what's real won't be fake, and what's fake won't be real. There's still a long way to go. Lin Shilan's experience is mediocre. Without my guidance, I'm waiting to see if she can design jewelry with a unique style in the future. Zhang Xinyao, that's true, but I'm just angry. I've never seen a woman as shameless as her. Not only did she steal your fiancé, but she also turned right and wrong and said your design was directed by her. Fu Jewelry hired such a person as the chief designer, it will be finished sooner or later. When Xiaochu saw the last sentence, she couldn't help but laugh. Not really. Don't let Fu finish it. Her husband, whom she married suddenly, is still working as a junior assistant in the group. The group is finished, and their husband who got married quickly is left to starve. What are you laughing at? A man's deep and magnetic voice came to my ears. Fu Jinya had finished his shower and came out of the bathroom. The tall and straight figure is wrapped in black pajamas, lazy and charming. Oh, I just chatted with a friend I haven't seen for a long time. I'm going to wash my face. Xiaochu still felt a little uncomfortable with Fu Jinya's approach. She put the tablet aside and hurried to the bathroom. Fu Jinya threw the towel he used to wipe his hair aside, glanced at the tablet unconsciously, and saw the chat history between Xiaochu and Zhang Xinyao. Originally, he didn't have the habit of eavesdropping on other people's conversations. But he saw the words, Fu's jewelry. After a moment of silence, he bent down slightly, picked it up and glanced at it, and his dark eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that his wife, who he married suddenly, was bullied. And the people who are bullying are from Fu Jewelry. Fu Jinya sat on the sofa, took out his tablet, found Xiaochu's shop, and looked through the pictures of jewelry she posted in the shop. Naturally, I also saw the comments from netizens. After he finished reading it all, he had a general understanding of it. Soon, Xiaochu came out of the bathroom. Fu Jinya asked calmly, "Have you sold the 2 things you made yesterday?" Were you accused of plagiarizing your ideas? Xiaochu paused in holding the tablet. Seeing Fu Jinya browsing his own handicraft shop, I guess he must have seen the comments from netizens. She pursed her red lips and asked, "They all say I'm a plagiarist. Do you believe I was wronged?" Fu Jinya raised his eyes, met Xiaochu's clear and bright gaze, and uttered a word. "Letter." Xiaochu's heart moved slightly. Why? Because I'm your husband. Xiaochu. She didn't expect this answer. However, she felt very warmed by being trusted unconditionally. Thinking that he was the president's assistant of the Fu Group, Xiaochu asked, "Are you familiar with the people in the design department of your group?" The Fu Group's business scope is very wide. Fu's Jewelry is only a small business within the group. But in the field of jewelry, it is a leader. Many jewelry designers are proud to work at Fu's Jewelry. What's wrong? Fu Jinya asked. Nothing, I just think your design department's taste in selecting employees is like my taste in selecting friends, which is a bit poor. A hint of interest flashed in Fu Jinya's eyes. Tell me about it. Xiaochu said, "This Lin Shilan is the chief designer of your Fu Jewelry, right? She used to be my best friend. But the person I regarded as my best friend hooked up with my fiancé behind my back. That's fine. The several pieces of jewelry she designed in your company all had my advice. But now you're confusing right and wrong, saying that all the jewelry I designed was designed with her advice. She even pretended to ask everyone to be more tolerant of me and not to criticize me. Do you think I have a particularly bad eye for choosing friends? It would be a lie to say I wasn't sad. After all, we have been friends for more than 10 years. She treats Lin Shilan as her own sister. Whenever something good happens, I always think of her. But it was all my sincerity that was wasted. Only those who have truly experienced betrayal can understand the pain." Xiaochu lowered her eyes slightly, and the corners of her eyes turned slightly red because of sadness. Fu Jinya inexplicably felt a trace of pity in his heart. He stretched out his long arms and gently held her in his arms. But he blurted out, "You are indeed quite blind." Xiaochu. She didn't expect this person to comfort her, but he shouldn't hurt her so much. The man's body temperature was high, and he had a light scent of shower gel on him, which smelled very nice. Xiaochu glanced sideways and felt the man's strong chest muscles. She was surprised to find that he was hugging her at the moment. Her heart skipped a beat and she quickly sat up straight, tactically raising her hand to tidy up her hair to ease the embarrassment. Seeing that she was full of discomfort, Fu Jinya suddenly wanted to tease her. He leaned forward slightly, with his hands on either side of her, as if holding her in his arms. "Xiaochu, your husband is so handsome and nice, why don't you let me sleep with him? Is it because I didn't satisfy you the first time? Chapter 19, Coldness and Kidney Deficiency. What kind of lewd words are these? Meeting the man's smiling and teasing black eyes, Xiaochu's pretty face suddenly turned red. No, it's me who is frigid. Fu Jinya narrowed his dark eyes, and what flashed through his mind was the slightly immature yet enthusiastic response of the woman under him. You're lying. That night, I remember you were very passionate. Xiaochu's face turned red all the way to her neck. That's because I was drunk. Fu Jinya raised his eyebrows. You mean, I should give you some wine first to cheer you up? Xiaochu, no, how do you understand it? Her watery eyes were charming, making people feel itchy. Fu Jinya moved closer, his voice low and magnetic. Am I understanding it wrong? You can only be relaxed after drinking alcohol? In this case, aren't you hinting that I should give you some alcohol first? What a twist! She discovered that this flash-married husband looked cold on the outside, but was actually very evil. She couldn't even argue with him. I'm going to the bathroom. If you can't argue, just run away. Fu Jinya looked at her red ears and raised his eyebrows. I remember you were only there for a few minutes, right? It turns out that you are not only cold in that aspect, but also have kidney deficiency. Now Xiaochu was so embarrassed that her whole body was hot. She didn't know whether to leave or not. Looking at her shy appearance, Fu Jinya chuckled and sat up straight. Okay, hold it in. Let me ask you, are you just going to let it go after being accused of plagiarism? Speaking of this, Xiaochu's face straightened. Of course not. There is still a long way to go, and we will know who has the real ability in the future. After that, how long do we have to wait? Fu Jinya said in a light tone. She is now the chief designer of food jewelry and has a bright future. Xiaochu was silent. She also knows the existence of this objective fact. But what else can she do except wait? She and Lin Shilan were once as close as sisters. Did she ever think that one day they would become enemies? So she didn't leave any evidence to prove that the jewelry designed by Lin Shilan was all designed with her guidance. Do you want to fight back immediately? A man's deep voice sounded in my ears. Xiaochu raised her eyes. Of course I have thought about it. Do you have any idea? Her eyes were clear, with a hint of anticipation. Fu Jinya curled the corners of his lips slightly. Fu's Jewelry submitted a work plan last week. They plan to hold a jewelry design competition early next month to recruit talents. It's not about where a hero comes from. In order to select better design talents, this jewelry competition has decided not to look at academic qualifications but only at ability. As long as you have real skills, you can enter the design department of food jewelry. Do you want to give it a try? Hearing this, Xiaochu's eyes lit up. Really? Food jewelry really has such a plan? They don't look at academic qualifications, they only look at ability. So, can she, a mother who has not even graduated from college, also participate? Certainly. He is the president of the group. As long as he gives the order, even if there is no plan, it can be turned into a plan immediately. Fu Jinya looked at the woman's bright eyes and white teeth, his heart moved slightly, and he blurted out another sentence. This jewelry competition also offers generous rewards. As long as you can stand out in the competition, the first place winner will receive a bonus of 200,000 yuan. With this bonus, this woman won't have to be so stingy when buying things in the short term. Of course, whether she can get the bonus depends on whether she has the ability to do so. I hope I won't disappoint him. When Xia Chuyi heard that there was a bonus of 200,000 yuan, his eyes lit up even more. She grabbed Fu Jinya's hand. When will Food Jewelry release this announcement? If I don't see it, you must remember to notify me. Don't let me miss it. At this moment, the two were very close. Fu Jinya could clearly see that under her long eyelashes, her watery eyes were brighter because of excitement. Under the light, the woman had beautiful features and skin as white as snow, which made her inexplicably attractive. He hummed, his eyes fell on her delicate red lips, and his Adam's apple rolled slightly. The slender fingers subconsciously raised up and pinched her small chin. Night is the best time to foster ambiguous feelings. Xiaochu's thoughts were still a little wandering. Maybe it's because I have expectations, or maybe the atmosphere is just right now. She watched the man approaching little by little and did not move for a moment. He curled his fingers gently and closed his eyes unconsciously. With a bang, there was a slight movement at the door. Both of them were stunned. Xiaochu suddenly opened her eyes, quickly let go of Fu Jinia's hand, and her ears felt slightly hot. Did you hear anything? Fu Jinia naturally heard it. He frowned and something flashed through his mind. I'll go and take a look. The man's back was tall and straight. Xiaochu felt her ears warm up when she thought about how they almost kissed just now. She stood up, patted her hot face, and quickly went into the bathroom. At the door. When Fu Jinia opened the door, he saw old man Fu tiptoeing towards the bedroom next door. I knew it was him. Fu Jinia snorted and gently closed the bedroom door. Does the corner sound good? Seeing that he was caught, Mr. Fu decided not to leave. He coughed lightly, turned around and said confidently, It's not a big noise, you can't do it. Fu Jinia, don't be disrespectful to your elders. Go home tomorrow. Mr. Fu snorted coldly, I have my granddaughter-in-law to support me, how dare you drive me away? Fu Jinia laughed angrily, why are you squeezing in here when you have a big villa to live in? Mr. Fu asked back, then why don't you live in a big villa with your granddaughter-in-law? Look at how crowded this small place is. If your granddaughter-in-law has a child in the future, won't it be even more crowded? Have a baby. Fu Jinia frowned, you've only just started writing your name, what are you thinking about? Of course I want to hold my great-grandson soon. Mr. Fu said confidently, I have observed for you. Although my granddaughter-in-law has no family background and is a single mother, she is a good person. Now that it's done, you should quickly give birth to a little monkey that truly belongs to the Fu family. That way, when I go to hell in the future, I will be able to give an account to the ancestors of the Fu family. Hearing this, Fu Jinia's brows furrowed even tighter. I've already gotten married according to your advice, don't push your luck. Mr. Fu looked at him and asked, what's the purpose of marriage? Isn't it to reproduce? Or is it that you are not capable enough? That's why you are reluctant to get married. Fu Jinia's handsome face turned dark and he bit the back of his teeth. If you're bored, go find a partner, and maybe even have a son to play with. You? Old Master Fu looked at his eldest grandson who turned around and went into the bedroom, and he was so angry that he was gasping for breath. You little rascal, you've grown so powerful that you even dare to make fun of your own grandfather. Still cute when I was a kid. Fu Jinia returned to the bedroom and saw Xiaochu just coming out of the bathroom and looking towards the door. What was that sound just now? Someone is eavesdropping. Xiaochu was stunned, who? Fu Jinia gave her a look that asked her to guess. Grandpa? Xiaochu asked tentatively. Fu Jinia hummed. Xiaochu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, what is the old man doing? Fu Jinia glanced at her and said, he wants to hold his great-grandson. Hold a great-grandson? Are you kidding? She had never thought of having a second child with a man she didn't know. Xiaochu's eyes flashed, it's getting late, I want to go to bed. She threw back the quilt and lay down, sleeping on the side just like yesterday. This is a sleeping position that is meant to keep some distance from yourself. Fu Jinia raised his eyebrows slightly, walked to the bed, placed his hands on both sides of her, and looked down at her. Xiaochu, Grandpa is very satisfied with you and said that you are very filial. Since you are so filial, shouldn't you do as he wishes? Chapter 20. Do we need to find out the biological father of the child? The strong masculine scent approached, and it was difficult for Xiaochu to pretend to be asleep. She opened her eyes and stared at Fu Jinia with her watery eyes. Fu Jinia added, he wants to hold his great-grandson, do you want to cooperate? I? Xiaochu's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she bit her lips without saying a word. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. Fu Jinia teased her deliberately and moved closer to her little by little. Xiaochu's heart was pounding as her sight reached the man's strong chest muscles. Some inappropriate images for children flashed through her mind. She pulled the quilt tighter and moved her lips, wanting to say something. A man's sneer came to my ear. You're so stiff. I don't like corpses. Go to bed early. I still have some official business to attend to. Xiaochu. Watching the man walking towards the small study separated by a screen with his long legs, she felt inexplicably relieved. Suddenly she realized that Fu Jinia was just teasing her. How could this person be so evil? Always like to tease her. Xiaochu exhaled, closed her eyes and forced herself to fall asleep quickly. Xiaochu slept quite soundly that night. While she was dazed, someone gently held her in his arms. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, wanting to wake up. The other person patted her gently and coaxed her to sleep like a child. Xiaochu couldn't resist the sleepiness, and unconsciously leaned into the other's arms and fell into a deep sleep again. Lu Yuanzhou's villa. Lin Shilan sat on the sofa, looking at the one-sided public opinion on the internet. A hint of pride flashed in her eyes. What is the point of Zhang Xinyao speaking for Xiaochu? She was now a sought-after new designer at Fu Jewelry. How could anyone believe that she was being guided by someone who hadn't even graduated from college? Xiaochu, from now on you can only watch her enjoy her infinite glory. There were footsteps approaching and the man hugged her from behind. The breath with the smell of alcohol sprayed into her ears. What are you looking at? Lin Shilan knew that Lu Yuanzhou had returned. She put away her phone and turned to look at him. Just take a look, are you still itchy? Much better. Lu Yuanzhou was extremely puzzled. It's really weird. I don't know what's going on, but my body is itchy for no apparent reason. I went to see a doctor, but he couldn't figure out what was going on. Fortunately, it doesn't itch much now. Lu Yuanzhou couldn't help but think of Xiaochu again, his eyes dimmed. He held Lin Shilan tightly in his arms and kissed her ear. Lin Shilan was also thinking about Xiaochu. Thinking of what Xiaochu had said to her during the day, her eyes flashed. Yuanzhou, you have already broken off the engagement with Xiaochu, so when will you marry me? Lu Yuanzhou paused in kissing and said, wait a little longer. Lin Shilan's heart sank slightly. What should I wait for? Yuanzhou, I'm already 24, not young anymore. Lu Yuanzhou frowned, I know, I didn't say I wouldn't marry you. Wait a little longer, when I get the Fu Group's project, I'll marry you, okay. He originally wanted to send Xiaochu to the bed of a senior executive of Fu Group so that it would be easier for him to win the cooperation project of Fu Group. But Wang Yu didn't know what was going on and now he stopped answering his calls. He wanted to ask Wang Yu in person why Xiaochu didn't sleep with him that night. Instead, it's a bargain for the Bentley man. Does he know the Bentley man? Yuanzhou, let me ask you, do you love me or Xiaochu? It's not like what Xiaochu said, one day in the future, you will send me to another man's bed for profit, right? Lin Shilan asked. A hint of impatience flashed in Lu Yuanzhou's eyes and he pushed her away. Look at you. I've told you that those were Xiaochu's deliberate attempts to seduce me. She was deliberately trying to drive a wedge between us. Why are you still holding on to it? Lin Shilan hugged him quickly, because I love you very much, I'm afraid of losing you, and I'm afraid that you'll regret it when you see Xiaochu marrying another man. She knew that Lu Yuanzhou was lying. But so what? That's what men are like. Eat what's in the bowl and look at what's in the pot. She took great pains to win Lu Yuanzhou's heart, and she must hold on to him tightly. We can't let Xiaochu laugh at us. Lu Yuanzhou's eyes darkened, he raised his hand and patted her back gently, then pushed her down on the sofa. How could that be? It's just a worn-out shoe. It's just thrown away. How could I regret it? He doesn't regret it, he feels sorry. It's a pity that I didn't taste her before breaking up with Xiaochu. That's how people are. If you get it, you won't cherish it. If you lose it, you will miss it a lot. The so-called unobtainable will always cause unrest. Just like now, the person being pressed under him was clearly Lin Shilan, but the face that appeared in front of him was Xiaochu's. At the beginning of summer, he must get her once. The next day. Riverview Garden. Breakfast was still made by Fu Jinya. With an old man in the house, the family feels more lively. Xiaochu thought the old man would dislike her for not being able to cook, but he said nothing. After breakfast, Fu Jinya went to the company. After sitting down, he thought of something and called Zhu Shen in. Let Fu's jewelry design department prepare a notice. Say that they will hold a jewelry design competition at the beginning of next month to recruit talented people. The participants will not be judged by their academic qualifications, but by their abilities. Anyone who thinks they have the ability can participate. Fu Jinya repeated to Zhu Shen what he had said to Xiaochu last night. Zhu Shen was slightly stunned when he heard this. Our president is very busy and doesn't need to worry about trivial matters like this. Why would he give such an order? Although he had doubts in his heart, as a qualified special assistant, he did not ask any more questions and left as requested. When Fu's jewelry design department received the notice, they were even more confused. But since the big boss had spoken, they didn't dare to delay. Soon after, this announcement was posted on Food Jewelry's official website. Food Genius saw it, curled the corners of his lips slightly, and prepared to send a message to Haicheng to tell her. At this time, someone came in. The person who came had cold and pale skin, and his facial features were somewhat similar to Food Genius. But unlike Food Genius' aloofness, he is more cynical. This is Food Genius' cousin Haicheng, who was also the person who helped Food Genius investigate Haicheng before. Aren't you on a business trip in the imperial capital? You're back so soon. Food Genius glanced at him. You're about to get married, why don't I hurry up and finish my work and come back to watch the fun? Haicheng joked. Food Genius ignored him, found Haicheng's WeChat profile picture and sent her a message. Haicheng took a glance and saw the words Haicheng written on it. His charming peach blossom eyes raised slightly. Are you really going to marry this Haicheng? Yeah. Food Genius responded indifferently. Although Haicheng was mentally prepared, he still found it incredible. Why? This Haicheng is a single mother. Food Genius raised his dark eyes, looking a little cold. What's wrong with being a single mother? Is she an eyesore to you? Haicheng choked. You're protecting her already? It seems like that Haicheng is very much in your heart. Food Genius said nothing and sent the message. Haicheng looked him up and down and touched his chin. I haven't seen you for a few days. You look much better. Is it because of your marriage? Haicheng was just joking at first, but he didn't expect to get a positive answer from his brother. He looked very interested. What kind of magic power does Haicheng have that can make your iron tree bloom? Food Genius put down his phone and blurted out, she can cure my insomnia. Haicheng was stunned, knowing that Food Genius had been suffering from insomnia since the car accident 4 years ago. So that's why you married her? Food Genius tapped the table with his slender fingers, his eyes deep. The first time I saw Haicheng, she gave me a very familiar feeling. So when a drunk was harassing her, he helped her. The second time I met her, it was in bed. He found that he slept well all night while holding her in his arms. The old man is urging me to get married, so I might as well choose her. Do we need to investigate the biological father of the child further? Chapter 21, No Pregnancy, No Return. Hearing Haicheng's question, Food Genius hesitated for a moment and said, no need. This is Haicheng's private matter. She didn't say anything and he didn't ask. As long as the biological father of the triplets doesn't cause trouble in the future. Come to think of it, at first glance, those 3 kids do look somewhat similar to you. A hint of mockery flashed across Haicheng's beautiful peach blossom eyes. Food Genius glanced at him and said, go on. This look is a bit sharp. Haicheng originally wanted to make a joke, but in the end he changed his words. This is probably what is called fate. You are destined to be with them. He had the same idea as the old man of the Fu family. If he didn't know that Food Genius was a man of integrity, he would have thought that Haicheng's 3 children were born to Food Genius. Because the information found showed that 4 years ago, Haicheng became pregnant and gave birth to a child after returning from Country F. 4 years ago, Food Genius had been living in Country F. What a coincidence. It's fate indeed. Food Genius thought of those 3 pretty children and silently curled the corners of his lips. Haicheng gave him a familiar feeling at first sight. The children also gave him a sense of intimacy. It made him inexplicably want to protect them. Riverview Court. Haicheng was looking through a recipe and asking the cook for advice on cooking. She was delighted when she received the message from Food Genius. After replying with an OK, she quickly went to the official website of Food Jewelry and submitted her resume to register according to the official requirements. The official requirement is that applicants must attach a jewelry design work that they have recently created, so she found a design that she was most satisfied with and presented it to her. After registering, she received a call from the hospital nurse. Ms. Xia, please come to the hospital soon. There are several men blocking your mother's ward, claiming they are here to collect a debt. What? Haicheng's face changed and he stood up. I'll be there soon. Tell them not to act rashly. If they dare to hurt my mother's hair, I will fight them to the death. The family went bankrupt. Although she sold her house, car and stocks to pay off the debts, she didn't know whether her father still owed debts outside. It seems that there are still some debts to be paid. Those people must have been unable to find her, so they went to the hospital. Xiaochu hung up the phone, picked up her bag with a pale face and quickly went out. Community play area downstairs. Mr. Fu was standing aside, watching the three little ones playing in the play area. Xiaochu walked over quickly and greeted him. "Grandpa, could you please look after the children for me? I have to go out for something." Seeing her grim expression, Mr. Fu asked, "Don't worry, tell Grandpa, what happened?" His caring tone made Xiaochu's eyes slightly red. "To be honest, my family is bankrupt, and my father may have owed debts. My mother has become a vegetable and is currently receiving treatment in the hospital. Now the creditors can't find me, so they went to the hospital to collect the debt. Grandpa, I won't say anything more, I'm leaving first." Seeing Xiaochu walking in a hurry, Mr. Fu narrowed his eyes. Of course, he knew about Xiaochu's family situation. If the Xie family had not gone bankrupt, Xiaochu probably would not have married her grandson by accident. The thing the Fu family has the most is money, so they have to let that brat help their grandson's wife. Thinking about this, he took out his cell phone and called Fu Jinya. The call was connected quickly. Are you in the company? Well, you're going back. Mr. Fu." He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence. "You little brat, I won't go back until I see my granddaughter-in-law is pregnant." Fu Jinya sneered, "What's the matter with calling me? When it comes to business," Mr. Fu straightens his face. "Your wife just left the house. She said that the debt collector went to the hospital to look for your mother-in-law. The last thing you need is money. Why don't you help them pay off their debts? Don't let your wife cry all day long for a little money. It's not good for pregnancy." The last half sentence is the key point. He is still waiting to hold his great-grandson. Fu Jinya's handsome face on the other end of the phone showed no emotion. He just said, "Hang up," and hung up. Fu Qian, who was standing by, vaguely recognized the old man's voice. He asked, "A call from the old man?" Fu Qian became interested. "Does he know that you are married?" Is he very dissatisfied with Xiaochu?" Fu Jinya's face remained calm as he stood up and picked up his coat. "Not satisfied? Then I will continue to be single." "Hey, where are you going?" "Visiting my mother-in-law." "Hospital." Summer arrived in a hurry. "When I opened the door of the ward, I saw several men sitting inside. One of them was an acquaintance, Lu Yuanju. Why is he here too?" Xiaochu pursed her red lips, thinking that she was once his fiancé. If these people couldn't find her, they would probably go looking for Lu Yuanju. "Miss Xia, you are here." The nurse breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Xiaochu. Xiaochu smiled apologetically at her, then looked at the people sitting there. "Please come out and talk with me. Don't disturb my mother's rest." Several people did not move. "Your mother is a living dead now, are you afraid of disturbing her?" "That's right. Miss Xia, we won't beat around the bush. Don't think that just because your father jumped off the building, the debt can be written off. When your father was alive, you and your mother enjoyed a lot. Now that he's dead, the debt should be borne by you and your daughter. Yes, Miss Xia, you must give us an explanation today. When are you going to pay us back the money you owe us?" Several people were talking to each other in a stern tone. Xiaochu's eyes were cold and his tone was a little strong. "I say again, if you want money, please go out and talk to me." After saying that, she turned around and left the ward. Lu Yuanju had been staring at Xiaochu since she entered the room. Seeing that she still looked sacred and inviolable, a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. He stood up and followed the debt collector out the door. Xiaochu stood at the door, and as soon as a few people came out, she closed the door of the ward. "Okay, now that we're out, can we talk now?" There were 5 people who came and they all took out their bills. "This is the balance your father owes me. There is still 300,000 yuan to be paid. Your father still owes our company 250,000 yuan. I have 300,000 here, too." Xiaochu took the documents and checked them one by one. After calculation, he found that his father owed them a total of more than 1.4 million yuan. But when she looked at it more carefully, her eyebrows suddenly frowned. There was nothing wrong with the documents that the people produced, but these documents were all IOUs for more than 3 years, and they also specified repayment dates. Although she did not follow her father into business, she was influenced by him from a young age. "I know there are some gray areas in the business world. For example, regarding the final payment, perhaps my father has reached some kind of agreement with them. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the debt to be overdue for more than 3 years. These people are now sure that her father is dead, and they, an orphan and a widow, are helpless, so they deliberately used these IOUs to cheat her out of money. Xiaochu curled her fingers slightly. Your IOUs have already passed the due date. You know whether you should pay them back or not. You are all bosses of some size, please don't bully us orphans and widows. Hearing this, several people started shouting. Miss Xia, please don't play the victim. It makes us sound like we are bullying the weak. That's right. Your father's signature is written in black and white on this IOU. It's only natural to pay back a debt. Ms. Xia, we are also a small business. Your father has been refusing to pay back the money for several years. We didn't charge you interest, which is very good. Miss Xia, if you don't give us an explanation today, we will remove your mother's oxygen mask. Several people were aggressive and refused to give in. Xiaochu clenched his fingers and his face turned slightly pale. At this time, Lu Yuanju stood in front of her. Everyone, please be patient. Let me discuss this with Xiaochu. Chapter 22 Be My Lover. Several people looked at Lu Yuanju and started to speak. Miss Xia, isn't there someone ready to pay off your debt? Why do you want to break off the engagement with Mr. Lu? That's right. Mr. Lu is now a famous young talent in Haicheng. You should cling to him, serve him well, and let him pay you back for you. Yes, Miss Xia, please don't be so stubborn and suffer for your reputation. Hurry up and try to please Mr. Lu. There are many jokes. Lu Yuanju curled the corners of his lips, greeted them again, and pulled Xiaochu aside. Xiaochu broke free of his hand and said coldly, Lu Yuanju, did you ask them to come to the hospital to make trouble? Lu Yuanzhou's eyes flashed. They found my house, and I don't know where you live now, so I had no choice but to bring them here. He said that he must get Xiaochu once. That's why he thought of using the Xia family's debt to force her into submission. He asked, what are you going to do now? Xiaochu's mind is a little confused now. She knew that these people were here to trick her, but she was powerless to resist. If she didn't pay back the money, there was no telling what these people would do. I will slowly make money to pay them back. Just you? Do you think they will believe you? You have to believe it even if you don't believe it. Lu Yuanju looked at her and said, Xiaochu, your family is bankrupt and probably has a lot of foreign debts. Today is just the beginning. I believe that there will be more creditors who will come to the hospital and make your mother restless. Xiaochu naturally thought of this as well, and suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. Lu Yuanju looked at her pale face, curled the corners of his lips, and got to the point. Xiaochu, if you are willing to be my lover, I will slowly pay off your family's foreign debts. Xiaochu raised his eyes, his chest rising and falling slightly. Lu Yuanju, you have achieved what you have today thanks to my father's support. Without my father providing you with resources and the initial capital to start a company, how could you afford to start a company and buy a big villa? Can you think about the good things our family has done for you and help me pay off my debt first? Don't worry, I will write you an IOU and will definitely pay you back as soon as possible. Hearing this, Lu Yuanzhou's expression turned a little colder. Xiaochu, you said your dad treats me well, isn't it because he wants me to be his scapegoat? Do you know how others see me? In their eyes, I am just your family's bootlicker, a gigolo. I flatter you every day, care about you and your parents, and give you emotional support. Isn't this a kind of contribution? I have already repaid your father's kindness to me in this way. Xiaochu clenched his fists, feeling ridiculous. Repay a favor? Do we need your hypocritical dedication? It's obvious that you have been using me to get resources. How can you have the nerve to say that you are repaying our family's favor? That's enough. Let's put the past behind us. A hint of impatience flashed across Lu Yuanzhou's eyes. Xiaochu, now I only ask you one question, do you want to be my lover? The conditions I offer are already very good. Think about your current situation, a single mother with 3 children. Even if you run out and ask for support from a sponsor, you are not worth much. After all, there are many beautiful college students everywhere. How can you compare with them? I am helping you in this way because of the friendship we once had. Lu Yuanju looked at Xiaochu's pretty face, which was slightly flushed due to anger, and lifted her chin lightly. If you agree to my proposal, I will help you get rid of them now. I will book a room at Milligram tonight, and you just wait for me in the room. A hint of annoyance flashed in Xiaochu's eyes, and she slapped his hand away. Lu Yuanju, stop dreaming. Even if I die of poverty and starvation, I will never be the lover of a despicable and shameless villain. She still refuses to give in. Lu Yuanju was also angry. Seeing Xiaochu was about to leave, he grabbed her wrist and pressed her against the wall. Xiaochu, you are still so noble until now, is it because you are afraid that your husband will know? Does he know that your family still owes so much foreign debt? If he knew, he must regret marrying you, right? I guess you'll soon become a remarried woman. If you want to ask me for help then, I'll have to think about it. Xiaochu was angry and annoyed. Lu Yuanju, my second and third marriages have nothing to do with you, and I won't come to beg you. Let me go. If you don't let me go, I will sue you for indecent assault. She struggled, and suddenly, she saw a tall figure walking towards her quickly. Her eyes lit up and she blurted out, "Husband." Lu Yuanju thought she was being mysterious. Stop pretending. Who are you trying to scare? Xiaochu. Before he could finish his words, he felt his arm tighten. Then, the person was thrown out. With a bang, it hit the wall heavily. Lu Yuanju screamed in pain, and when he looked up, he saw the figure walking in front of him. Before he could see the man's face clearly, the other party grabbed his collar and punched him again. Again and again, each punch hit the flesh. Lu Yuanju was beaten so hard that he screamed in pain. Xiaochu watched Fu Jinya attack ruthlessly, as if he wanted to kill Lu Yuanju. She swallowed and hurried over to stop him. That's enough, stop fighting. Fu Jinya's face was as cold and cruel as Yarmer. He turned his head and glanced at her lightly, but his expression was chilling to the bone. Why, you feel sorry for him? Xiaochu said, how is that possible? I feel bad for your hands. Look, they are all red. She held Fu Jinya's hand, put it to her lips and blew on it, her tone soft. If the fight continues, someone will die. It's not worth sacrificing your life for a scumbag. Her eyes were full of affection, and Fu Jinya's cold aura subsided a little. His sight fell on Lu Yuanju, who was struggling to get up with a bruised face and blood spitting out of his mouth after being beaten by him. His black eyes became cold again. It seems that I am too kind to you? Let you keep thinking about my wife. Lu Yuanju only felt that his internal organs were all in pain. He covered his chest, barely holding onto the wall, and looked up at the ceiling above his head. There's a camera here. Just wait. I'll definitely sue you for premeditated murder. He wants to sue him. Xiaochu tightened her grip on Fu Jinya's hand, a trace of panic flashing in her eyes. Lu Yuanju has been in Haicheng's business community for many years, and it's not for nothing. He also has some influence. If he insisted on suing Fu Jinya, the powerless Fu Jinya would definitely go to jail. What to do? Compared to Xiaochu's uneasiness, Fu Jinya looked calm. He lowered his eyes to glance at Xiaochu, who was holding his hand tightly, and patted her gently to comfort her silently. He doesn't even take Lu Yuanju seriously. In Haicheng, he would see who dared to challenge him. At this time, a male voice came from not far away. Oh? You really want to sue him? Why don't you sue me too? Fu Qian, who came with Fu Jinya, watched his brother lose his temper and then walked over slowly. There was a hint of a smile on his handsome face, but it didn't reach his eyes. Lu Yuanju was struggling to take out his cell phone to call the police. Hearing Fu Qian's words, he was slightly stunned. Fu, Mr. Fu. He recognized him as Fu Qian, the general manager of Fu Group, in charge of the entertainment industry. He became a widower 2 years ago and has a son. There are a lot of scandals about him, and he often appears on the hot searches with various young celebrities. There are rumors that he not only loves women, but also eats both meat and vegetables. Chapter 23. I admire Fu Qian. Do you know me? Fu Qian put his hands in his pockets and stood in front of Lu Yuanju. Of course I know Mr. Fu. Lu Yuanju, with a bruised face, was very respectful to him. Then are you going to sue my subordinates for premeditated murder? Fu Qian asked coldly. Is the Bentley man Lu Qian's subordinate? Lu Yuanju was startled and glanced at Fu Jinya. Boss Fu, is he really your subordinate? Of course, he is my right-hand man. Fu Qian's peach blossom eyes swept towards Fu Jinya, and his smile was charming and meaningful. Although he is Fu Jinya's cousin, Fu Jinya is better than him in every aspect since childhood. He was unwilling to accept it but could only resign himself to his fate. Who made this cousin better than me? Now that this cousin has married a wife, he pretends to be poor. Why doesn't he seize the opportunity and take advantage of him? This is what Fu Qian thought, but in Lu Yuanzhou's eyes it meant something else. He thought of the rumors. Could it be that Fu Qian and this Bentley man have that kind of relationship? And the reason why the Bentley man married Xiaochu was just a shield arranged by Fu Qian for him? Thinking of this, Lu Yuanzhou felt a chill in his heart. But no matter how disgusted he was, he dared not show any sign of it in the face of absolute power. Sorry, it was all a misunderstanding. I take back what I just said. You mean you're not going to sue? Fu Qian asked. No more. Are you kidding? He also wants to do business with the Fu Group. Offending Fu Qian's favorite concubine would not do him any good. If you don't sue, my subordinates might sue you. Fu Qian asked coldly, what did you do to that girl just now? Lu Yuanzhou felt a chill down his spine and quickly said, I'm sorry, Chu and I are old acquaintances. I just remembered a little bit of my past with her and I couldn't help myself. Can't help yourself. It was clearly coercion and inducement. Xiaochu sneered in her heart, her pretty face tense, and she said nothing. So, do you want to sue him? Fu Qian just managed to change the word yi that was about to come out of his mouth into song. Fu Genius swept his cold eyes over Lu Yuanzhou and uttered only one word from his thin lips. Roll. Just sue him. That's too cheap for him. Lu Yuanzhou's eyes flashed. The Bentley man was obviously just a subordinate, but why did he feel that this man's aura was even greater than Fu Qian's? Could it be that in their relationship, Fu Qian is the one lying on the bottom? Lu Yuanzhou looked at Fu Genia deeply, suppressed all his resentment, and limped away. Several debt collectors witnessed all this and changed their arrogant attitude. They all nodded and bowed to Fu Qian, smiling fawningly. Fu Qian glanced at the few people and asked knowingly, what are you all doing here? It's okay. The five of them all glanced at Xiaochu secretly, not daring to tell the truth. Fu Qian sneered, nothing. Don't say it's okay in front of me, and then turn around and cause trouble for the orphan and the widow. No. The five people all made assurances with a wry smile. Xiaochu looked at Fu Qian's cold and handsome profile, her heart moving slightly. Although she didn't read much entertainment gossip, she recognized Fu Qian because he often appeared on hot searches with young stars. I know that he is the general manager of Fu Group. Most people bully the weak and fear the strong. These debt collectors all seem to be afraid of Fu Qian. Could she take advantage of the situation and settle those bad debts? Thinking about it, Xiaochu spoke. Aren't you here to collect the debt? My father owes you money. Now I remember that your father had already paid off the balance he owed me in some other way. Yes, they are all old matters. They are already in the past. The five people spoke quickly. Xiaochu's eyes moved slightly, but you just had the IOU in your hand. Five people took out their IOUs one after another and tore them up with a rip sound. The movements are uniform. Now they have no evidence to extort money from you. Xiaochu felt relieved and a little emotional. Society is so realistic. Rights are useful. In the face of power, ordinary people have no choice but to bow their heads. Fu Qian was very satisfied with their tact. His beautiful peach blossom eyes rolled around and he spoke again. So, you came here because you heard that something happened to the Xia family, and you came to visit them. The five people were all stunned. Can they say no? Of course not. Yes. If you are here to visit a patient, why do you come empty-handed? The five people looked at each other. We all work in the business world, and I immediately had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Fu Qian slowly opened his mouth. You are all big bosses, but you don't even know this little bit of etiquette. Do you still need me to teach you? Since you didn't buy a gift when you came to visit the patient, why not just give him money? Why don't you quickly transfer 100,000 or 200,000 to him as a gift? Five people. They all listened to Lu Yuanzhou's instigation and learned that Xiaochu's mother was being treated here, so they deliberately used the expired IOU to extort money. Who would have thought that I would meet Fu Qian? At this moment, they wanted to kill Lu Yuanzhou. They clearly came here to extort money, but in the end they were the ones being extorted. It's really a case of trying to steal a chicken but ending up losing the rice. Xiaochu widened his eyes, a look of disbelief on his face. Is it still possible to do this? Fu Jinya glanced at Fu Qian and silently curled the corners of his lips. Seeing Xiaochu standing there in a daze, he said, "Cell phone." R. Fu Jinya didn't waste any time talking to her. He took the phone from her hand, unlocked it with her fingerprint, and clicked on the payment code. "Who's going first?" "I'll go first." Someone gritted his teeth and transferred 100,000 yuan. The people behind him stretched their necks to watch, and when they saw him transfer 100,000, they followed suit. 5 people transferred 100,000 each. When Fu Qian found out, he said with disdain, "You are so stingy. No wonder you can't make a fortune." The 5 people smiled obsequiously and looked cowardly. "You all remember this, I regard Artsong as my brother, and his wife is my sister-in-law. Whoever dares to touch her and her family in the future will be against me." Fu Qian warned them in a cold and hard tone. "Don't dare, don't dare." 5 people expressed their opinions one after another. The Fu family is the largest and most aristocratic family in Haicheng. Although Fu Qian is not the one in charge of the Fu family, he is not a small figure either. They are going against the Fu family and think their lives are too long? Go away. Yes, yes, goodbye, Mr. Fu. The 5 people wiped their cold sweat and left in a hurry. The corridor became quiet. Fu Qian turned his head to look at Xiaochu. The coldness on his face disappeared and his peach blossom eyes smiled. "Sister-in-law, are you okay?" "I'm fine. Thank you, Mr. Fu, for what you said just now." Xiaochu looked grateful. "Don't thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank your husband." Fu Qian glanced at Fu Jinya and raised his eyebrows slightly. "Your husband is an outstanding young talent. I just snatched him away from my cousin. Now he is my right-hand man. Naturally, I have to help him with his household affairs. Look at him, how good he is at flattering someone." Xiaochu glanced at Fu Jinya with a gentle look on her face. She benefited from her flash marriage husband. Meeting him seemed to be a turning point. Thinking of the 500,000 yuan she had just received for nothing, she asked, "Boss Fu, the money they just transferred. Just take it if it's given to you. Don't feel any psychological burden." Fu Qian said, "They are all businessmen. They spend more than this amount of money every time they go to a club. Just think of me as robbing the rich to help the poor." He said so, and it would be hypocritical to be shy any further. Xiaochu smiled gratefully, "Thank you, Mr. Fu. It's just a small matter, don't worry about it." Fu Qian waved his hand. Fu Jinya, who was standing aside, didn't say much the whole time. Seeing Xiaochu looking at Fu Qian with sparkling eyes, his eyes as black as the deep sea narrowed slightly. Could it be that this woman began to worship Fu Qian just because Fu Qian had helped her? For some reason, I felt a little unhappy. Chapter 24. He is a famous playboy. "Akong, why did you come to the hospital?" Xiaochu asked. "My grandfather called me and told me about the situation, so I came here." Fu Jinya's handsome face remained calm. "Did I delay your work? You should go and accompany Mr. Fu." Xiaochu looked apologetic. "It's okay, don't worry." Fu Qian interrupted, "Artsong, didn't you say you were here to visit your mother-in-law? Go and accompany your sister-in-law to visit your mother-in-law." Fu Jinya glanced at him with a somewhat cold look. Fu Qian looked puzzled. Is there anything wrong with me trying to make his presence felt everywhere? At this time, his cell phone rang. He said something to the two of them and went to answer it. "Is my mother-in-law in that ward?" Fu Jinya asked. Let's go." Fu Jinya walked towards the ward. Xiaochu hurriedly followed. "Will it really not delay your work?" he said. "It won't take a moment." Xiaochu sighed sincerely. "Your boss is such a nice person." Fu Jinya frowned unconsciously, feeling even more unhappy. "Don't you usually read entertainment news? He's a famous playboy." Xiaochu took a breath and glanced at Fu Qian not far away. Fortunately, Fu Qian was on the phone and probably didn't hear their conversation. "Be gentle, your boss just helped me, how can you say bad things about your boss behind his back?" Fu Jinya's face was a little dark. "I'm telling the truth." "You still say that?" Xiaochu glared at him coquettishly and reached out to push open the door of the ward. Fu Jinya's handsome face tightened slightly, and he became even more displeased. Could she really be infatuated with Fu Qian? Xiaochu entered the ward, greeted the nurse, and then walked to the bedside and sat down. Looking at her mother sleeping peacefully while breathing oxygen, she held her mother's hand and her nose felt slightly sore. Mom, I want to tell you something. I got married. But not to Lu Yuanju, but to a very good man. His name is Ron Futsong, and he is very good to me and the children. Mother Xia was sleeping peacefully without any reaction. Fu Jinya stood aside and heard the sadness in Xia Chu's tone. Thinking about her, a girl who had just experienced a family change and was alone and helpless with 3 children to make a living, a trace of pity rose in my heart. He put his arm around her shoulders and patted her gently. Xia Chu suppressed his emotions and whispered to his mother about what had just happened. Fu Jinya didn't say much the whole time. He just stood aside and accompanied her patiently. The other side. Lu Yuanju looked disheveled and could only consider himself unlucky and go make an appointment for a physical examination. After making an appointment, he sat in a chair and waited for the doctor to call his number. Thinking of Fu Jinya's infuriatingly handsome face, he clenched his fists in anger. Taking out his cell phone, he called Wang Yu again, trying to get some things clear. This time the call was connected. Boss Wang, you finally answered my call. Are you on a business trip? I was transferred overseas by the group. Wang Yu said unhappily. Lu Yuanzhou's heart skipped a beat, and he asked hurriedly, why were you transferred overseas for no reason? Now that Wang Yu has been transferred, the person in charge of the project will definitely be replaced. Then, won't all the money I spent on him be wasted? I'm being transferred because of you, Wang Yu shouted. Because of me? Yeah, who told you to put a woman in my room? My boss said I was immoral, so he transferred me to a remote overseas place. Wang Yu was very angry. Lu Yuanju, you really screwed me over. You don't have to contact me anymore. Your plan to cooperate with Fu Group is out of the question. The call was hung up directly. Lu Yuanzhou's face changed as he listened to the beeping sound from the electric current. Wang Yu is well known in the circle for his love of playing with women. If he hadn't hinted to himself that he had a crush on Xia Chu, he wouldn't have thought of sending Xia Chu to his bed. But now that something went wrong, he was blamed. He really lost both his wife and his army. Lu Yuanju felt pain in his bones and brain, and he regretted it so much. He also wanted to ask Wang Yu what was going on between Xia Chu and the Bentley man. It seems there is no need to ask now. It must be that Xia Chu broke into the Bentley man's room by accident. In order to cover up the shameful affair between himself and the Bentley man, Fu Qian asked Xia Chu and the Bentley man to pretend to be a couple. In order to make herself angry, Xia Chu married the Bentley man out of spite. It must be like this. Thinking of this, Lu Yuanju couldn't help but feel a little complacent. Xia Chu must still love me, otherwise she wouldn't marry a gay out of spite. Xia Chu, what should he do with her? Xia Chu didn't know that Lu Yuanju was still being sentimental. She was afraid of delaying Fu Jinya's work, so she didn't stay in her mother's ward for long. Fu Qian was waiting for them on the corridor. Seeing the two people leave the ward, he said to Fu Jinya, I just informed the hospital and will ask the medical staff to take better care of your aunt. If anyone comes to cause trouble again, let Fu's legal department handle it directly. Hearing this, Xia Chu was even more grateful. Mr. Fu, thank you so much. Don't be so polite, we are all family. Fu Qian blurted out. Are? A family? Xia Chu looked inquiring. Fu Jinya's black eyes swept over coldly. Fu Qian reacted and laughed quickly. Sister-in-law, I really treat Art Song as my own brother. I also expect him to work hard for the group, so I must help him properly handle his family affairs. Xia Chu curved her lips and smiled. She felt that her husband's boss, who she married suddenly, was really approachable. If she was lucky enough to work for the Fu Group in the future, she would definitely devote herself to the group and repay his kindness. Several people took the elevator downstairs. The elevator stopped for a moment, and the door opened, and 3 people walked in. Xia Chu's gaze fell on one of them and his eyes lit up. Xinyao. I met my best friend Zhang Xinyao. Chu. Are you here to see your aunt? Zhang Xinyao said with a smile. Well, what about you? What brings you here? This is a private hospital controlled by Fu Group, not the First People's Hospital where Zhang Xinyao works. Oh, there is an academic exchange meeting here today. Zhang Xinyao explained. Xia Chu nodded, thought of something, and glanced at Fu Jinya. Xinyao, let me introduce you, this is my husband Ron Futsong. Art Song, this is my best friend Zhang Xinyao. Fu Jinya and Zhang Xinyao nodded slightly, hello. Zhang Xinyao raised her eyes, and her first thought was, what a handsome man. Second thought, why does it look familiar? She didn't have time to think deeply, and greeted him, hello. Xie Chu glanced at Fu Qian again and continued to introduce, Xinyao, this is my husband's boss, Mr. Fu Qian. Fu Qian and Zhang Xinyao's eyes met, and Fu Qian's lips curled up in a teasing manner. It's you, Sister Piaro, long time no see. Zhang Xinyao was stunned for a moment, and her fair little face suddenly turned red. After a long while, she managed to squeeze out a sentence, I often see you in the eye-catching entertainment news. Peacock. Xie Chu. Sister Piaro, Peacock. These two really know how to give each other nicknames. There must be a story between them. And it's not a very pleasant story. Chapter 25. It's better not to have such a snobbish woman. The elevator reached the first floor. Xie Chu said to Fu Jinya, at Song, go and help Mr. Fu. I'll just talk to Xinyao and then I'll go back. Fu Jinya nodded slightly, said nothing more, and turned and left. That aura and that posture make him more like a boss than Fu Qian. Sister-in-law, let's meet again some other time. Fu Qian greeted Xie Chu, then looked at Zhang Xinyao with a raised eyebrow. Sister Piaro, see you later. Zhang Xinyao bit her lip and whispered angrily, Hoa Kongqiu, how come your memory is so good? Xie Chu was still looking at Fu Jinya's back. Hearing this, she asked curiously, Xinyao, do you know Mr. Fu? Yes, I know him. Why does he call you Sister Piaro? It's a long story. Zhang Xinyao began to tell how she and Fu Qian met. It turned out that during the summer vacation after she graduated from high school, she and several classmates met at a club to celebrate their release from the misery of being a student. I happened to meet my homeroom teacher who was holding a birthday party. The head teacher's surname was M.I. He had a slightly round head and slightly round ears, and looked quite like Mickey Mouse. Therefore, his classmates called him Mickey Mouse in private. She had drunk 2 glasses of wine at the time and her head was dizzy. She clearly wanted to call her homeroom teacher, Teacher M.I., but the words that came out of her mouth turned out to be Mickey Mouse. She remembered that Fu Qian was also present at the time and should be the head teacher's favorite student. When I heard her address the head teacher, I was so happy. Because Fu Qian was so handsome, she remembered him immediately. I was almost sober at that time and just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. A complete and massive social death scene. Xie Chu listened to her best friend's story and laughed with her hands covering her mouth. She could imagine how embarrassed her best friend was at that time. And then he called you Sister Piaro. No, it was 2 years later, when I was a sophomore, that we met again in college. Zhang Xinyao was furious, this Fu Qian is simply my nemesis. Xie Chu's eyes were full of gossip as she waited for her next words. My medical tutor at the time was also surnamed M.I. To be honest, I still have a trauma about this surname, so I usually just call him teacher. But one time, Fu Qian came to our school to attend an event on behalf of the Fu group, and my tutor sent me to receive him. Zhang Xinyao paused and gritted her teeth. What you fear will come true. When I saw him, my tongue started to twitch for no apparent reason. I wanted to call him teacher, but it was like I was possessed by a demon and I ended up calling him Mickey Mouse. Then, he nicknamed me Sister Piaro. She still remembered the scene when Fu Qian called her Sister Piaro with a smile. You stinky man, you are so handsome, why are you so rude? Giving girls nicknames. But there are still so many little celebrities and internet celebrities sticking to him, not afraid that he will poison them to death with his vicious words. After listening to her story, Xie Chu was overjoyed. You two are so destined to be together. Enemies always meet again. Shit fate. Zhang Xinyao rolled her eyes and said, let's not talk about him anymore, Chu, your husband is so handsome. Really? She looks like a celebrity. Yes, his appearance and aura are even better than those of a celebrity. Zhang Xinyao said, if you didn't say he was just Fu Qian's assistant, I would have thought he was the boss. Xie Chu felt the same way and tried to make up for Fu Jinya. Perhaps it's because they associate with the good and the bad. He was in contact with high-level people all day long, so he was influenced by them imperceptibly. Zhang Xinyao seemed to be thinking, I just think he looks familiar. Where have I seen him before? Xie Chu thought about it and started to make excuses for Fu Jinya. He is Mr. Fu's subordinate. Isn't Mr. Fu often on the hot searches? Could it be that he occasionally appears on the hot searches, so you think he looks familiar? Zhang Xinyao nodded. That's also possible. She couldn't remember it, so she put the matter aside. By the way, Chu, how is Auntie now? When mentioning her mother, Xie Chu's smile faded slightly, and a hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. Still the same. I have invited famous doctors from home and abroad to consult with my mother. They said that if there is no miracle, my mother may never wake up in her lifetime. Zhang Xinyao held her hand and comforted her silently. Thinking of her acupuncture skills, she said, Chu, take me to see my aunt. Good. The two turned back, and Xie Chu told Zhang Xinyao what had just happened. A hint of surprise flashed across Zhang Xinyao's eyes. Is the peacock so righteous? Yes, Mr. Fu said that my husband is his right-hand man, so I must help him handle the household chores properly. Zhang Xinyao snorted. He is quite good at winning people's hearts. Xie Chu curved her lips and smiled, knowing that she was benefiting from her husband's flash marriage. Outside the hospital. Because he was afraid of being exposed, Fu Jinya acted as a driver. Fu Qian sat in the back row, deliberately speaking in an official tone. Song, I, your boss, have made you proud today, right? When you go home tonight, your wife will definitely be even more gentle and considerate to you. How are you going to thank me? Fu Jinya glanced at him in the rearview mirror with a somewhat cold look. Fu Qian moved his body. Hey, what's your attitude? You've been treating me like my nose is not a nose, my eyes are not eyes. What did I do wrong? Fu Jinya, don't show off in front of my wife. Open the screen. Fu Qian pointed at his nose and glared at the back of someone's head. After a while, he smiled wickedly. Oh, I see, are you jealous? Are you afraid that your wife will fall in love with me because I helped her? Fu Jinya said nothing, but his breath became a little colder. Fu Qian snorted and said, Who told you to pretend to be poor? Otherwise, I wouldn't have the chance to show off my presents today. Fu Jinya's voice was slightly cold. If she is so obsessed with you, it's better not to have such a snobbish woman. Fu Qian didn't comment. Don't be jealous. People are very realistic. I'm rich and handsome, so it's normal for women to like me. So it's not advisable to test people's hearts by pretending to be poor. Fu Jinya pursed his lips and said nothing, but sped up the car. Fu Qian saw the dissatisfaction in his heart and quickly said, Of course there are exceptions. I am very good at judging people. My sister-in-law has a clear vision and does not seem like a superficial woman. Fu Jinya sneered and said nothing. What are you laughing at? If she was superficial and only cared about money, why would she marry a poor assistant like you who has no money and no house? Fu Qian said, with her beauty and even though she has 3 children, as long as she is willing to humble herself, she can still find a rich man to support her, right? Fu Jinya looked at the road conditions ahead, a hint of sneer flashing in his eyes. She asked for a betrothal gift of 500,000 right away. Do you think she's not superficial? Fu Qian choked, thought for a moment and said, Why don't you think about her current situation? She wants the betrothal money, maybe not because she likes money, but for the sake of the child, to pay for the medical expenses of her hospitalized mother. Fu Jinya's eyes moved slightly, but he didn't say anything. As he thought of something, the aura around him sank slightly again. That Lu Yuanju, find him something to do for me. Even after breaking off the engagement, he was still eyeing Xie Chu. How can we allow such an ungrateful, despicable and shameless person to succeed in the business world? Oh, you're so angry for your beloved. Are you in love with her? Fu Jinya sneered, I'm not as crazy as you are. Fu Qian smiled evilly, don't be stubborn, I'm waiting to see how you will be slapped in the face in the future. Chapter 26 You want to murder your husband. Xia's mother's ward. Zhang Xinyao sat beside the bed, concentrating and holding her breath as she took Xia's mother's pulse. Xie Chu stood quietly by the side waiting. After a while, Zhang Xinyao withdrew her hand. Auntie's brain was severely injured and her nerves are indeed severely damaged, but I can try acupuncture to see if I can stimulate her nerves and restore her consciousness. Xie Chu didn't have much hope at first. After all, she had invited famous doctors from home and abroad to consult on her mother, and they all said there was no hope. But after hearing Zhang Xinyao's words, she still felt a glimmer of hope. Xinyao, is there really a chance that my mother will wake up? Zhang Xinyao's expression was serious. I can only say that I will try my best. Doctors won't guarantee it. Xiaochu understood, her eyes were a little hot. Xinyao, thank you. Why are you being so polite to me? I will come twice a week to give acupuncture to your aunt. Zhang Xinyao said. Xiaochu reached out and hugged her, her eyes slightly red. Xinyao, I think I'm pretty lucky. Although my family suffered a sudden change and I met a scumbag, things turned around suddenly. Not only did I marry a handsome and responsible husband, but I also met you. This was a bit sentimental. Zhang Xinyao patted her on the back and joked, it sounds like your flash-married husband is very lucky for you. Xiaochu sniffed and burst into laughter. It seems so. If I hadn't met him, I would have been abused by the old man. If I hadn't met him, I would have been humiliated by Lu Yuanju. If I hadn't met him, the debt collector coming to extort money today wouldn't have had a perfect ending. He is like an oasis in the desert, giving people renewed hope. The two left the hospital, and Xiaochu returned to Jiang Jingyuan with a little excitement. I'm back. Mommy. The three little guys ran over, their big eyes full of concern. Xiaochu touched the little heads of several people, her heart soft, and motioned for them to go play while she went to get them some water. Granddaughter-in-law, is the problem solved? Mr. Fu followed and asked. It's been resolved. Xiaochu took a sip of water and said with a smile, today, thanks to Artsong's boss, he came forward to solve the problem for me. What? The boss of the eldest grandson? Mr. Fu deliberately asked, are you talking about the person in charge of the Fu group? No, it's Fu Qian. He seems to be the cousin of the person in charge of the Fu group. Xiaochu replied. It turns out that Ayi asked Fu Qian to come out. Mr. Fu asked calmly, oh, tell me quickly, how is it thanks to him? Xiaochu gave a brief account of what happened today. Old Master Fu pricked up his ears to listen, and Xiazidwa, who followed him, also pricked up his little ears. Hearing Xiaochu say that Fu Qian helped her out of trouble with just a few words and that she had made a fortune, the little girl frowned slightly and felt annoyed again. You see, this Uncle Fu Qian is not even the person in charge of the Fu group, but he can easily solve Mommy's problems. If the husband he finds for Mommy is the person in charge of the Fu group, then Mommy will be able to do whatever she wants in Haicheng in the future, right? How could he be so foolish for a moment and find a poor husband for Mommy? After listening to Xiaochu's story, Mr. Fu deliberately asked, son's wife, don't you think Artsong is not as capable as his boss? Xiaochu shook her head. How could that be? If Artsong wasn't capable, he wouldn't be valued by President Fu. If President Fu didn't value Artsong, he wouldn't help me like this. To put it bluntly, President Fu helped me solve the problem just for Artsong's sake. Mr. Fu deliberately said, you are right. My eldest grandson is indeed capable, but he doesn't have much money. He can't compare to those rich men who can spend a fortune on women. If you marry him, you can only live a dull life for the rest of your life. Hearing this, Xiaochu said seriously, Grandpa, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I think Aiken is very good. I am not a greedy, weak, or rich woman. A simple life is the real life. She couldn't say that now, she just wanted to keep herself out of trouble, because she was heartbroken by the scumbag and no longer believed in men. And she feels that her current marriage is also good. They each get what they want, and if one day her flash marriage husband doesn't want to continue living with her anymore, they can break up peacefully. Granddaughter-in-law, don't you really envy those women who marry into wealthy families? They can eat and drink the best food, and enjoy endless wealth and splendor throughout their lives. Mr. Fu tried again. Xiaochu shook her head, I don't envy you. If I have to choose, I would rather choose a soulmate. Spiritual abundance is better than anything else. Mr. Fu's eyes flickered, you mean, women who marry into wealthy families are not living a happy life? Xiaochu smiled and said, I don't know, but as the saying goes, once you enter a wealthy family, it's like entering a deep sea. There are many struggles in wealthy families, and it's not something that ordinary people can handle. Living in a wealthy family, with all the intrigue all day long, I always feel that my sense of happiness will be reduced a lot. Although her family had a little money, they could only be considered a well-off family. Even so, my father's cousins would still scheme against each other, not to mention the wealthy families. Mr. Fu was very satisfied with Xiaochu's indifference to fame and fortune, but when he thought about his grandson's identity, he became worried. She is now the wife of a wealthy family and is destined to face many dirty things in the wealthy family in the future. I don't know if she can stay with her grandson and support him. Never mind. Now he just wants his granddaughter-in-law to get pregnant as soon as possible. He wants to train the next generation of heirs for the Fu family during his lifetime. Shirzadwa, who was standing nearby, listened quietly to their conversation and blinked his big obsidian eyes. It sounds like mommy is quite satisfied with Uncle Ron. Then there is nothing wrong with him pulling the red string. Juo, what's wrong with you? When Shiachu turned around, she saw her son staring at her intently. What mommy meant just now is that you like Uncle Ron more than Uncle Ron's boss, right? Shirzadwa asked directly. Shiachu laughed, little kid, don't keep mentioning whether you like it or not every day. Mommy, who do you like? Mommy must like Uncle Ron. Rue and Mimi both ran over, looking at her with their big blinking eyes. Shiachu was speechless and changed the subject. You must be hungry, can we eat now? Mommy, you haven't told me yet, do you like Uncle Ron? The two little girls shouted. Mr. Fu joked, do you even need to ask? Of course your mommy likes Uncle Ron, but she's shy and doesn't want to say it. Hee, I knew mommy likes Uncle Ron. Yeah, because we all like Uncle Ron. Shiachu looked up at the sky in silence. One old man and three young ones, all of them are crazy about flowers. Night is coming. Fu Jinya is back. He went to take a shower first. Mr. Fu knocked on the door, holding a bowl of soup in his hand. Granddaughter-in-law, this is the nourishing soup I asked Auntie to make this afternoon. Let Artsong drink it later. Shiachu quickly took it, okay, Grandpa. She felt a little apologetic. While men work hard for their careers outside, women should take care of their husband's health at home. Things like making nourishing soup were supposed to be what she was supposed to do. But she hadn't expected this. Really incompetent. Soon, Fujinia came out of the bathroom. Still wearing the black robe, she was wiping her wet black hair with a dry towel. It looks like a picture of an attractive handsome man emerging from the bath. Shiachu picked up the soup bowl and walked up to him. Would you like to drink this bowl of tonic soup first? Fujinia threw the dry towel in his hand aside, glanced at the soup bowl, and said something from his sexy thin lips. You want to murder your husband? Chapter 27. Her clothes were stripped off. Shiachu was stunned. What? Fujinia opened his lips slightly and said, you can't cook, but you suddenly show your courtesy. Is there anything wrong with this soup? Shiachu. He really has a lot of wild thoughts. I didn't make this soup. Grandpa asked the cook to make it for me. Just drink it with peace of mind. The soup that Grandpa asked someone to make. Fujinia narrowed his narrow black eyes. The old man is thinking about having a great-grandson all day long, and who knows what kind of ingredients are put in this soup. That's even more problematic. I don't drink. Fu left a word and sat on the sofa. Shiachu was anxious. Why not drink it? This is a token of Grandpa's love. He cares about you very much. I don't need it. Why not? Fujinia raised his eyes and looked at the woman's beautiful eyebrows and deep black eyes that were slightly frowned. Are you sure you want me to drink this bowl of soup? This is a gift from Grandpa, so of course I have to drink it. Fujinia raised his eyebrows and blurted out, then drink with me. Shiachu was stunned. No, this is a tonic soup for you. Fujinia said lightly, you are too thin, you need to eat more. If you drink, I will drink. Shiachu. This man is really hard to please. She glanced at the noodle soup. Although she didn't know what kind of tonic soup it was, she thought that it was a gift from the old man. Okay, I'll drink with you. Shiachu took a sip of the tonic soup and found it tasted a bit strange. Fortunately, it's not that bad to drink. She took 2 more sips. Okay, it's your turn. Fujinia looked at her deeply, curled the corners of his lips, took the bowl of soup and drank it in one gulp. Shiachu breathed a sigh of relief, and seeing that his hair was not completely dry, she said, let me help you blow dry your hair. So attentive? Fujinia raised his eyebrows slightly. What do you want to ask for? Shiachu was speechless. No, you must think that if someone is being attentive to you, they are either treacherous or thieves. What else? Fujinia's tall figure leaned back slightly with a casual posture. Shiachu found a hairdryer and said, whatever you think, just consider it as my thanks for helping me out today. Fujinia's eyes moved slightly, and he deliberately said, the one who helps you is my boss. Why would your boss help me? Isn't it because he thinks highly of you? After all, I am still relying on you. Xiaochu turned behind him and turned on the hair dryer. There was a buzzing sound above his head. Fu Jinya felt the woman's delicate hands gently stroking his hair and squinted his eyes comfortably. Thinking of Fu Qian, he opened his lips and said, "My boss is handsome and rich, aren't you fascinated by him?" Xiaochu laughed, "I'm not a flower maniac. Honestly." Xiaochu paused, "Besides, when it comes to being handsome, you are more handsome than your boss. I have seen the best in the world, and I am immune to others." Fu Jinya had his eyes narrowed at first, but he opened them upon hearing those words, and the corners of his lips unconsciously curled up. Such a sweet mouth. I speak the truth. Fu Jinya's slender fingers tapped his thigh. But I don't have much money. Don't you envy other girls who can rely on their rich husbands to eat and drink delicious food and buy whatever they want? Xiaochu. They are indeed a grandfather and grandson, even their ideas are the same. Whether you have money or not, as long as you can get by, it's fine. A happy and harmonious family is more important than anything else. These words made Fu Jinya's heart move slightly. Does she really think so? Fu Qian's words flashed through my mind. She asked for a dowry of 500,000 yuan right away, not because she loved money, but perhaps because she was forced by life. The little hand above his head was still gently stroking his hair. Again and again, it seemed to pluck at his heartstrings. A surge of evil fire suddenly rose up in his body, making him feel a little hot. Sure enough, there was something wrong with that tonic soup. This old man. All right. Xiaochu turned off their hair dryer and put it back where it was. Her back was slender and graceful. Fu Jinya's gaze followed her all the way, his dark eyes deepening. When Xiaochu turned back, he said in a hoarse voice, "Aren't you hot?" At first Xiaochu didn't feel hot, but after he asked this, she suddenly felt a little hot. It's a bit hot. Is the air conditioner on too high? I'll turn it down a bit. She walked towards the door, and as soon as her hand touched the door handle, someone grabbed her wrist. The next second, Fu Jinya turned around and pushed her against the door. Xiaochu's heart skipped a beat as a strong masculine scent approached. "You, what are you doing? The air conditioner is already set to 24 degrees. If it's lower, the children will catch a cold." Fu Jinya's voice is low and hoarse, with a hint of sexiness. Their nose was filled with the familiar and pleasant scent of a man. His exposed honey-colored chest muscles glowed with an alluring halo. Xiaochu swallowed and his eyes were a little evasive. "Oh, that's right. Bang, bang, bang. Whose heart is beating so fast?" The man's body temperature was even hotter, burning her heart so much that it trembled. "Well, you let me go first, it's too hot." Fu Jinya stared at her bright red lips, his eyes darkening a little. "Are you sure you want me to let you go?" His voice was hoarse and contained a hint of seduction. Xiaochu's almond-shaped eyes flickered and her brain short-circuited for a moment. Fu Jinya moved closer. "Are you regretting letting me drink the tonic soup now?" Xiaochu didn't react. There is something wrong with that soup. Having trouble with soup? Any questions? She looks cute, like a lovely little rabbit. Red lips, tempting to pick. Fu Jinya raised his hand and gently pinched her small chin. "Xiaochu, are you too embarrassed to take the initiative, so you deliberately teamed up with Grandpa and used this method to make me take the initiative?" Xiaochu finally realized that there was something wrong with the soup and was immediately at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "That's not the case." "Oh, you mean, you want me to take the initiative?" "Xiaochu. Here we go again. This man always misinterprets other people's meanings. It's so hot in early summer that I feel a little thirsty." She didn't dare look directly into the man's deep eyes. "Let me go first, I want to go drink some water." Fu Jinya held her still and asked meaningfully, "Can drinking water really quench your thirst?" "This thirst is not that thirst." Xiaochu bit her lip, pretending not to understand the ambiguity in his words. "Of course." This time Fu Jinya let her go. Xiaochu didn't expect him to be so straightforward. She didn't react for a moment and her expression was a little dazed. Fu Jinya raised his eyebrows. "Don't you want to go drink some water?" "Oh." Xiaochu moved her body and wanted to turn around. Unexpectedly, he tripped over something and fell forward. Fu Jinya calmly retracted the long legs he had just stretched out his strong arms, and held the person tightly in his arms. Xiaochu had no idea of someone's evil and was shocked. She raised her eyes and met Fu Jinia's deep eyes with a hint of teasing. You're still trying to resist. Xiaochu, you're still saying that you don't want to take the initiative to knock me down. Xiaochu's pretty face flushed red. No, I didn't. She wanted to stand up straight, but her body felt inexplicably weak. The pleasant smell of the man made her mouth even drier. As far as the eye can see, there is his sexy Adam's apple, delicate collarbone, and strong chest muscles. Her husband, whom she married suddenly, is really handsome. So handsome that it makes people imagine a lot. Well, they are husband and wife now. It's not like they haven't slept together before. There was a warm touch on my chin. Fu Jinia pinched her chin and forced her to look up. There was a warmth on my lips, and the man's kiss fell. Xiaochu's heart trembled, and he groaned unconsciously, and his fingers curled up subconsciously. Fu Jinia's breathing slowed down, and his arms tightened around her slender waist. As their breaths intertwined, Xiaochu slowly closed his eyes. The man kissed her passionately, and her head felt dizzy. By the time she reacted, Fu Jinia had already fallen on the bed with her in his arms. The soft bed bounced slightly due to the weight of two people. Xiaochu's crow-feather eyelashes trembled slightly as she met the man's deep eyes. There seemed to be a series of flames that were getting more and more intense. Her body felt cold and her clothes were peeled off, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. The man's passionate kiss fell again. Chapter 28. Not crowded, but hot. Bang bang bang. There was a sudden knock on the door. Mommy, Wu, open the door, mommy. Xiaochu was startled by her daughter's cry. She opened her eyes, and her charming thoughts instantly disappeared. Get away first, it sounds like Mimi is crying. Fu Jinia naturally heard it as well. He frowned, and although his black eyes were filled with strong lust, he still got off Xiaochu. His eye swept over the woman's pale skin, and he put the stripped clothes on her. Xiaochu felt a little embarrassed, but without caring about anything else, she hurriedly got out of bed and ran to open the door. At the door, Mimi was wearing pink teddy bear pajamas and crying with her bare feet. Xiaochu quickly picked her up. Mimi, why are you crying? Did you have a nightmare? Well, I dreamed about a giant monster. It was so scary. The little guy hugged her neck and sobbed. Mommy, I want to sleep with you. Mimi is the youngest and the clingiest among the triplets. Sometimes at night it's like this, I wake up with a start and cling to her and want to sleep with her. Xiaochu habitually patted her and coaxed her, okay. After she responded, she remembered that she was no longer the same as before. She is not living in the Xia family's big villa now. She was married, and she wasn't the only one in the room. Looking at Fu Jinia, who was walking over, she said, Mimi had a nightmare and wanted to sleep with me, so I'll sleep next door tonight. There was still a slight heat surging in Fu Jinia's body. Hearing this, his brows furrowed. You want to squeeze into the crib next door? We can't let Mimi sleep in the big bed with us if we don't squeeze into the small bed, right? Xia Chuan said casually. Mimi looked at Fu Jinia with her big eyes like black grapes, and her baby voice was a little pitiful. Uncle Ruan, the big monster is so scary. I want to sleep with Mommy and Uncle Ruan. Xiaochu subconsciously glanced at Fu Jinia and was about to say no when she heard a man's gentle voice in her ears. Okay, sleep with Mommy and Uncle tonight. Xiaochu. He actually agreed. Although the two had not been together for a long time, she knew that this man was very picky. He doesn't like others invading his territory. Before, when his grandfather wanted to sleep in this room, he was very resistant and rejected it. And now, he actually readily agreed to his daughter's request. Uncle Ruan, hug me. Mimi's big eyes were sparkling and she stretched out her little arms, asking for a hug. Fu Jinia curled the corners of his lips and carried her towards the bed. The man has a tall and strong figure. His little daughter lay on his shoulder, looking very well behaved. At this moment, it inexplicably gives people a sense of déjà vu of a father holding his daughter. Mommy, come and go to sleep. Seeing Xiaochu in a daze, Mimi smiled at her. Xiaochu came back to his senses, curled the corners of his lips and walked over. Mommy sleeps on the left, Uncle Ruan sleeps on the right, and Mimi sleeps in the middle. The little guy directed the two of them to sleep. Xiaochu and Fu Jinia looked at each other and lay down on both sides of the little guy. Hee, Mimi is so happy. My brother and Rue will definitely envy me tomorrow. The little guy looked at this and that, with a look of great pride on his face. Xiaochu found it funny and covered her with the quilt. Okay, go to bed. The little guy yawned and rubbed his eyes with his little hands. He was indeed sleepy. But she forced herself to look at Fu Jinya despite her sleepiness, and grabbed his fingers with her little hand. Uncle Ruan, can I call you daddy? The little person has soft and small hands. With a hint of dependence on him. There was a scent of milk coming from his body, and Fu Jinya's originally hot heart inexplicably calmed down at this moment. For some reason, he, who originally didn't like children, couldn't resist the coquetry of Xiaochu's 3 children. I just want to pamper them unconditionally. Hee, good night, daddy. The little guy smiled with joy. The child's call of daddy made Fu Jinya's heart soften. It was as if she was his own daughter. He touched her little head and spoke softly. Good night. The little guy closed his eyes peacefully, and not long after, he began to breathe long and evenly. Xiaochu, who was standing by, felt mixed emotions when he heard his daughter call him daddy. Although the children don't say it, they must want a father in their hearts. And her flash-married husband just agreed. A ripple passed through her heart, and she stood up slightly and looked at the man on the side. Mi is asleep, do you feel crowded? Because she propped up half of her body, one side of her pajamas slipped to her shoulder, revealing half of her shoulders. Fu Jinya raised his eyes and touched the snow-white skin. His eyes deepened and the heat that had just been suppressed rose up again. It doesn't feel crowded, but it feels hot. His voice was dark, sexy, and meaningful. Xiaochu followed his gaze and reacted instantly. Her pretty face flushed and she quickly lay down. Well, I turned off the lights. Fu Jinya said nothing. Xiaochu ignored him and turned off the lights. Darkness fell, and the surroundings fell into silence. Only the sound of light and shallow breathing was heard. Xiaochu closed her eyes and tried to calm her beating heart. There was movement beside her, her heart skipped a beat and her fingers curled up unconsciously. Just now, he was like an arrow on a bow, almost ready to go. His interest was interrupted by his daughter, but the man's desire would not subside easily. Could it be that he couldn't control himself and wanted to continue? But my daughter is still here. Xiaochu was lost in thought when he heard the sound of light footsteps gradually fading away. When I opened my eyes, I saw Fu Jinya striding into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water was heard in the bathroom. Is he taking a cold shower? Xiaochu breathed a sigh of relief, and the taut string loosened slightly. The man's hot body temperature seemed to still remain on her body. Her pretty face turned hot and she quickly turned over. Looking at her daughter's peaceful sleeping face, she tried hard to suppress the ups and downs in her heart and forced herself to close her eyes. When Fu Jinya came back from taking a cold shower, Xiaochu had already fallen asleep. The similar sleeping faces of the two, one big and one small, are so adorable. His eyes swept over Xiaochu's curvy figure, her heaving chest, and her rosy red lips. The desire that had just subsided seemed to be showing signs of rising again. You stinky old man, I'll settle the score with him tomorrow. Fu Jinya looked away with a gloomy face. Unable to sleep, he simply went to the small study to handle official business. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he pinched his tired brows and stopped working. Looking at the watch on my hand, it was already past 3 in the morning. He closed his computer, stood up and walked to the bed. At this time, the mother and daughter were sleeping soundly. Fu Jinya looked at Xiaochu's beautiful sleeping face. His hands felt itchy and he really wanted to hold her in his arms. But take another look at the little guy's pink and tender face. Fu Jinya frowned slightly. There seems to be something wrong with the little guy. He bent down slightly, touched the little guy's forehead, and found that the little guy had a fever. Xiaochu, wake up quickly, Mi has a fever. Hearing Fu Jinya's call, Xiaochu woke up from her sleep. The originally chaotic thoughts also became clear. She touched the little girl's forehead and found that her daughter had a fever. Do you have any antipyretic medicine at home? Fu Jinya asked. Yes, but antipyretics don't work on Mimi. Xiaochu said. Mimi was the last one to be born. Her older brothers and sisters must have taken away a lot of nutrition when she was in my belly. That's why she was the lightest when she was born and the most frail and sickly child. Whenever she has a fever, she has to be given an for drip, and antipyretics don't work. Before the family went bankrupt, Her parents hired a family doctor for her for the sake of their children. So whenever Mimi has a fever, the family doctor will come immediately to give her an 4. But now, without a family doctor, I can only take Mimi to the hospital immediately. Xiaochu quickly got up and put on her clothes. Do you want to take Mimi to the hospital for an 4 drip? Fu Jinya asked. Xiaochu nodded, got dressed, and went to the next room to get Mimi's clothes. Fu Jinya pondered for a moment, took out his cell phone and called Jushin. Immediately arrange for the best pediatrician to see the child. I will take the child to the hospital for treatment later. Chapter 29. This little girl is Mr. Fu's daughter. Jushin was half asleep, and subconsciously asked, Mr. Fu, who are you taking to see the doctor? Fu Jinya glanced at the sleeping little girl, and thinking of her calling him daddy before she went to sleep, he said in a deep voice, my daughter. Jushin was stunned for a moment, then quickly agreed after he realized what was going on. Fu Jinya hung up the phone and quickly changed his clothes. At this time, Xiaochu brought Mimi's clothes and put them on her. Seeing Fu Jinya dressed neatly, she asked, will you accompany me to the hospital? Xiaochu apologized and was grateful, I'm sorry to disturb your sleep. Fu Jinya glanced at her and said, I can't sleep anyway. He was hinting at something. Xiaochu was stunned for a moment, then felt a little embarrassed when she realized what was going on. But she didn't have time to think about it at this moment, so she picked up her daughter whose face was flushed with fever and prepared to go out. Let me hold you. Fu Jinya took Mimi from Xiaochu without saying anything and strode towards the door. The man's back was broad and exuded a reassuring aura. A warm feeling passed through Xiaochu's heart, and he quickly followed. Mr. Fu heard the noise and came out of the room. Where are you going? Grandpa, Mimi has a fever, let's take her to the hospital. Xiaochu said. Fu Jinya glanced at him, with the corners of his lips raised in a smile. Were you woken up, or did you not sleep at all? When you get older, you tend to worry about things. Old Master Fu knew that his eldest grandson was indirectly criticizing him for meddling in other people's business. He was shameless and pretended not to understand. Then you should take Mimi to the hospital quickly. I will take good care of Juo and Ruerue for you. Thank you, Grandpa. Xiaochu smiled at him gratefully. Fu Jinya glanced at him without saying anything, then walked away holding Mimi in his arms. The door closed, and Mr. Fu narrowed his eyes, looking a little regretful. Tonight's sonic soup is very filling, the kind that will definitely help men sow seeds after drinking it. What a pity. Should he take the children away and create a world of his own for the young couple? Outside, Fu Jinya and Xiaochu left the apartment building. Xiaochu prepared to call a taxi. No need to call, I've brought the boss's car back. Fu Jinya strode towards the Bentley holding Mimi in his arms. Although Xiaochu felt that it was a bit inappropriate for her husband, who had a flash marriage, to drive back his boss's car. But she couldn't care about anything else at this moment and followed Fu Jinya to the Bentley. Fu Jinya had already opened the back door of the car for her. She sat in first and then took Mimi. Fu Jinya closed the car door, got into the driver's seat, drove very fast, and soon arrived at the private hospital controlled by Fu Group. Xiaochu was concerned about Mimi who had a fever, and didn't notice which hospital Fu Jinya drove to. It wasn't until she reached her destination that she realized what was happening. Why did you come to a private hospital? Fu Jinya took Mimi from her and asked, what happened to the private hospital? It's more expensive to see a doctor in a private hospital, Xiaochu said truthfully. Fu Jinya glanced at her and frowned. It's expensive, but the medical skills are better. It's already this late, and you're still thinking about money. Which is more important, the child's health or money? His tone was cold and harsh, like a superior scolding a subordinate. Xiaochu was scolded so much that she felt ashamed. It's not that she thinks the child's health is unimportant, but because she has experience. Mimi has a fever, and it can be reduced by just in 4. This can be done in any hospital. However, seeing that Fu Jinya cared so much about his daughter, she did not blame the man for his bad attitude towards her, but felt very warm instead. Not all men can treat other people's children as their own. Her flash-married husband is a broad-minded and loving man. At this time, the director of pediatrics, who had received the notification, had just gotten up from his wife's warm bed and arrived at the emergency room before them. Because he ran so fast, beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and just took a sip of water when he saw Fu Jinya coming with the child in his arms. He quickly put down the cup and followed Jushin's reminder to treat Fu Jinya as an ordinary person. What's the matter with the child? The child suddenly developed a fever in the middle of the night. Fu Jinya held Mimi, who was still in a coma, in his arms, with a hint of concern in his eyes. Yes, doctor. My daughter is one of triplets. She has been weak and sickly since she was young. Xiaochu stood aside and told the director of pediatrics about the child's condition. Well, let me check the child first. The pediatrician put on a stethoscope and began to examine Mimi. At this time, Mimi woke up in a daze. She opened her eyes, and her big eyes were watery because of the fever. Mimi, are you awake? Fu Jinya called her softly. When the little kid saw the unfamiliar environment and the doctor in a white coat, he subconsciously shrank into Fu Jinya's arms. Her little mouth pouted as if she was about to cry. Daddy, don't give me the injection. Hearing her baby voice, Fu Jinya's heart ached. Don't be afraid, Daddy is here. He coaxed softly. The pediatrician who was listening to the child's stethoscope looked at him in shock and his hands shook. Is this little girl Mr. Fu's daughter? When did Mr. Fu get married? Even have children? How come he didn't hear any news? Jushin's reminder flashed through my mind. He stole another glance at Xiaochu, muttering to himself. It sounds like the president's wife doesn't he know Mr. Fu's identity yet. Is Mr. Fu playing cosplay? He didn't dare to explore the gossip about President Fu. It's just that he was fortunate enough to see Fu Jinya come to their hospital to inspect business. At that time, the man had a stern face and was surrounded by people, like an emperor descending. And now? The director glanced at Fu Jinya, who was still coaxing Mimi. Mr. Fu now no longer has any of his kingly demeanor, and looks like a gentle old father. Looks like he dotes on his daughter. The child is not a big problem. After the examination, the head of the pediatric department said, the child's constitution is weak. It should be caused by the cold and heat. I will give him 2 bottles of water first. Hearing this, Fu Jinya glanced at him with a cold tone. Look carefully, is there really no other problem with the child? His serious look made the head of pediatrics feel nervous. At present, it should be. No should, I want a definite answer. Fu Jinya interrupted him, his tone full of the authority of a superior. The director of pediatrics was shocked by his aura and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. The original certainty became uncertain under his sharp gaze. Seeing this, Xiaochu pulled Fu Jinya aside and said softly, don't embarrass the doctor. Mimi has been like this since she was a child. She will have a fever if she feels a little uncomfortable. The doctor won't make a mistake. The president's wife is still sensible. The director of pediatrics nodded in his heart. Doctor, please write me a prescription. Xiaochu said softly. The director of pediatrics glanced at Fu Jinya and saw that he didn't say anything. He knew that he agreed, so he breathed a sigh of relief and quickly wrote the prescription. Fu Jinya took the prescription, picked up Mimi and went to the infusion room. It was late at night and there were few people in the infusion room. Fu Jinya motioned Xiaochu to sit down, and then handed Mimi to her. Wait here. I'll go pay the fee. Okay, the money. Xiaochu wanted to get him a card. Fu Jinya glanced at her and said, Xiaochu, we are husband and wife, you don't have to be so clear with me. Chapter 30 wiped the tears and snot on him. Fu Jinya went to pay the fee. Xiaochu looked at his tall back, and a warm current once again passed through her heart. Mimi in my arms felt a little dizzy because of the fever. Seeing Fu Jinya leaving, she became anxious. Mommy, is Daddy leaving? No, he went to pay the fee and came back after paying. Xiaochu comforted. Only then did Mimi feel relieved. She snuggled into Xiaochu's arms and murmured softly, I like my new daddy. Xiaochu touched her soft hair, with the corners of her lips slightly curved. Children's eyes are sharp. They know clearly who is truly kind to them. They like Fu Jinya because they feel his love from the bottom of his heart. Not long after, Fu Jinya came back. Let me hold you. Xiaochu was about to say no, but Mimi had already opened her arms to him. Fu Jinya took Mimi and sat down. Soon, medical staff came over to give Mimi and 4. Mimi shrank into his arms with some fear. Dad, don't give me the injection. Fu Jinya pressed her head into his arms to prevent her from looking. Don't be afraid, just close your eyes, it will be fine in a moment. He has a gentle tone and a handsome appearance. The nurse who was making preparations couldn't help but look at him again. Sensing her gaze, Fu Jinya's face turned cold. Give the injection carefully, don't hurt my daughter. The man's eyes were sharp, revealing the majesty of a superior. The nurse felt a chill down her spine for no apparent reason, as if she had just met her superior. She quickly held her breath and dared not delay. The cold needle pierced into the small blood vessel on the back of Mimi's hand. Mimi felt the pain, her little mouth pouted and she started crying. Fu Jinya quickly coaxed her, don't cry, it will be fine soon. Xiaochu, who was standing by, echoed, don't cry, Mimi. Our Mimi is a very brave little princess. Mimi hid in Fu Jinya's arms, and her crying became quieter and quieter. After the nurse finished and left, she asked a little aggrievedly, is Mimi a little princess like Sophia? Xiaochu knew that the Sophia her daughter was talking about was a character in the animated series produced by Disney. The cartoon tells the story of an ordinary girl who gradually becomes a real princess after a series of strange experiences. Both daughters love watching it. She nodded. Yes, Mimi is as brave as Sophia. Mimi blinked her big eyes. Because there were tears in her eyes, she rubbed them unconsciously on Fu Jinya's chest, and her snot and tears got on Fu Jinya's shirt. She said in a baby voice, I really want Sophia to sleep with me at night. Xiaochu watched her daughter's little movements, her breathing stagnated, and she unconsciously glanced at Fu Jinya. She knew that her husband, who she married suddenly, was very picky. Such men are somewhat misophobic. Now, my daughter actually wiped her snot and tears on him. He will definitely be disgusted to death. Fu Jinya did take a glance at the stains on his body, but that was all. His face was calm as he asked, who is Sophia? Xiaochu was slightly moved when she saw that he did not show any disgust or blame his daughter. She quickly replied, Sophia is not a person, she is a doll. Fu Jinya held Mimi upright and started chatting with her to pass the time. You like dolls? Yeah, Sophia is so pretty. But mommy said we can't buy one. Mimi had a regretful expression on her face. Fu Jinya glanced at Xiaochu and asked, is there any doll that you can't buy? Well, dolls produced by Disney are very popular. I asked people to buy them for me several times before but failed to get them. Xiaochu said. Is that so? Fu Jinya looked at the regretful expression of the little baby in his arms, said nothing, and just kept it in his heart. Xiaochu brought a stool and sat aside to watch the drip. Mimi was not in good spirits because she had a fever. After saying a few words, she fell asleep again in Fu Jinya's arms. Fu Jinya held her like this, looking up at the drip from time to time. Fortunately, after a few bottles of drips, Mimi's fever subsided. The fever is gone. Fu Jinya touched the little kid's forehead and said something. Xiaochu also touched her daughter's forehead and nodded. Go back. Fu Jinya carefully picked up Mimi who was still sleeping, and said gently. Xiaochu raised her eyes and did not miss the red bloodshot in the man's eyes. A handsome face full of fatigue. Xiaochu felt apologetic, did you not sleep all night? She didn't ask Fu Jinya how he discovered that his daughter had a fever. However, he took a cold shower before going to bed. He must have not slept well because of the bowl of soup. Fu Jinya hummed lightly and walked out holding Mimi in his arms. Xiaochu opened her mouth and wanted to say thank you to him. But in the end nothing was said. A thank you is too little. Only by treating him well in the future can she express her gratitude to him. The three of them left the hospital and headed for the open-air parking lot. At this time, Lin Shilan had just got off a taxi, holding a thermos cup in her hand. With a casual glance, I saw Xiaochu and Fu Jinya. Not far away, Lin Shilan saw Fu Jinya's face clearly and was immediately stunned by his beauty. Who is he? How did you end up with Xiaochu? Could he be Xiaochu's flash marriage husband? Choo-choo. Lin Shilan walked up to the two of them and greeted Xiaochu. Xiaochu didn't expect to meet her here. The two were no longer friends, and she wasn't prepared to pay any attention to her. But Lin Shilan was thick-skinned and still managed to act like a loving sister with a look of concern on her face. Why did you leave the hospital at this time? Is the child not feeling well? Yes, my daughter has a fever, and my husband accompanied me to take her to see the doctor. Xiaochu held Fu Jinya's arm. Lin Shilan is so good at pretending, isn't it just because she wants to know Fu Jinia's identity? Then she got what she wanted. So he is your flash married husband. Lin Shilan felt bad when her guess was confirmed. She had already learned from Lu Yuanju that Xia Chu's flash married husband was very handsome. But I didn't expect this man to be so handsome. Lu Yuanju said that this man was gay, but Xia Chu refused to admit it. So is this man gay? Yes. Xia Chu smiled slightly and said to Fu Jinia, "Song, let me introduce you. This is my plastic sister Lin Shilan." Fu Jinia glanced at Lin Shilan and said in a sarcastic voice, "She and Lu Yuanju are a good match. One is a scumbag, the other is a bitch, a perfect match." Xia Chu couldn't help but burst out laughing. What a vicious man. But she likes it. Come on, husband, let's go home. This was the third time she called herself husband. The more Fu Jinia listened, the more he liked it. He curled the corners of his lips and walked straight past Lin Shilan with her. Lin Shilan's expression changed when she was mocked by the two people. Almost failed. Seeing Fu Jinia opening the back door for Xia Chu in a gentlemanly manner, his every move revealing impeccable masculine charm, she almost bit her teeth. Why is Xia Chu so lucky? She had clearly become a worthless person, so how could she suddenly get married? And she married such a handsome man. If this man was a gay, she would feel a little more balanced. But if it weren't? Chapter 31. If you want to suffocate me, I will continue. Lin Shilan's eyes were full of jealousy. Thinking of something, she clenched her fists. Fu's Jewelry suddenly decided to recruit design talents through a jewelry design competition. Coincidentally, the design director asked her to be responsible for screening out qualified contestants from the crowd of contestants based on their submitted works and conducting the formal competition. And she saw Xia Chu on the list of contestants. Xia Chu actually wants to join Fu's Jewelry. How could she let Xia Chu join the company and take away her job? So she eliminated Xia Chu immediately. Xia Chu is now a powerless single mother. You deserve to be reduced to a poor person who can be stepped on by everyone. Let her also taste the humiliation of living at the mercy of others. She would never allow Xia Chu to have a chance to turn things around. There was a gleam in Lin Shilan's eyes. She entered the hospital carrying a thermos bucket and walked towards the inpatient building. She took the elevator to the 10th floor, pushed open the door of Lu Yuanju's ward, and saw Lu Yuanju answering the phone. Yesterday, Lu Yuanju was beaten and hospitalized. She asked him, who hurt him? Lu Yuanju also refused to say anything, only saying that it was a business dispute. That's why she came to their hospital early in the morning to bring him breakfast. Of course, what Lin Shilan didn't know was that Lu Yuanju refused to tell the truth because he was afraid that she would know his little thoughts. I know. I'll be right there. Lu Yuanju hung up the phone, frowned, threw back the quilt and got out of bed. Lin Shilan was about to talk to him about Xia Chu's flash marriage husband, but changed her mind when she saw this. Yuanju, where are you going? Something happened at the company, and I need to be discharged immediately. Lin Shilan was stunned. Are you in such a hurry? What happened in the company? A batch of supplies was suddenly intercepted by someone, and several suppliers called to say they wanted to terminate the contract, as if it had been agreed upon. I had to deal with it immediately. Lu Yuanju felt a little nervous. I always feel that things aren't that simple when something goes wrong in the company. It's like someone is deliberately making fun of him. Fu Jinia drove Xia Chu and Mimi back to Jiangjingyuan. The two children at home are still asleep. Mr. Fu was waiting for them on the sofa in the living room. Are you back? Is Mimi okay? It's okay, the fever has gone down. Xia Chu replied. That's good, hurry up and take the child back to their house to rest. Mr. Fu also breathed a sigh of relief. Fu Jinia glanced at him indifferently, then walked towards the master bedroom carrying Mimi, who was still asleep. Xia Chu also followed in. Fu Jinia gently put Mimi on the bed and said to Xia Chu, sleep with Mimi for a while. I'll go make breakfast. Xia Chu only felt warm and apologetic. This man hasn't slept all night and now he has to make breakfast for them. This kind of husband is simply a god-level husband. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. She should thank Lu Yuanju for letting her meet such a godly husband. Let me help you. No, don't make things worse. Xia Chu. The touch in my heart slipped away quietly. Okay, then I want tea help. Give her some time, and she will surely impress him. Outside, Fu Jinia went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Mr. Fu walked in and asked, "Did you drink the bowl of soup last night? You are really bringing up something that is not related to the topic." Fu Jinia took out the ingredients from the refrigerator, his voice a little cold. "If you want your grandson to die suddenly, then go ahead." Mr. Fu touched his nose and subconsciously glanced at a certain part of his body. "It's not that exaggerated. It's a tonic soup, not a medicine to help with sexual pleasure. The soup is full of medicinal herbs, which are only good for the body, not harmful." Fu Jinia threw the steak in his hand into the pool. His casual action revealed an intimidating aura. "I'll ask Auntie to make some nourishing soup for you tonight, too, to nourish you." Mr. Fu choked and said, "I don't have a partner, do you want to suffocate me to death?" Fu Jinia sneered, "How could that be? The tonic soup is full of medicinal herbs, which are only good for the body, not harmful." Mr. Fu. Use his words to stop him. "Were you disturbed by the child last night? Are you really depressed? Don't be angry. Remember, this is your own grandfather." Fu Jinia took a deep breath. "Go home quickly. My patience is limited." Mr. Fu curled his lips and said, "Be nice to me. As the saying goes, an old man in the family is like a treasure. If you have any problems, I can still take care of your children for you. Can I hire a babysitter?" Fu Jinia picked up the steak to thaw it. "Aren't you just a little assistant now? You still have money to hire a nanny? Aren't you afraid of being exposed?" Fu Jinia took the kitchen knife and slammed it on the chopping board. Mr. Fu knew that his eldest grandson's patience had reached its limit. "Okay, you don't have to rush me. I'll leave after 2 more days." Not only does he go by himself, he also takes a few children with him. The eldest grandson will thank him then. Fu Jinia quickly prepared breakfast. The 3 children also woke up one after another. Mimi's fever has completely subsided and she is full of energy. She is showing off to her brothers and sisters with a proud look on her face. "Last night, Mommy, Uncle Ruan and I slept together. Mommy slept on my left, and Uncle Ruan slept on my right. I was so happy." Rue widened her eyes with envy. "Uncle Ruan asked you to sleep with him." I want to sleep with them too." Mimi giggled. "I even called Uncle Ruan Daddy." Rue's eyes widened. Uncle Ruan agreed. "Certainly." Hearing this, Shearzadwa frowned. "Who told you to change your words? Didn't I tell you not to change your words so quickly?" Mimi blinked her big eyes. "Why? Brother, are you worried whether Mommy likes Uncle Ruan?" Shearzadwa, "Of course." Mimi, "Brother, Mommy must like Uncle Ruan. Didn't we ask her yesterday?" Shearzadwa, "But Mommy didn't give a direct answer." Rue, "But Grandpa said that it's because Mommy is shy." Shearzadwa was speechless. It was really difficult to communicate with 2 love-crazy sisters. "Brother, I really like Uncle Ruan." Mimi said in a baby voice, "I had a fever yesterday, and he took me to the hospital to get in for drip." Shearzadwa frowned and touched her forehead like a little adult. "You have a fever again." "The fever is gone now." Mimi giggled. "Let me tell you, Uncle Ruan introduced me to the nurse and said I was his daughter." She looked a little proud, which aroused Rue's envy. She decided. "What are you 3 whispering about? Come and have breakfast." Shearchu called out in the restaurant. Rue stood up quickly, found Fu Jinia, and ran straight to the restaurant with her short legs. "Daddy, I want to sleep with you tonight." Fu Jinia. Shearchu. He, Rue is jealous. Mimi ran over and said, "Daddy, can we all sleep with you tonight?" The 2 little kids, each holding one of Fu Jinia's thighs, looked up at him with their bright eyes. Fu Jinia's heart was melted by them and he couldn't say anything to refuse. Shearchu laughed. Why did these 2 kids start calling him daddy? So should she sleep in her daughter's room tonight? Of course, the 2 daughters' wish to sleep with Fu Jinia was not fulfilled. Because Fu Jinia went on a business trip to the neighboring city that day and did not return until the 3rd night. At this time, Shearchu was looking forward to the reply from Fu Jewelry. But what I got was an email saying that it was not accepted. Chapter 32. You can repay me however you want. Looking at the official answer given by Fu Jewelry, Shearchu pursed her red lips, not convinced. She herself knows how good her design skills are. I can't say that she is extremely talented, but it is impossible for her to be eliminated in the first round. Then there is only one possibility: she was hacked. Some people didn't want her to join Fu Jewelry, so they eliminated her at the first opportunity. And there is no need to think about it, you know that this person must be Lin Shilan. A hint of coldness flashed across Xia Chu's eyes. She was silent for a moment and then dialed Lin Shilan's number. The phone rang for a long time until someone answered it in the last few seconds. Lin Shilan seemed to be demonstrating to her in this way. Chu, why did you call me? I thought you wouldn't contact me again. Is there something wrong? The female voice in the electric current was filled with a hint of cold arrogance and sarcasm, and it no longer had the gentleness and intimacy of the past. Xia Chu's face was calm. I signed up for the design competition launched by Fu's Jewelry, but you rejected me directly, right? Yes. Lin Shilan did not deny it. Lin Shilan, what are you afraid of? Are you afraid that I will expose your lies in public? Are you afraid that others will know that your current achievements are all due to my guidance? Hearing this, Lin Shilan did not answer but asked, Xia Chu, you are recording now, right? What, are you trying to trick me into talking? Xia Chu tightened her grip on the phone. Lin Shilan is not stupid, she is actually recording at the moment. Xia Chu, don't waste your time. I rejected you directly because neither your design works nor your character meet our company's admission standards. Lin Shilan snorted coldly. How could I allow a plagiarist like you who hasn't even graduated from college and can only steal other people's ideas to join Fu's Jewelry and pollute the company's atmosphere? Her tone was full of sarcasm and provocation. Xia Chu pursed her red lips, feeling ridiculous and angry. Who is the plagiarist? Lin Shilan, what is true cannot be false, and what is false cannot be true. You don't have to be happy too soon. You will know whether it is a dragon or a worm in the future. Then just dream slowly. After Lin Shilan finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Xia Chu listened to the beeping sound coming from the electric current and frowned. There was no point in arguing, she didn't record any valuable information. What to do now? She also hoped to slap Lin Shilan in the face through the design competition and win the prize. But before entering, the entrance was blocked. Was it rejected? A man's magnetic voice came from the door. Xia Chu was startled and turned around suddenly, only to see Fu Jinya walking in. A simple black shirt and black pants wrapped around his tall and perfect male model figure. With a hint of dust. You're back. Her flash-married husband is back from a business trip. For some unknown reason, I felt a little happy. Fu Jinya handed her a briefcase and a handbag, and seeing the joy in her eyes, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Missed me. His eyes were deep with a smile, revealing a hint of teasing. A hint of discomfort flashed across Xia Chu's eyes. He glanced at the bag and pretended nothing had happened and changed the subject. What's this? Gifts for the children. Really? Xia Chu curiously opened the bag and took a look, and saw several Disney dolls inside. They are all limited editions, the kind that you can't buy even if you have money. Xia Chu's eyes lit up. These dolls are limited editions, how did you buy them? Is there anything in this world that he can't buy? Fu Jinya curled his lips and said, it just so happened that the partner my boss talked to had channels in this area, so I asked him to buy a few. Xia Chu smiled and said, then I would like to thank you on behalf of the children. Her flash-married husband is really considerate. Last time Mimi went to get in for drip in the middle of the night, she only mentioned the Disney doll, but she didn't expect him to remember it. Xia Chu took out another USB flash drive from inside. What is this? Programming textbooks for Duo. Xia Chu. Is this a gift he gave to his son? Well, Duo is a boy and he really doesn't like fluffy toys. Xia Chu packed up her things and said, I'll go run the bath water for you. Fu Jinya unbuttoned the 2 buttons on his chest and sat on the sofa. Thinking of the phone call he heard just before entering the door, his dark eyes narrowed. My wife wasn't even included in the design competition and she was rejected. He took out his cell phone and called Jushin. Do something for me tomorrow. Xia Chu prepared the bath water for Fu Jinya and came out of the bathroom. Okay, you can wash now. Fu Jinya just finished a call with Jushin. Looking at the woman's beautiful eyes and eyebrows, he asked, did the design department of Fu Jewelry dismiss you? When this was mentioned, the smile on Xia Chu's face faded slightly. Yes, I was eliminated. It was Lin Shilan who did it. If she hadn't interfered, I wouldn't have been eliminated in the first round. Hearing this, Fu Jinya raised his eyebrows. You seem to be quite confident in your design. Xiaochu, I speak for myself with my work. When you first saw the jewelry I made, didn't you praise me for my ingenuity? Her dark almond eyes are full of spirit and confidence. Fu Jinya chuckled and spoke jokingly. I remember the compliments I gave you very well. Xiaochu's pretty face was slightly hot, and she said softly, I will remember the insults you said to me. To insult her, you would say she can't cook. He still holds a grudge. Fu Jinya curled his lips and said, You've been eliminated in the first round. What are you going to do? What to do? Xiaochu looked at the handsome face of the man, her eyes moved, and she asked tentatively, Tomorrow is the design competition. Aren't you Mr. Fu's assistant? Can you take me to the competition site? Her thoughts actually coincided with mine. Fu Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly. The design competition is broadcast live. Are you planning to cause a scene? Xiaochu's almond eyes turned. Don't say such harsh words. I just want to use this platform to prove my strength. Don't you think it's a pity for Fu Jewelry to lose such an excellent designer like me? Fu Jinya. She is quite good at flattering herself. Akong, is it okay? Xiaochu tried again. The clear eyes carried a hint of cautious expectation. Fu Jinya's heart moved, and he opened his thin lips slightly. It's not impossible. Xiaochu was delighted, really. Well, but. Fu Jinya kept the question in suspense. But what? Xiaochu asked anxiously. Xiaochu, I am abusing my power for personal gain. Fu Jinya deliberately said, Didn't you tell me that even if the boss values me, I can't be arrogant and have a sense of propriety? The smile on Xiaochu's face froze. Their husband who got married quickly remembers her words very well. So, I'm helping you at the risk of being looked down upon by my boss. How are you going to thank me? How to thank him? Xiaochu bit her lip. In fact, if there was a way, she would definitely not want to take shortcuts and ask him for a back door. But this is one time, and that is another time. In order to prove her strength and for the bonus of 200,000, she didn't care about anything else. Looking at the handsome face of the man, Xiaochu's pretty face flushed as she thought about how they almost had a fight before he went on a business trip. You can repay me in any way you want. The gratitude he wants should be physical relief, right? Oh, really anything. Fu Jinya's dark eyes deepened and he leaned forward slightly, as if he wanted to hold her in his arms. Go take a shower first, I'll get you a change of clothes. Xiaochu blushed and went to help him get his clothes. The shy expression made Fu Jinya's heart itchy. The unforgettable feeling of the first time they made love in bed flashed through my mind. His brows were relaxed, and the fatigue from days of running around seemed to have disappeared in an instant. Chapter 33 It's not the first time. Fu Jinya took his spare clothes and went to the bathroom. Listening to the sound of running water in the bathroom, Xiaochu patted her slightly hot face, took a deep breath, lifted the quilt and sat on the bed. It's not the first time, so there's nothing to be nervous about. What's more, her husband, whom she married suddenly, is handsome and good at sex, so she is the one who got the advantage. Xiaochu prepared herself mentally and picked up a book and flipped through it randomly. Not long after, Fu Jinya came out of the bathroom. Xiaochu's heart tightened and she didn't dare to look him in the eye. A piece of the bed collapsed, and a man's teasing voice rang in my ears. You still have this ability. Xiaochu was stunned and looked up subconsciously. Fu Jinya raised his chin and motioned for her to look for herself. Xiaochu lowered her head and realized that she was holding the book upside down. It's so embarrassing. Xiaochu wanted to find a hole to crawl into, so he quickly put the book aside. Well, let me help you blow dry your hair. She threw back the quilt and pretended to get out of bed. The wrist was tightened and the person was pulled into a hot embrace. Xiaochu took a breath, raised her eyes, and met the man's dark eyes. His black hair was half dry, and his handsome face was hidden in the dim light, adding a bit of charm and mystery. Xiaochu's eyes uncontrollably swept across his sexy Adam's apple, delicate collarbone, and solid chest muscles. My heart started beating violently. Nervous. The man's voice was low and dark. No. It's not the first time for us. Xiaochu pretended to be calm. Fu Jinya curled the corners of his lips slightly, glanced at her hands on both sides, and covered them with his big hands. Let go, don't tear the sheets. Xiaochu. All right. Her body always betrays her feelings mercilessly. Xiaochu quickly let go of his hand. Fu Jinya chuckled, interlocked his fingers with hers, and pressed them on top of her head. Then people pressed down. A strong masculine scent approached. Xiaochu swallowed and subconsciously closed her eyes. She could hear the man's breathing getting heavier. Their hot skin touches each other, with a hint of ambiguity. Xiaochu was mentally prepared, but she suddenly felt uncomfortable in her stomach. She frowned and suddenly opened her eyes. Get up now. Fu Jinya's lips were just 2 millimeters away from her. With just a light touch, you can pick up the fragrance that is so close. Hearing this, he paused. What's wrong? My stomach feels uncomfortable. Xiaochu said. Fu Jinya narrowed his eyes, a little doubtful. Is it true? I'm not lying to you. Get out of here quickly. I think I'm coming. Xiaochu pushed his strong chest muscles with an anxious look on her face. Fu Jinya's expression was full of colors. He was already prepared to eat the meat, but now he was told that the meat was rotten. This taste. Xiaochu didn't care about him, got out of bed quickly and ran into the bathroom. Sure enough, my aunt arrived early. Maybe it's because there are too many things to do this month and I'm exhausted. Xiaochu found a small piece of bread and felt like laughing when she thought of Fu Jinya's unhappy expression just now. This is definitely God's will, not her intentional act. Xiaochu cleaned up in the bathroom and then went out. Fu Jinya was waiting for her on the bed. Meeting the flames in his eyes, Xiaochu pinned a strand of hair behind her ear. Well, go to bed early. There was still a hint of lust in Fu Jinya's eyes. I hope it was just a mistake. But obviously, it was not a mistake. Watching the woman lying down beside him, he leaned over slightly and pinched her chin with his slender fingers. You look happy. No. Xiaochu quickly straightened the corners of his mouth that were raised. Fu Jinya, unhappy. Because you can't do it. So you were secretly looking forward to having sex with me. Xiaochu. Here we go again. How does it feel to have a husband who is good at picking out words? I'm so blocked that I have nothing to say. Aren't you tired? Go to sleep quickly. Xiaochu pulled his hand away, closed her eyes and pretended not to hear. She heard a man's chuckle, and then she heard the sound of a light being turned off. The man's breath approached. She felt a weight on her body and was held in his arms. Xiaochu didn't dare to move. Although it is inconvenient for her now, she is afraid that the man who is overwhelmed by lust will ignore it. Fortunately, nothing happened. Fu Jinya just hugged her tightly without doing anything inappropriate. Xiaochu's body gradually relaxed. But my stomach was aching. She frowned, moved her body, and wanted to rub her lower abdomen. Don't move. A man's low and hoarse voice came to my ears, with a hint of fatigue. Xiaochu thought that he must be very tired after being on a business trip for 2 days, so she lay down obediently and did not move. But my stomach started to ache again. She has been suffering from dysmenorrhea. It's not serious, but my lower abdomen is uncomfortable. In the past, she would get a hot water bottle. Noticing her abnormality, Fu Jinya opened his eyes. What's wrong? Xiaochu bit her lip and said, It's okay, my stomach just feels a little uncomfortable. In the dim light, the woman's facial features could not be clearly seen, but one could see her slightly furrowed brows, revealing a hint of grievance. Fu Jinya was silent for a moment, then he put his big hand on her lower abdomen and began to rub it gently. The warmth from the palm of my hand penetrates through the thin clothes and reaches every part of my body. It warmed her heart. Xiaochu glanced sideways at the man's 360-degree sleeping face, and something seemed to be surging in her heart. Go to sleep. No matter how hungry and thirsty you are, you have to bear it for a while. Fu Jinya closed his eyes and uttered a joke with his thin lips. Xiaochu's pretty face turned red when she was caught peeking. She quickly turned her head away and closed her eyes. Fu Jinya slowly opened his eyes, looked at the woman's profile, and curled the corners of his lips. He had been on a business trip for 2 days and had hardly slept. I can finally get a good night's sleep tonight. The next day, I woke up in early summer because of the heat. When I opened my eyes, what I saw was the stunning sleeping face of the man. She was stunned for 2 seconds before she realized that her husband, whom she had a flash marriage with last night, had returned. At this moment, she was nestling in her husband's arms, clinging to him like an octopus. And her husband, whom she had married suddenly, still had one big hand on her lower abdomen. This posture is so enchanting. Xiachu's pretty face was slightly hot, and her mind emerged that last night, when she was half asleep and half awake, she had been holding the man's hand and massaging her lower abdomen. She vaguely remembered the man chuckling, "You think I'm a massage machine? I came back just in time." Xiachu couldn't help but want to cover her face. She carefully moved her hands and feet away from Fu Genia's body and wanted to get up. Woke up. Fu Genia slowly opened his eyes, his voice was low and hoarse, revealing a hint of laziness as if he had just woken up. Xiachu's heart trembled and his heartbeat accelerated inexplicably. Morning. Fu Genia took the phone and checked the time, his handsome eyebrows raised. He actually slept until 7 o'clock. Sure enough, having a calming incense nearby can help you sleep. It's time for the kids to wake up. I'm getting up. Xiachu still felt a little uncomfortable facing a handsome guy early in the morning. She threw back the quilt, got out of bed, and ran straight to the bathroom. Fu Genia looked at her back, glanced at his little brother who was looking up slightly, his eyes slightly deep. This meat is so unpalatable. Grandpa, did Dad come back last night? Yes, don't disturb him. He is too tired from work. Let him sleep a little longer. Okay. Chapter 34. Who dares not to let you enter the company? The sound of children and the old man talking could be heard outside the door. Fu Genia curled the corners of his lips, got out of bed, walked to the door and opened it. Morning. The old man was walking towards the living room with Ruerue and Mimi. Hearing Fu Genia's voice, the two little kids turned around at the same time, and then ran towards him happily. Dad, you're awake. Dad, did we wake you up? The two little kids each hugged one of the thighs, tilted their little heads back and asked in a baby voice. When Fu Genia heard the two words, Dad, his heart seemed to be filled instantly. He picked them up, one in each hand. You didn't wake me up, I would have woken up long ago. The field of vision suddenly became wider, and the two little kids started giggling with happiness. Shearzadwar came out of his room and looked at this scene with a hint of envy in his eyes. He also wanted to be lifted up high. But when he thought that he was a boy and couldn't act like his sisters, the little guy frowned proudly again. Come down, everyone. See what gifts Uncle Ron brought back for you. After Xiachu finished washing up, she took out the gift that Fu Genia brought back. What is it? The two little guys got off Fu Genia and ran towards Xiachu. When they saw the dolls inside, both of them widened their eyes with surprise. Wow, it's Sophia. And Lingerbell, Shirley, and Bing Bing. The two were so excited that they knew all the dolls by heart. A smile flashed across Fu Genia's eyes. Do you like it? Like? The two little kids replied with two words in unison. Daddy, I love you so much. I like Daddy too. The two of them each held a doll and ran to Fu Genia's arms and rubbed it again and again. The smile in Fu Genia's eyes became even more intense. Seeing that they liked it gave him a greater sense of accomplishment than if he had negotiated a deal worth hundreds of millions. A hint of emotion flashed in Shearzadwar's eyes. Did Uncle Ron only bring gifts for my sisters? Is it because Uncle Ron usually dislikes me because of my lukewarm attitude towards him? For some unknown reason, I feel a little lost. Juo, this is the programming textbook Uncle Ron bought for you. Xiachu took out the USB drive. Shearzadwar was stunned and looked at Fu Genia. What kind of programming textbook is this? What do you think? Fu Genia said. Shearzadwar's mind moved. Is this the programming textbook compiled by the hacker master L? Yes. Shearzadwar's eyes lit up, and he ran to Xiachu in a hurry, grabbed the USB drive, his eyes full of excitement. The last time Uncle Ron taught him programming, he just mentioned that it would be nice to get guidance from the famous hacker L. Unexpectedly, Uncle Ron quietly got him LS programming teaching materials. Thank you, Uncle Ron. Well, he decided to give Uncle Ron extra points. From 60 points to 80 points. Shearzadwar couldn't let it go and hurried back to his bedroom with the USB flash drive. Xiachu thought her son would not like this gift and would feel that Fu Genia did not value him. I didn't expect him to be so happy. It seems that her flash-married husband understands his son very well. What she didn't know was that the programming written by L, the great hacker, was something that others couldn't get even if they had money. Fu Genia had some friendship with L, and only after he agreed to one of L's requests did L agree to write a programming textbook specifically for him. Do you want to make breakfast? Mr. Fu asked suddenly. The eldest grandson was not at home these 2 days, so Xiaochu made breakfast for them. Of course, the breakfast she made was limited to a hot cup of milk and steamed half-cooked pastries. Eggs can be fried, but they always taste a little off. He kind of wants to eat the delicious food made by his eldest grandson. Fu Jinya glanced at him and said, "Didn't you say you were going back?" Old Master Fu blew his beard and glared at him. "Granddaughter-in-law, look at your husband, he just doesn't like me. If he wasn't my grandson, I really want you to remarry." Xiaochu couldn't help laughing. She was already used to the grandfather and grandson teasing each other. "Song, don't be like this. Grandpa lives here and takes care of the kids for me. He's been a great help to me. Did you hear that?" Old Master Fu yelled at Fu Jinya. Fu Jinya asked casually, "What did he do to help? Did he make breakfast for you?" Mr. Fu choked. "Is it so great to be able to make breakfast?" Fu Jinya, what do you think? Mr. Fu. Brat, he's so cruel. But I am leaving. His eyes swept across the 2 babies and his old eyes turned. I have to brainwash the kids and make them go with me. After breakfast, Xiaochu told Mr. Fu that she was going to Fu's jewelry to participate in the design competition. Mr. Fu narrowed his eyes and said, "Granddaughter-in-law, are you planning to work at Fu Jewelry?" "It's not certain yet. If my design level is not good enough, the company will not accept me," Xiaochu said modestly. "Who dares to stop you from entering the company? My grandson's wife is the young lady of the Fu Group. Who would be so blind as to not let her join the company? The old man has such a crazy tone." Xiaochu blinked, and Fu Jinya also glanced at his grandfather. Mr. Fu coughed lightly. "What I mean is, granddaughter-in-law, you are so outstanding. If Fu Jewelry didn't accept you, how blind would the people in charge of Fu Group be?" Fu Jinya. Xiaochu couldn't help but smile. "Thank you for your encouragement, Grandpa. I will work hard. Come on, Mommy. Mommy is the best." Rui and Mimi clenched their little pink fists and cheered Xiaochu on. Xiazidwa didn't say anything, but his expression also revealed his trust and encouragement for Xiaochu. Xiaochu gave each of the 3 little ones a kiss. "You must listen to Grandpa at home." "I know." Xiaochu followed Fu Jinya out and saw that he was still driving the Bentley. "Are you going to pick up your boss?" "Go ahead, I can just take a taxi. The boss is right here, no need to answer." Fu Jinya burst out in his heart. Seeing that Xiaochu had already called a taxi on the app, he didn't say anything about taking her with him. "I have already made an appointment with Jushin. He will wait for you in the lobby of the group and take you to the competition." "Good." Xiaochu nodded and watched the car drive away. She thought to herself that when she got the bonus, she would definitely buy a car for her husband whom she had married so quickly. Soon, the express car she called arrived. Xiaochu got in the car, and the car drove all their way to the Fu Group located on the commercial street. In a place where every inch of land is valuable, a building rises high into the sky. The sunlight shines on the gold-plated logo of Fu Group, reflecting golden rays of light. Impressive and grand. This is Haicheng's landmark building, the Fu Group. Xiaochu got out of the car, took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, and walked into the group lobby. Jushin just happened to come out. "Sister-in-law. Xiaoju, I'm sorry to trouble you today," Xiaochu said politely. It's okay, please follow me." Jushin quickly made a gesture of invitation. Xiaochu curved her lips into a smile and followed him inside. Fu's jewelry design department is located on the 16th floor. The huge reception room was temporarily turned into a competition venue. The contestants have already taken their seats, waiting for the competition to begin. Chapter 35. Let him protect the young lady secretly. Lin Shilan was accompanying Wang Hong, director of the design department, to receive a specially invited judge. Although she is over 50 years old, her temperament is still elegant and fashionable. She is the famous jewelry design master Zhuang Mai, who is renowned both at home and abroad. "Director Wang, I remember that our company did not invite teacher Zhuang Mai to be a judge for the competition." Lin Shilan asked Wang Hong secretly. For a small competition like today's, there is no need to invite a big shot like Zhuang Mai to take charge. I also received the notice before going to bed last night. It should be arranged by the higher-ups. Wang Hong explained, it seems that the higher-ups attach great importance to this design competition. Lin Shilan nodded without asking any more questions. After receiving Zhuang Mai, she began to call the roll of the contestants. Outside the meeting room, Xie Chu followed Zhu Shen and arrived. Sister-in-law, this is the competition site, please come in. Good. Xie Chu nodded slightly to him and pushed the door open. Zhu Shen did not go in, but took out his cell phone to report to Fu Jinya. Boss Fu, the person has been delivered. In the president's office, Fu Jinya nodded and turned on the computer. Stay there and watch what happens. Yes. Zhu Shen understood that the president wanted him to protect the young lady in secret. If the young lady suffered any harm in there, he would come forward to protect her. In the conference room, Lin Shilan had just called out the name of the last contestant when she saw Xie Chu coming in. Her face suddenly changed. How did you get in? This is a key competition venue. All non-essential personnel please leave immediately. Xie Chu ignored her for the time being. His eyes swept around and landed on the judges' seats in the first row. Teacher Zhuang Mai is here too. This is her most admired idol, and she actually came to be a judge. Xie Chu's heart leaped with joy. Zhuang Mai's experience when she was young is quite legendary. She is not a designer by profession, but used to be a jewelry salesperson. However, with his extraordinary talent, he taught himself, started as a design assistant, and gradually became a designer. Today, he has become a well-known design veteran both at home and abroad. He is a very inspirational character. Xie Chu was still a little nervous at first. Because Lin Shilan is now the chief designer of Fu Jewelry, she is afraid that Fu Jewelry will protect its own people. Now that Zhuang Mai is here, there is nothing to be afraid of. Zhuang Mai is an authority in the field of design. I believe she will be able to recognize the talent. I told you to get out, didn't you hear me? Do you need me to call security to get you out? When Lin Shilan saw that Xie Chu ignored her, her voice rose a few notches. Xie Chu came back to his senses and smiled at her. Don't worry, designer Lin. I'm also one of the registered contestants. I came here just to ask you in person why I was eliminated in the first round. Lin Shilan didn't know how she got in, and now she just wanted to get her out quickly. Is there even a need to ask? You will be eliminated because your design ability is insufficient. Please get out immediately and don't interfere with our next game. Xie Chu looked at her and spoke bluntly. Really? Aren't you abusing your power and not wanting me to participate? Lin Shilan's face changed slightly. Please stop talking nonsense here. If you don't leave, I'm really going to call the security guard. Xie Chu ignored her warning, walked to the judges' table and presented a design draft. Dear judges, this is my design work for the competition. I hope you can take a look at it. I sincerely want to ask you where my design ability is lacking. Several judges came over. Zhuang Mai put on her glasses and looked carefully. Xie Chu designed a mismatched beaded tassel necklace. She boldly used fresh colors and designed a necklace that is particularly recognizable. Both the design style and creativity are first class. Zhuang Mai's eyes lit up. Did you design this? Yes, please give me more guidance, teacher. Xie Chu said. The design is very good and very ingenious, Zhuang Mai praised. The judges on both sides nodded in agreement. It is indeed a rare and good work. I guess this designer is not a novice, right? Xie Chu smiled and said, yes, I have been designing jewelry and have a small studio online. Zhuang Mai looked at Lin Shilan and asked, could you please tell me why such a good work was eliminated? Lin Shilan's expression changed. My fingers almost dug into my flesh because of nervousness. She calmed down and said, because she has a problem with her character. Teachers, you may not know that she and I had some unpleasantness before. She paused and looked at Wang Hong beside her. Director Wang, she is the woman who was reported by netizens for plagiarizing my design inspiration, Xie Chu. Hearing this, Wang Hong suddenly understood. Are you the single mother who didn't even graduate from college and who makes a living on social media by plagiarizing Lin Shilan's design ideas? We at Fu Jewelry will never hire someone like you who has a history of plagiarism. There was a hint of contempt in her words. Xie Chu didn't argue with her, but spoke with a smile. Hello, Director Wang. I would like to ask, why do you say that I plagiarized Lin Shilan's design ideas instead of her plagiarizing mine? Is it because I haven't even graduated from college? Wang Hong didn't even think about it. Is there any need to say this? It can't be that Lin Shilan, a college graduate from a prestigious university, plagiarized you, who didn't even graduate from college, right? This is human nature. And what Xiaochu wanted was exactly what she said. Director Wang, I believe you must have heard this saying, academic qualifications do not represent ability. The design industry requires people's understanding and aura, which cannot be brought by academic qualifications. Let's take the simplest example. Teacher Zhuang Mai didn't graduate from a design major. Can you deny that she has poor design skills? Zhuang Mai, who was named, nodded slightly to show her agreement. Wang Mai choked. She didn't expect Xiaochu to involve Zhuang Mai. If I look down on a designer who has even gone to college, wouldn't that be a slap in Zhuang Mai's face? What are you talking about? Can you compare with teacher Zhuang Mai? She is a rare genius that only appears once in a century. Not everyone has her talent. Xiaochu said neither humbly nor arrogantly, I admire teacher Zhuang Mai, but I won't belittle myself. Zhuang Mai glanced at her and gave her an admiring look. Wang Hong felt frustrated and suddenly became annoyed. Don't confuse people here. Now we are talking about your plagiarism of Lin Shilan's works. I have seen the jewelry sold in your shop, and many of them have the shadow of Lin Shilan's works. No matter what, it is a fact that you plagiarized other people's ideas. I still say that no matter how talented you are, food jewelry will not hire a plagiarist. Hearing this, Lin Shilan was delighted. With Wang Mai standing on her side, she was not afraid of any waves that Xiaochu could cause. Director Wang, I can swear to God that I have never plagiarized Lin Shilan's design ideas. Xiaochu said seriously, on the contrary, several popular works designed by Lin Shilan were designed with my guidance. Wang Hong sneered, what a boast. You said you gave Lin Shilan some advice. You gave her some advice. Do you have any evidence? Xiaochu, if you don't believe me, you can let Lin Shilan compete with me in front of everyone. Chapter 36 Planning to tell her about your identity. When Lin Shilan heard Xiaochu's proposal, her eyes flashed. She knows exactly how much she is worth. Naturally, he was unwilling to compete with Xiaochu in public. Director Wang, today is the day when the company selects designers. Let's not waste the precious time of several judges because of an insignificant person. Just now, Xiaochu almost embarrassed Wang Hong, so Wang Hong naturally disliked her very much. You're right. Xiaochu, please get out right now and stop making trouble here. Xiaochu pursed her red lips, met Lin Shilan's provocative gaze, and said nothing. At this time, Zhuang Mai spoke slowly, I don't have anything else to do this morning, but I really want to see your true strength. She spoke, and the other judges naturally agreed. Xiaochu's heart moved, and he nodded gratefully to Zhuang Mai for helping him out. She asked Lin Shilan again, Lin Shilan, do you dare to compete with me? At this moment, Lin Shilan felt that she was in a difficult situation. It's not right to agree, and it's not right to refuse. Wang Hong on the side disliked Xiaochu, but since Zhuang Mai had spoken, she naturally had to obey. Shilan, since she refuses to give up, then you can have a match with her and make her admit defeat sincerely. Lin Shilan forced a smile and said, okay, I'll listen to Director Wang. Xiaochu, how do you want to compete? Xiaochu glanced at the contestants present and said, everyone is here to participate in the design competition today. Why don't we ask a few judges to come up with impromptu questions? How about me and the contestants present, including Lin Shilan, all participate and hand in our own designs within the specified time? This is equivalent to allowing Lin Shilan to participate in the competition with everyone. Everyone can see at a glance how strong we are. The judges looked at each other and nodded in approval. Lin Shilan was forced to participate in the competition with the visitors. Zhuang Mai and several judges discussed it and came up with a question. Then everyone should design the jewelry in your mind with nature as the theme. The limit is 20 minutes. After the sound fell, all the contestants present began to think. Some people started writing, while others were still pondering. When Lin Shilan heard this topic, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She has designed this kind of jewelry with metaphors before, and it is easy for her. Her eyes swept over Xiaochu who was about to start writing, and she smiled coldly. Although her design talent is not as good as Xiaochu's. But thanks to Xiaochu's advice and her work experience at Fu's Jewelry, her design skills have improved by leaps and bounds. She didn't believe that she would lose to Xiaochu in today's match. President's office. Fu Jinia sat in front of the computer, watching Xiaochu painting in the video, with the corners of his lips slightly raised. What an eloquent woman she was. With just a few words, she made Zhuang Mai stand on her side. He was certain that she would win today's competition. At this moment, the door was pushed open. Fu Qian walked in. He was holding a mobile phone in his hand, playing the game video. Isn't this my sister-in-law? She's actually fighting with someone. Is it not possible? Fu Jinia said in a calm voice. Your people are fine with anything. Fu Qian leaned against the desk and raised his eyebrows at him. Are you planning to let your sister-in-law come into the company to help you? Fu Jinia's deep brows were fixed on the screen, and his slender fingers tapped lightly on the table. She is my wife, the young lady of the Fu group. She needs to start training in advance. Fu Qian raised his eyebrows. Oh, are you planning to tell your sister-in-law about your identity? Fu Jinia leaned back slightly with his tall body, and said calmly, no, it's not the right time yet. How long has it been since they got married? He hasn't enjoyed enough of ordinary people's life. Riverview Court. Mr. Fu and the three little ones were also watching the live broadcast. The three little ones were all worried about their mommy. Grandpa, this is a bad aunt. She was the one who snatched Uncle Lu from mommy, and now she's saying mommy is a plagiarist. That's right, too bad. The two little girls were complaining to Mr. Fu. Mr. Fu became interested. Oh? Can you tell me about it in detail? The two little girls rushed to tell Mr. Fu about the dispute between Xiachu, Lu Yuanju and Lin Shilan. Mr. Fu touched his chin and said, it's okay. Good times will come after bad times. If that woman hadn't snatched your mom's fiancé away, your mom wouldn't have married Uncle Ruan. Yeah, that's right. The two little girls nodded repeatedly. Mr. Fu changed the subject and asked, do you like Uncle Ruan? Yes. Grandpa, we like Uncle Ruan, not Uncle Lu. The two little girls quickly expressed their opinions. Mr. Fu deliberately said, but I think your mommy doesn't like Uncle Ruan enough. The two little girls looked at him with silly and cute expressions. Mr. Fu continued to act as the big bad wolf who tricked Little Red Riding Hood. If your mommy doesn't completely like Uncle Ruan, the relationship between the two will get worse and worse. Without love, the two will separate, and then you won't be able to see Uncle Ruan anymore. Hearing this, the two little girls became anxious. We don't want to lose sight of Uncle Ruan. Shearzad was standing aside is a little cunning guy. He asked, Grandpa, what do you want to say? Mr. Fu said, why not give them some time alone to develop their relationship? You and Grandpa should leave for a while. Shearzad frowned, where are we going? I have an old friend whose home is in the countryside of Haicheng. I'll take you there to play for a few days. Mr. Fu coaxed, let me tell you, it's huge there, with flowers and grass, and the air is fresh. It's a lot more fun than here. Hearing this, the two little girls hesitated and were reluctant to leave. Grandpa, we are here, so Mommy and Uncle Ruan can also develop their relationship. Mr. Fu said, that's different. If you are here, Mommy will be distracted from taking care of you and will neglect Uncle Ruan. Only if your mommy devotes herself to Uncle Ruan, the relationship between the two of them will quickly heat up. The two little girls were at a loss and looked at Shearzad. Shearzad thought about it and nodded. Good. Uncle Ruan has already given him an impression score of 80 points, with the remaining 20 points depending on how mommy feels about him. If mommy still doesn't like Uncle Ruan, then it won't matter how many impression points he gets. This is also part of the test for Uncle Ruan. I'll make a phone call and have someone pick us up. When Mr. Fu saw that the children agreed, he was very happy and got up to make a phone call. In order to cooperate with his eldest grandson in pretending to be poor, he could not take the child back to the Fu family's old house for the time being. Fortunately, the old housekeeper who had always served him was from the countryside of Haicheng. He first took the children to the old housekeeper's house to play for a while. The other side. 20 minutes are up. The contestants all stopped what they were doing. The staff collected everyone's design drafts and handed them to the judges for on-the-spot evaluation. Lin Shilan tensed up her nerves and glanced at Xiachu, who had a calm expression. It was impossible for her to not be nervous. Although she kept telling herself that she would not lose to Xiachu. But Xiachu's design talent made her jealous. She just hopes that Xiachu will perform poorly today. Chapter 37. Could her husband be Fu Jinia? However, reality is destined to give Lin Shilan a hard blow. 10 minutes later, the judges gave the results. After unanimous evaluation by several of us, Haicheng's design of goodness is like water is more stunning than Lin Shilan's flourishing like brocade, and the technique is more skillful. So the winner is Haicheng. Haicheng smiled. Even though I was certain I would win, I was still extremely excited when I heard the result. She stood up and bowed deeply to the judges. Thank you, teachers, for your recognition. Haicheng, you are a rising star and I am optimistic about you. Zhuang Mai said. Thank you for the compliment, teacher. Haicheng gave her a grateful smile. Lin Shilan's expression changed and her chest heaved violently. She lost. She lost to Haicheng again. How could she, a graduate of a prestigious university, lose to someone who hadn't even attended college? There must be something fishy. Seeing Zhuang Mai's admiring eyes, Lin Shilan blurted out, Haicheng, how did you get in? Did you use someone's back door? You and teacher Zhuang Mai knew each other before, right? This means that Haicheng took Zhuang Mai's back door. Being questioned about using a back door, Zhuang Mai's face darkened and she looked unhappy. It was your President Fu who invited me to be a judge. How dare you slander me? Do you want to ask President Fu to judge for you? A judge next to her also scolded, how dare you question teacher Zhuang Mai's character? It's obvious that you are not as skilled as others, why don't you dare to face up to your own shortcomings? You are so narrow-minded. It seems that what Haicheng said before was right. Your previous works were guided by her. Lin Shilan's face flushed and she stammered, unable to utter a word. Haicheng looked at her and smiled faintly. A dirty person sees everything as dirty. The teachers may not know that she and I were once best friends, but she quietly stole my fiancé. But anything that can be taken away is not worth clinging to. Instead, I should thank her for letting me see the true nature of the scumbag. Lin Shilan, I've said before, what's true can't be false and what's false can't be true. If you're not convinced, we can continue to compete until you're convinced. President's office. Fu Qian looked at this scene and sneered, this woman named Lin Shilan is so shameless. Are ye, why don't you fire her quickly? Are you still keeping her for the new year? Fu Jinya looked cold and gloomy. He took the phone from the table and called Jushin. All right, fire Lin Shilan immediately and never hire her again. Yes. After receiving the order, Jushin hung up the phone and pushed the door open. No need to compete anymore. After investigation, President Fu believes that Lin Shilan has character issues and does not meet the employment standards of the Fu Group. Lin Shilan will now be fired and will never be hired again. Lin Shilan, please go to the Human Resources Department immediately to complete the resignation procedures. Jushin had a serious expression on his face and spoke in a loud voice. He is Fu Jinya's special assistant. Normally, people can't see Fu Jinya, so Jushin's words represent Fu Jinya. Lin Shilan was startled and shook her head desperately. No, that's not the case. You can't fire me. I just spoke without thinking because I was in a hurry. I am talented. Director Wang, please say something for me. Lin Shilan was recruited by Wang Hong and was also brought up by her. Lin Shilan is sweet-spoken and knows how to behave, so Wang Hong admires her very much. But now, Lin Shi has offended Zhuang Mai, and even the boss's special assistant has come forward. How can she speak for her? Security, take her out. Jushin said coldly to the security guard who had been waiting outside. Yes. The security guard came in and carried Lin Shilan away. Lin Shilan's heart sank to the bottom. Looking at Haicheng's calm face, my heart was filled with jealousy and hatred. How did Haicheng get in? Why was she fired in the end? Why does God always favor Haicheng so much? Dear judges, are you going to announce the first prize winner of this competition? Jushin asked. Hold on. Several judges looked at the contestants' design works one by one, and finally, without any suspense, announced that Haicheng was the first place winner. 200,000 in hand. Haicheng was delighted and bowed deeply to the judges again. Thank you, teachers, for your kindness. Congratulations. Several people sent their blessings. President's office. Fu Qian knocked on the table. This 200,000 yuan bonus was specially set up by you for your sister-in-law, right? Fu Jinya did not deny it and turned off their computer to prepare for work. Fu Qian sighed, only 200,000. How stingy. Fu Jinya didn't even look up, and asked indifferently, you have nothing to do. This means to drive someone away. Fu Qian raised his eyebrows slightly, and a hint of evil flashed in his eyes. He took out his cell phone and called Jushin. Assistant Ju, bring Xiaochu to the CEO's office and tell them I want to see her. Fu Jinya was about to sign the document, but when he heard this, he raised his eyes and his gaze turned cold. What do you want to do? Fu Qian pointed at the expensive watch on his wrist. It's time for dinner, why don't you have dinner with her to celebrate? Fu Jinya, this is my business, are you free? Xiaochu is my sister-in-law after all, can I treat you to a meal? Fu Qian was not afraid of him. With a cynical look on his face, he took out his cell phone and called his assistant, asking him to go to Yarchu to order food immediately and have it delivered to the president's office. Fu Jinya stared at him for 2 seconds and said, you'd better think before you speak. This is a warning to Fu Qian not to reveal his identity. Fu Qian's peach blossom eyes turned and he asked with a smile, then tell me first, are you a little in love with Xiaochu? Fu Jinya paused and glanced at him, if you have the time to spare, why don't you find a mother for Xiaojie? Hearing this, the cynical smile on Fu Qian's face faded slightly. How many stepmothers in the world are good? I don't want my son to grow up to be a troubled teenager under the shadow of his stepmother. Fu Jinya looked at him, it's been more than 2 years since my sister-in-law passed away. Do you plan to be a bachelor for the rest of your life? Fu Qian shrugged and returned to his usual nonchalant attitude. Why not? My wife is of no use to me. At most, she's just someone who can warm my bed. But I have plenty of money, and if I have physical needs, there are plenty of women who will throw themselves at me. Fu Jinya frowned, but didn't try to persuade her further. There. After Jushin received the order, he signaled Xiaochu to go with him to the president's office to meet Fu Qian. Xiaochu asked, Teacher Zhuangmai will be here today. Was she invited by President Fu? Jushin's eyes flashed, yes. No matter whether it is Fu Jinya or Fu Qian, he is President Fu anyway. I think he was right in answering this. Xiaochu was very grateful. If Zhuangmai had not been present today, it would probably not have been possible to expose Lin Shilan's shameless behavior so smoothly. After all, Director Wang has always been protecting Lin Shilan. Xiaochu followed Jushin into the president's special elevator. The dedicated elevator goes directly to the president's office, and you need to swipe your card to enter. Apart from Fu Jinya and Fu Qian, only Jushin has this privilege. Therefore, ordinary employees usually cannot see Fu Jinya's true face. Lin Shilan, who had just completed her resignation procedures, looked at this scene and immediately felt her teeth itching with hatred. Why did Xiaochu know Jushin? Jushin is a big shot around the person in power of the Fu group. So Xiaochu was able to enter the competition venue today without being noticed by anyone. Was it Jushin who brought her in? Lin Shilan suddenly thought of something. Xiaochu's flash-married husband drove a Bentley and looked very impressive. However, Jushin, the special assistant to the president, personally took care of the small matters in the design department and was very protective of Xiaochu. Now I have taken her to the president's office. And there is Zhuangmai who came today. She was invited here on short notice. All these signs gave rise to an idea in her mind. Could it be that Xiaochu's flash-married husband is Fu Jinya, the man in charge of the Fu group? Chapter 38 Which high-ranking lover? No. Are you kidding? What kind of status is the Fu family in Haicheng? Even if Fu Jinya is extremely ugly, there is no way he would marry a slut who has given birth to 3 children. Lin Shilan felt that she was being overly nervous. If Xiaochu really married a big CEO, wouldn't she be so proud? Why don't you tell everyone that she is the president's wife? Shilan, have you completed all the formalities? A woman's voice came from behind. Lin Shilan came back to her senses and saw that it was Wang Hong. Her eyes reddened slightly and her face looked weak. Yes, Director Jiang, I'm sorry, I betrayed your trust. Wang Hong sighed and asked tentatively, Shilan, is what Xiaochu said true? Were those popular works you designed before really designed with her guidance? Lin Shilan's eyes flashed and she quickly denied it. No, those works are really my own ideas. Xiaochu slandered me because she hated her fiancé for choosing to be with me. She wiped away her non-existent tears, but the reason her fiancé chose to be with me is because she has a dishonest private life. Not only did Xiaochu get pregnant before marriage, she also slept with another man behind her fiancé's back. Her fiancé couldn't stand it anymore and broke up with her. Can you blame me for this? Since Xiaochu is not here, she can smear him however she wants. Wang Hong looked incredulous. Because of my preconceived notion, I completely believed what Lin Shilan said. Looking at her face, I can tell she's not a woman who would settle down. This is exactly the effect Lin Shilan wants. She provoked, Director Wang, Xiaochu is a very scheming person. When she joins the company, you have to be careful of her. Be careful that she squeezes you out of the position of director. Hearing this, Wang Hong disagreed. How can a woman who hasn't even graduated from college have that ability? Lin Shilan said, don't underestimate her. I just saw Jushin leading her away. Wang Hong was stunned. There is such a thing. Yes, Director Wang, Xiaochu has a seductive face. Maybe she and Jushin have some unclear relationship. Lin Shilan didn't know what the relationship between Xiaochu and Jushin was, but it was always right to put on a show of favoritism in front of Wang Hong. Or maybe Xiaochu is the mistress of some high-ranking executive, and she came here to gild her reputation, and then find an excuse to kick you out and promote herself to the position of director. Think about it, if it wasn't like this, how could Xiaochu have gotten into the competition? And Jushin and Zhuang Mai both defended her so much. Wang Hong seemed to be thinking about something, with a cold gleam in his eyes. I hate women who have no skills but always resort to unconventional methods. Lin Shilan curled the corners of her lips and stopped there. A woman working in the workplace cannot get a management position unless she has her own skills. She wanted to plant a thorn in Wang Hong's heart so that Wang Hong would make things difficult for Xiaochu at work in the future. If she loses her job, Xiaochu won't be able to live a peaceful life. Xiaochu followed Jushin into the president's office. At this time, in order to make it look more realistic, Fu Qian was sitting in the president's chair, while Fu Jinya was standing beside him. When Xiaochu saw Fu Jinya was there, she winked at him as a greeting. Her little action was a bit intimate, and Fu Jinya curled the corners of his lips unconsciously. My sister-in-law is here, please take a seat. Fu Qian greeted her warmly, and then took the opportunity to order Fu Jinya around. Come on, Art Song, don't just stand there like an idiot. Go get your sister-in-law something to drink. Fu Jinya glanced at him and asked Xiaochu, what would you like to drink? Just boiled water will do. Xiaochu said. How can you drink plain water? Akong, go and pour some juice for your sister-in-law. Fu Qian said. Fu Jinya didn't say anything, but still poured a cup of warm water for Xiaochu. Fu Qian raised his eyebrows and deliberately blamed, At Song, when did the CEO's office become so poor that it only had boiled water? She is not feeling well and can't drink cold drinks. Fu Jinya said in a light voice. I see. Fu Qian understood immediately and joked, Sister-in-law, Art Song is such a considerate and good man. A hint of warmth flashed in Xiaochu's eyes, and he scooped up the warm water and took a sip. Sister-in-law, I just watched the live broadcast. Congratulations on your victory. From now on, you will be a member of our Fu group. Fu Qian congratulated. Xiaochu put down the water cup and smiled, thanks to Mr. Fu for inviting teacher Zhuang Mai. It was teacher Zhuang Mai who had a keen eye for talent. Fu Qian glanced at Fu Jinya and simply took the credit. At Song told me about you and that scheming woman. It was indeed me who specially asked teacher Zhuang to seek justice for you. Xiaochu was extremely grateful, Boss Fu, I cannot thank you enough for your kindness. Art Song and I will work hard for the Fu group in the future. Fu Qian was stunned for a moment, then laughed, okay. It's their own company, how can the couple not work hard? Soon, Fu Qian's assistant brought the food. It's time for dinner. It's boring to eat alone. You two can have a simple meal with me. It's also a good opportunity to celebrate your victory, sister-in-law. Xiaochu was a little flattered. She glanced at Fu Jinya and asked for his opinion. Fu Jinya nodded slightly to indicate yes. Xiaochu curled the corners of her lips, thank you, Mr. Fu, for your hospitality. I'll call home and let them know. She took out her cell phone and called Juo. Juo, mommy won't be back for dinner. Tell grandpa that you don't have to wait for me. At this time, the three little ones had already been taken into the car by Mr. Fu. The one who came to pick them up was the son of the old housekeeper of the Fu family. Mommy, I was just about to call you. Grandpa took us to visit his friend's house. He won't be home for the next few days. The smile on Xiaochu's face froze. What? Grandpa took you away. She subconsciously glanced at Fu Jinya. Fu Jinya frowned slightly and stretched out his hand. Give me the phone. Xiaochu handed him the phone as he was told. Fu Jinya said, Juo, give the phone to Grandpa. Good. Soon, the old voice of Mr. Fu was heard in the electric current. Hello. Where are you taking the children? Fu Jinya asked directly. Let's go to old Li's house. He has called me several times. Mr. Fu deliberately said, didn't you always chase me away? Now it's just as you wish. Fu Jinya narrowed his dark eyes slightly, realizing that the old man was referring to should be the old butler of the Fu family. He reminded her, Mi has a weak constitution and can easily catch a cold or fever if she's not careful. You have to take good care of them. If anything happens to the children, you'll have to figure out what to do. Hearing this, Mr. Fu shouted, you little brat, do I need you to teach me how to raise a child? Think about who raised you when you were a child. You should just enjoy your time with your granddaughter-in-law and give your children a brother or sister as soon as possible. This is the old man's ultimate intention in taking the child away. Induce labor. Fu Jinya glanced at Xiaochu with dark eyes. The 3 children being taken away actually made it possible for him and Xiaochu to have their own world of their own. But what can I do? Someone's relative just came to visit. Chapter 39, All is arranged by my wife. Fu Jinya hung up the phone. Seeing Xiaochu looking at him, he comforted her, don't worry. Grandpa's old friend has a good relationship with him. Grandpa will take the children to stay for a few days and nothing will happen. Xiaochu wasn't worried about anything. It's just that the child has never left me since he was born. She was always a little uncomfortable. Fu Qian at the side interjected, the old man is making room for you two to enjoy your own world. What he said was meaningful, Xiaochu understood it, and her pretty face suddenly became slightly hot. Fu Jinya glanced at him and gave him a look that indicated he had stopped. Eat. Fu Qian raised his eyebrows and invited Xiaochu to eat. There were more than a dozen dishes for 3 people. Haicheng, please let your sister-in-law eat more. Don't be restrained. Fu Qian acted like a host. Fu Jinya glanced at him and put on the attitude of an assistant. Thank you, Mr. Fu, for your hospitality. Well, just serve me well in the future. Fu Jinya. When he was told he was fat, he started to pant. The 3 of them sat down at the table and started eating. Seeing that the 2 men were eating elegantly, Fu Qian deliberately asked Fu Jinya to help. By the way, there is a car show this afternoon. Bugatti has released a limited edition supercar, with only 10 units available worldwide. Haicheng, please help me order one. Did he really use his assistant as an errand? Fu Jinya paused in his eating and glanced at him. Fu Qian smiled at him wickedly. Does anyone dare not listen? Now he is his subordinate. Childish. 2 words popped up in Fu Jinya's mind. When he saw Xiaochu looking up at him, he was afraid of being exposed and could only respond. Yes. Xiaochu's long feathery eyelashes trembled slightly, and she asked softly, can I get a ride? Do you want to go to the auto show? Fu Jinya asked. Xiaochu hummed vaguely. She didn't want to go to the auto show, she wanted to pick out a car for her husband whom she had married suddenly. It's just that she has limited money, and her husband, who she married suddenly, is used to Mr. Fu's luxury car. I wonder if he will dislike the ordinary car she picked for him? Haicheng, when you married your sister-in-law, did you buy her a car? Fu Qian asked. No. He actually wanted to buy a car for Xiaochu. But now his identity is just a small assistant with no money and no house. He has already given his wife, whom he married suddenly, a dowry of 500,000 yuan, and buying her a car is inconsistent with his personality. Go pick a car at the auto show later. Consider it my wedding gift to you. Fu Qian said generously. Xiaochu's eyes widened. Mr. Fu is going to give them a car? This is too arrogant. Fu Jinya raised his eyebrows, send more love to President Fu. This time a certain childish guy did a good thing. Xiaochu has always said that the public bus cannot be used for personal purposes. He wants to change to a car that looks cheaper so that someone won't feel uneasy. Mr. Fu, the wedding gift you gave is too expensive. Xiaochu felt a little embarrassed. It's all right. Fu Qian waved his hand and winked at Fu Jinya. I told you, Haicheng is my right-hand man. He usually helps me with more work, so I gain from it anyway. Fu Jinya didn't say anything and continued to watch the childish guy perform here. Xiaochu was so grateful that she didn't know what to say. She also thought to herself that her husband, whom she had married so quickly, must be very talented, otherwise Mr. Fu would not be so generous to him. After dinner, Fu Qian asked Fu Jinya to accompany Xiaochu to the auto show. After the two of them left the CEO's office, Xiaochu sighed, "Boss Fu is really good at winning people's hearts." Fu Jinya glanced at her and said, "Really? It seems that your favorability towards him is increasing rapidly." His tone was a little sour. Xiaochu smiled and said, "No, it's just that my affection for you is rising sharply." Fu Jinya didn't expect her to say this. Why? Think about it, Mr. Fu is trying so hard to win you over. Isn't he afraid that you will run away? This shows that you have strong business capabilities. Fu Jinya. This little brain works really quickly. But it must be said that her flattery did not hit the mark. Right shot. Your favorability towards me is rising. The man's black eyes were deep, like an ancient well, which could make people fall into them at first sight. Xiaochu's heart skipped a beat and she quickly looked away, not daring to look him in the eye. By the way, that CEO's office should be the office of Fu Jinya, the person in charge of the Fu Group. Why is CEO Fu Qian working there? She quickly changed the subject. Fu Jinya's eyes flashed and he lied calmly. The big boss has gone abroad. Fu Qian will take care of all the company's affairs for the time being. Xiaochu believed his words without a doubt and didn't ask any more questions. The two got in the car and headed to the auto show. The first floor of Haicheng International Trade Building. The lights came on and the tourists dispersed. Shiny cars were parked in the corresponding exhibition areas, and were displayed and sold by hot models. Beautiful women and luxury cars can really attract people's attention. The scene was bustling with activity. Xiaochu followed Fu Jinya into the exhibition hall and was dazzled by what she saw. A question suddenly occurred to her. "So, Mr. Fu didn't seem to say how much car he would give you. How much is the price of the car?" Fu Jinya's eyes moved slightly. "We can pick whichever car you like, don't worry too much about the price. Mr. Fu is rich, and I am his right-hand man. He can't give me a car that is too cheap." Xiaochu thought for a moment and said, "Boss Fu deliberately didn't say how much the car would cost. He must be testing you to see if you are the kind of person who is greedy and pushes for more." Fu Jinya. "Not really. Someone didn't say how much the car would cost, so it's probably just to let him decide for himself. So what price range do you think we should choose for a car?" Fu Jinya asked deliberately. "Then can we just pick one that costs a few $100,000? Xiaochu said. Fu Jinya. He is the person in charge of the Fu Group, and he drives a car worth more than 200,000 yuan. You've seen that Mr. Fu usually drives luxury cars worth hundreds of millions. I'm his assistant, and you're asking me to drive a small car worth only a few $100,000. Isn't that embarrassing for him?" What he meant was that there was no need to save money for Fu Qian in this way. But Xiaochu said, "How about this? I'll pay another 200,000 yuan, and we can buy a car worth 400,000 or 500,000 yuan, and it won't look so shabby anymore." Fu Jinya didn't expect her to say that. "You're offering 200,000. Yes, you gave me 500,000 yuan as a betrothal gift, so I should have a dowry." Xiaochu said, "I just happened to get a bonus of 200,000 yuan, so I'll buy you a car." Fu Jinya has never been short of money, and has received many valuable gifts. But now, his wife, whom he married suddenly, said she would spend 200,000 yuan to buy him a car. And this 200,000 was the bonus she had just received. This thought made his heart beat for no reason. The woman in front of me has beautiful eyes and eyebrows, and her skin is as fragrant as a flower. Her beautiful almond eyes are like bright stars. What a lovely little woman. The corners of Fu Jinya's mouth curled up unconsciously, but his words were full of venom. You want to squander your bonus now? Aren't you a bit of a spendthrift? Xiaochu bit her red lips and said, aren't we relying on Mr. Fu to get a windfall as a reserve fund? And I will be working in Fu Jewelry soon. Fu's Jewelry has a section dedicated to private customization, and it serves high-end customers. As long as a deal is concluded, there will be a generous commission. Don't worry, I will work hard to make good designs, and I will definitely make more money. The abacus in her mind was clattering. It's quite planned. Fu Jinya's lips curled slightly. Okay, I'll follow my wife's arrangements.